lost and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basic, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this. Don't like surprises. I cause a crisis. Man, I'm a scientist. With the music, I spice things up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. This not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my nigga from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you'll have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry out. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They Pick a panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. No. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Ha. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
I just step up and make it happen, it's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
There's something gold. No, I saw.
Welcome to the Road to SI 2020, the largest esports event in Rainbow Six history. The 2026 Invitational is approaching, and for the next 5 weeks, the entire Rainbow Six community is invited to join us in celebration for a Road to SI full of surprises. First, during every weekend leading up to the Six Invitational, you can play the all-new Road to SI in-game event, featuring a new exclusive map, the Stadium. This unranked playlist will have the same rule set as a ranked playlist. Only this time, every operator is playable, even the ones you don't own. Next, it's time for the Road to SI Battle Pass. This Battle Pass will contain exclusive Road to SI 2020 rewards distributed through 35 tiers, which you will unlock by collecting battle points. This is the only place to earn items such as the SI 2020 Finisher Charm or Signature 6 20 weapon skins. Everyone will progress and collect rewards on the free track. You can access the premium track for 1,200 R6 credits, which will immediately grant you Sledge's SI light set. Upgrade to the premium bundle for 2,400 credits and skip ahead to immediately unlock Hibana and Caveira's full uniforms. Moreover, Year 4 pass holders receive a 30% discount on all Battle Pass prices and a 30% boost on battle points earned. To cap it all off, 30% of the revenue generated by the Battle Pass will go to the Six Invitational prize pool. Fight alongside all the operators in Rainbow Six. Collect battle points, level up your Battle Pass, earn unique rewards, and join us as we embark on the Road to SI 2020.
Welcome on in, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for some more ESL Rainbow Six Pro League. I'm Robert. I'm joined by James. Some of you would know him better as Dev Marta, of course. We're here today for some hot fire action. James, how you been?
Fantastic. Yeah, Season 11's been a real crazy time so far. And it's finished overseas in North America, Latin America, Europe. They've all finished, but we got a couple more Playdays worth. APAC and ANZ's what's on the menu today.
It certainly is ANZ. By the way, if you want to have a say in how these matches go, you don't actually get a say, but you will get a say in how you think they're going to go. Go ahead and jump across to ESL Rainbow Six on all forms of socials. We'd like to hear what you have to say. We have some banging matchups today, but before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming out of, well, we're broadcasting out of Sydney, Australia right now. There have been devastating bushfires over, I want to say, the past nearly 2 months now. There is a incredible opportunity for you guys to join us and help donate to the wildlife, of course. You can !donate inside of Twitch chat. There is estimated over 1 billion wildlife that have lost their lives. The fires continue to devastate, so anything that you can give, be it small or large, we would very much appreciate that.
Yeah, and that is going directly to all the various charities that are linked through that. There was a donation made by Ubisoft Australia directly to one of those charities, and there's a myriad of charities for, depending on what kind of areas you'd like to donate to, whether you'd like to donate directly to the fire services or to a support charity, or even directly to wildlife causes as well.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it is very overwhelming here in Sydney. For basically what has been the better part of 2 months, we have been seeing a haze of smoke across the city, and we are far from the bushfires. We are not actually as close as what some other people are, and it has been quite devastating to say the very least, and it's been quite a concern. So please make sure, if you can, jump on and support the cause. But we need to move into the games today. Dev, we've got some pretty interesting matchups, I must admit.
Yeah, well, because we're at the tail end of the first split, if you will, of Season 11, we've really started to see the standings take shape, and we've really started to see, I guess, some of the teams we'd expected to really be at the top, maybe not performing quite as much as we expected. Wildcard comes to mind with a couple of losses, dropping points to some really strong teams. And on the flip side of that, we have teams like Fury, even Kanga to some degree. Kanga's played the 3 top teams so far, and they've come out with 4 points. It's been a really impressive showing for some of these underdogs.
Yeah, I mean, like, you just look at it there. Had we have said that this is how the standings were going to end after our first, split, technically, I don't think anyone would really have picked this. I mean, Fnatic at the top, yes, that is just, that's run-of-the-mill almost at this point in time, but my word, it's just incredible.
One of the things that really sticks out to me is if you have a look at the matches column just there, you'll see that teams like Fnatic and Wildcard have played twice as many matches as Anixion, and Anixion is currently tied for points with Wildcard despite playing half as many matches, which means that they have the potential to get half as many points as Wildcard, and it's a really strong sign for teams like Anixion. TBD's also only played 4 matches so far, so it's a very exciting time to be rooting for an underdog here in ANZ.
Well, I mean, Australians have always rooted for the underdog, right? Every time we get a chance to go for that lesser team, we're going to be there.
If you've been watching the tennis recently, I know a lot of people have been big fans of Kyrgios as well, a bit of an underdog.
Yeah. Look, to be honest, it doesn't really take much for us to get hyped around an underdog. Literally, it can be like the difference between 51% and 49%.
Yeah, and I guess one of the things to mention about, we've been talking about those big expected teams. Wildcard and Fnatic have both qualified for the 6 Invitational. They're going to be heading there. In fact, I'm pretty sure that both of them are departing for their boot camps. In fact, Fnatic are already in London boot camping. Wildcard also have a boot camp overseas, and so they're not going to be playing in their matches this week. Because that's why they've played more matches already, which means we get to spotlight some of these lesser-known teams who have performed incredibly well so far.
Yeah, so let's have a very quick look at the schedule before we start diving into any specifics. We've got Anixion and Fury. They're up first. Now, James, I know you like to kind of explain how the format runs, as some people may not be aware of how ANZ rolls.
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people watching Europe, North America, Latin America might be familiar with every single team in the league playing 1 best-of-1 per Playday. Now, in APAC, we play 2 best-of-1s per Playday, and we only have half of the teams competing. So as you see, just the 4 teams, they'll play 2 back-to-back best-of-1s against the same team, Anixion Fury, TBD Kanga, and then TBD Kanga again. Gives a little bit of an opportunity for some of these teams to run with the ball and get a potential comeback onto map 2, which is always an exciting story to look out for.
I always enjoy the fact that we do get 2 best-of-1s, because we've seen it before, the upset on the second map or the first map, and it flips right around. But let's have a look at Anixion, the first team that we're going to get to do a quick deep dive in now. When Raven was here, I just like to poke and prod him a little bit, but it's not as enjoyable. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Raven used to be the ex-coach on this team.
Yeah.
Do you want to run us through very quickly what we're looking at?
Yeah, well, these guys have been a staple of the ANZ scene for such a long time now, once known as the Fnatic Killers, because they were that team that always took the fight to the top dogs like Fnatic. And last season, they actually almost made it to the APAC finals. They almost clinched one of those 2 land spots. Wildcard almost didn't make it. Unfortunately, Anixion lost their game on the final week to Fury, which unfortunately meant their demise. So with them playing it again tonight, I don't know.
It's a spicy one, James. It's a spicy one. Let's have a look at who they're up against. That's going to be Fury, the team that we were just starting to mention there. We were just tickling with the fact that Fury were the gatekeepers for Anixion in last season, and now they are up against each other once more. However, both of these teams, look, I don't want to say they've got a fair shot at making the top 2, but both of these teams are in the running right now.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking to Fury last week, it was Golden who was in one of those post-match interviews. He said that their goal for this season is making it to top 4 ANZ rather than the bottom 4 where they've been residing for the past few seasons, only barely escaping relegation. And now, while top 4 seems realistic for Fury, I don't think top 2 is even out of the question because these guys have been on a serious rise recently. And if they can replicate the performance from last season against Anixion here tonight, we could see a huge upset.
To be honest, I'm expecting Fury to walk away with this. I just like
Really?
I always like to just, quick little bold statement to come out of the gates. I think that Fury have shown a lot of good promise in these first couple of weeks that we've had so far in Pro League. You look at the matchups against Wildcard and Fnatic, both of those running the full distance. I'm pretty sure they got 4 points, was it? I think it was 4 points, yeah. They won against Wildcard and they drew. So it's just been this crazy start to the season. I mean, I don't like to start saying, oh, but, Wildcard are saving strats, because I feel like that's just something that's said way too much. However, the fact that Fury have been able to capitalize and take it to a team like Fnatic just gets me so excited.
Yeah, definitely. I think Fury are a team to watch this season. They seem to have hit their stride. They're back. They had a couple roster changes between the breaks of seasons, and I think that has helped them a little bit. They are standing out, and they're not slipping down the standings like we've seen from some other teams in the region. Anixion, on the other hand, has been a favorite for those top spots for a number of seasons, and I think people are wondering when will they finally actually make it. Now, they made 2 significant roster changes this season, bringing in the just-turned 18 gunners of Digital and Geo. Geo got a 1 versus 5 clutch in the first round of ANZ Pro League.
That was nasty.
That was
so nasty.
But Digital's actually on a holiday in Japan at the moment, so he's not playing tonight. They got their coach subbing in, so Cynics is going to have to show us what he's got here on Anixion. He was a former Pro League player, but it has been a little while since he's been inside the server.
Yep.
And I don't know whether that'll affect Anixion's performance.
Been a hot minute.
It has.
Say. A hot minute since he's been in the server. But let's have a look where we're headed inside the server. That is the map Vetoes. Let's bring them up and decide where thy battleground will take us. Clubhouse Villa gone. Border... I said Coastline then. That is definitely Consulate and then Coastline Cafe. Leaving Bank in the mix. Now, if you have a quick look in both of these teams' history in the past, well, just these Pro League season, neither team have played Bank. I don't know, man. Am I reading too much into that? Is it something that's just going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works?
I mean, at the very least, that gets me excited.
Yeah.
Because it makes you think, well, but neither of these teams have a lot of information to go off of their opponent, which means it's going to be a lot of adapting on the fly rather than coming in saying, look, we know how these guys do their attacks. We know what these guys like to set up for their defenses. It's going to be a lot more of adapting on the fly in terms of a Bank. Looking further back for Anixion here, I've got 6 plays and a 50% win rate on that map. So, bit of left, bit of right on their camp. And for Fury, similar kind of aspect, not a ton of plays from what I've seen. And I guess some decent performances, but last season, actually, it was Bank that Anixion beat Fury on and the final Playday. Mind you, that was way back in September, so it has been a red hot minute since then, but neither of these teams have their full rosters from that.
Yep.
Don't know how much we can read into that. And I think this is really going to be a question of what happens when we actually turn up in the server and these teams have to start adapting to each other's playstyle.
Quick question.
Yep.
Anixion and Fury, who you got? First map.
Anixion's got to be Anixion.
Anixion. Well, let's have a look what the community think. We've got our expert here saying Anixion. Wow. I want to go ahead and say that's the closest draw I've seen.
Yeah, I think so. In fact, the draw figure is particularly high in that. It's not just even between the two sides, but the draw figure is really, really high. And I know a lot of viewers don't really like to vote for the draw because it's a little bit sitting on the fence. People want to take a stab in the dark.
Yes, I do.
And Anixion are, I think it's safe to say, the clear favorites in this match. That doesn't mean that Fury can't make an upset. But if Fury win, that is an upset, and that is significant. If Anixion win, it's well done, Anixion. You're keeping your story going. If Fury win, that's a huge deal.
That is for sure. Map number 1. We're going to head to Bank. Anixion and Fury. both headed toward the top of the ANZ Pro League ladder. Quite a big deal for both of these teams. I'm going to start with the band phase, but I must admit, I just like Fury in this. But you know what?
Yeah,
I have
like
a theory, Dev. I have a theory as to why the community poll is so close. Because people think that it's the Fnatic logo.
I do love that new Fnatic logo. I will give you that. The new Fury logo, new Fnatic logo, there are similarities. I like them both. Another reason could be that Onyxian recently changed their name. They went Orgless. Used to be called Oddity Esports. A lot of people might have gotten behind that banner, but with this old name of Onyxian, maybe less. So let's have a look at these bans. Now, that's some significant hard breach and hard breach denial counter bans. My goodness, that's a mouthful. So Hibana is great for opening hatches on this map and also for opening holes upstairs, particularly at the if you're defending CEOs or an area of the map typically called Kanto. You can open up with Hibana, but not other hard breaches. Thatch is also great for clearing out information denial like Mutant Mozzie, but also hatch denial like a Kaid. And we don't have a Kaid ban, so I expect we'll see a lot of Kaid played. Probably a lot of information denial operators played, like the Mutant and the Mozzie as well.
It was interesting. The last play day I got a chance to cast with Raven, we saw Kaid left on Bank, and out of all the rounds that were played, only once was he picked and utilized on that bottom floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very intriguing. I mean, like, straight off the bat, you've got Kaid coming through.
Yeah, the thing with Kaid on this map with Thatcher and Hibana banned is that you can still use that Maverick, as we can see from Cynics, and it can be quite difficult to do. It uses a lot of fuel, but you can open those hatches using the Maverick's blowtorch, and Kaid doesn't prevent that from happening.
Oh, I love this. Is this a bit of bait and switch?
It might be. So Warden spotted at the Maverick, maybe, yeah, okay, he's going to get rid of that Kaid and switch over to the Vigil, so a little bit more information denial paired with the Mozzie, it should help a little bit. I like the idea here.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
we are going downstairs, but yeah, unfortunately, it looks like we
Rip Red. Rip Red.
We get some F's in the chat for poor Red.
That's all right.
This is something that I noticed the first time I casted a Nixian. Since they left the Oddity Esports roster, they all changed their names, they got rid of the Oddity tags, and they did the worst thing they could possibly do to casters, and they put some prefixes before their names. You're meant to put the team prefixes after their names, but now it's like Gozo Red or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now when we're watching the game and you're trying to read the little letters at the top to see who it is, it doesn't say Red, it says Go.
Heartbreaking.
I honestly, friendship ended with Onyxian. Fury is my new best friend.
I mean, look, I'm not going to say anything there, but we could see the full name. We need to see the full name sometimes. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm putting it out there. Full name would be helpful to casters.
Just work with us, Onyxian. So
I mean, that's all right. Like we're just going to get absolutely shafted there, but that's fine.
Yeah, it happens.
It'll be fine.
So we haven't really got a lot to go off so far. It was Hibana, Thatcher banned on the attacking side, Mira and Maestro banned on the defensive side, and it looked like it was going to be the bottom four picked first up, which is fairly standard. Mozzie and Vigil. Now, typically when we have rehosts like this, teams have to pick the same operators.
Yep.
So we can expect the same kind of strategy from them. So maybe we can start to speculate a little bit into how it's going to look like.
Yep.
With a Vigil and a Mozzie, it's a heavy information denial strategy. So I'm expecting a lot of maybe potential attempting flanks up the main stairs.
Yep.
And probably a lot of potentially even roaming. Like we could see some hard roaming from Fury as well. Maybe Mozzie pests around open area or the top floor to prevent people droning that. And with, I think it was Warden playing the Vigil as well, that'll really deny some drones and potentially slow down a Nixon. It's going to come down to how well they can roam clear and how time efficient they can be on that.
I just, from a standpoint, just to begin with, I enjoy the Kaid, just the showing of the face, merely because, I mean, most times when you see the Kaid picked in that first initial phase, you can probably assume it's going to be down in the basement. So I do like the fact that they've gone straight into Tellers there, and they have obviously shown face with Kaid, and then
sorry, was it Tellers bomb site?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, so they've obviously faked just given a little little shimmy.
Yeah, so the Kaid makes it look like it's bottom, but they're playing Tellers. Sorry, I missed that. No, that is even more reason to pick the Mozzie and the Vigil then, because Tellers is a very roam heavy bomb site.
Yep.
Typically, you'll open up some of the walls of Tellers so that you play for a retake kind of strategy. You play around the hallways of the map, like those main stairs, instead of actually in the bomb site itself, because the bomb site itself is really exposed. As soon as the attackers get top floor, they're going to open up that floor, rain hell down from above. So I think this Mozzie and Vigil combination, that double information denial, could certainly help with the roam game that Fury is going to try and accomplish.
Look, straight off the bat, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's a good start. And I'm
We're happy.
Lie, I'm
You can
really,
pack up, go
I'm
home.
also really happy that the rehost happened without anything really happening.
Yes.
So it's going to be a lot less time than what it would have been originally.
Yes.
Because that would have been.
Otherwise, we'd have to watch half the round and then... But no. Red at least, you know, he got it out of the way nice and quick, didn't he?
He gave us some time. He gave us some time to work with. Just take a bit of a breather and regroup ourselves.
I know something that we can chat about. This is something we haven't chatted much about yet, but we've got the new patch just released, deployed last night, our time.
Don't
So
do this to me.
I know. Okay, look, I'm going to get...
People at home don't know. I don't have internet at the moment.
He doesn't. He can't even play the game right now. It's actually tragic.
It's really sad.
Okay.
You're like, the second I heard patch, I was like, and it's all downhill from me from here. This is the worst possible thing you could have done. Come on, hit us with the hot fire.
All right. Wait. Okay, I got to get the patch notes up. Latest news. Oh, by the way, one of the things that's come out in this patch is the Vulkan API deployment.
Yep.
So it's really nerdy, so I won't bore you with the details. But basically, there's a new way that you can, there's a new API available that you can use to render the game, which may get you better performance. So that's awesome. Read the patch notes for more on Vulkan. There's also a great video from Ubisoft Montreal that kind of explains what Vulkan is, what it does, and how it can help. I was talking to some other people, said that they've gotten, like, in some cases, even 100% increase in frames, which is huge.
Well, who were we talking to before? Just before it all started? I think it was it?
Jack Dad.
Jack Daddy, yeah. And his frames have incredibly increased, and I was kind of sitting there like, what is going on here? What have I missed? What have I missed in the short time?
So it's a lot of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, higgly biggly tech stuff that I don't understand.
Timey wimey.
Yeah.
Higgly biggly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, long and short of it is potentially better frames. Awesome.
Baller.
But there have been some balancing changes too, and one of them pertains to the Echo, which is one of the operators which was not banned. Echo sees so much banning in competitive play and in ranked as well.
Yep.
And he's an operator left in here. We've got the Maestro and the Mirror out instead. So we're probably going to see the effects of that nerf potentially even come into play here. And the main nerf that we've seen with the Echo is that the Dokkaebi calls typically would affect every player with a phone, and Echo is classified not to have a phone because he did everything off of his wrist device.
Yep.
And so he wouldn't get called from Dokkaebi, he wouldn't get forced off his yokai drone, and he also, his drones couldn't be hacked by Dokkaebi. So if Dokkaebi hacked all the cameras, she wouldn't be able to see through those Echo drones. And now she can. Now when Dokkaebi calls that, it's going to kick Echo off of his drone, so he can't deny the plant until he hangs up his phone. And it also means that if Dokkaebi kills, or if a roamer gets killed, or someone in Dokkaebi hacks those cams, she's going to be able to use those Echo, well, not use the Echo drones, but she's going to see through them. So that can help you locate those Echo drones. So another counter available for Echo, who's an operator that can be very difficult to counter.
Yes.
IQ and Thatcher are not always enough. So we may see some Dokkaebi played. If the Echo starts to become a hassle for these teams, we might see Dokkaebi brought into the mix as well. She can be used to clear aggressive roams as well with her roam clearing information gathering utility. So a lot of potential there with some of these changes, and this is really our first opportunity to see it in competitive play.
Do you, I mean, this is, you are the God tier analyst for all of us.
I'm only plat 1, by the way. Don't give me too much credit.
Do you think that this could see a decrease in banning of Echo?
Yeah, maybe. We were already seeing a decrease in banning of Echo in general because I think people had started to realize how powerful Maestro in particular was.
Yep.
And banning not only Maestro, but also some other really specific operators that are coming into the meta. A lot of information denial, like the Mozzie we've seen banned a couple times, not saying it's prevalent yet.
Yep.
But yes, I absolutely think Echo bans are on the decline, and we may see that continue to trend with this nerf. I don't really want to harp on too much about some of the other changes that have come through because I don't think they're going to be as... oh, no, there is one. A big one. Maestro's lost his ACOG on the older. So, I know. You missed the patch notes, but man...
I was sweating it.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Maestro's banned in this map, so we're not really going to get to see that this time, but that is a huge deal. And I know a lot of people are saying, well, Maestro's gun's really good without the ACOG, so it's not going to affect him. Yes, Maestro's gun is really good without the ACOG, but it's still going to affect him because the ACOG isn't just about raw power, it's about playstyle.
Yep.
Because you can still sprint in and kill 3 people in close proximity and pre-fire an angle for 10 seconds with the older because you've still got tons of bullets. What you can't do is sit in garage with a one-time sight, look through 2 angles through the floor and hold a pixel angle against someone with an ACOG L85 or 556 on the other end. You're just going to lose that fight 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
So it will change some angles and some ways that Maestros play, and it probably will force them to play more passively until potentially close quarters engagements are viable for him. So unfortunately he's banned this map, but I know a lot of these pro players have been practicing with Hollow Sight Maestro or like a one-time Sight Maestro for a couple weeks since the deployment was announced on the test servers. So I think they'll be ready for it, but it may shake up some strategies if we see him unbanned on one of the other maps tonight.
If.
Big if.
Maybe. Look, to be honest, at this point in time, from my point of view, like, I don't know, there are Rainbow Six is one of those games that has the ultimate pleasure of having updates quite often, and I think that this is one thing that, like, you know, separates it from most others, is the fact that it's constantly evolving, right? So a meta doesn't stay in the system for longer than maybe a couple of months.
And that's the funny thing. In the past, we've talked so much about metas that revolve around really specific operators, like when we had the Glaz meta or the Ying meta or the Lion meta. But now, because we have operator bans and because a lot of those really powerful operators, utility-heavy operators, have been nerfed, we've seen, in some ways, the meta move in a really different direction to be less centric about specific operators and more about having flexible compositions. And then really recently, we've seen the defense information denial meta really come through. Everyone overseas loves saying the mute Mozzie combo, all about playing multiple information denial operators and really hammering that home, preventing the attackers from getting an easy job of taking ground. And it has become super prevalent. We've even seen Vigil and Mozzie in this first round come out. So information denial is starting to come into that meta. And it's like you're saying, the game changes so much, even when there are no actual game changes that come and get deployed. And then when we have a patch like this, and it's not huge by any means, but we've seen some significant changes with Maestro losing ACOG, etc. That does just escalate that effect of making the game change the way you have to play. It's one of the skills of playing Rainbow Six, isn't just being good at what you have to do right now, but being adaptable, not just in one round or in one map to adapt to your enemy's playstyle, but adapting to the game as it changes, because it changes so frequently.
Well, that's the thing, over months, right? Like, it is about, like, who can adapt the quickest. I think there was a tweet I saw literally, I want to say like less than 24 hours ago, and I can't remember who it was from, but saying that, you know, like, Rainbow Six really is a game exactly like that. You can't base your merit on your aim or how well you know the operators or the maps. It is everything that kind of joins together. It's being on top of the patches before they kind of get released. It's being able to adapt quicker to them once they're released, seeing how things change and what, like, how you now play Maestro, which, look, that might not change significantly, but it is still going to change. And for some players, it could throw them off a lot more than others. And I think that, you know, just like circling back to that point of I want to say the complete Rainbow Six player, right? There are very good Rainbow Six players, but the complete player is able to soak in everything from maps to operators to play styles to tactics. You know, like, there is just so much that comes with this. And I think, you know, when we get chances like this to actually digest how much knowledge and how much information comes with this game, it's pretty overwhelming, I must admit.
Certainly. Now, sorry, Rob, do we actually have a game?
What?
We have a game.
Wait, this isn't the podcast?
Welcome to the Mannequin Dev podcast, guys. Hope you have enjoyed your... Can we get some theme music? No, okay. All right, I like that. I'll take that. You can play the lead guitar. So we're going to see the ban phase again. It's very likely that this will be exactly the same. In fact, it is incredibly likely that the admins will have enforced that they must select the same operators for their bans. So Anixian's going to get rid of the Hibana and the Mirror. We've already talked about this a little bit. It's likely that the bomb site is going to be locked, and so will the operators. Now, unfortunately for Fury, who were defending, we talked about how that Cade pick was potentially used to pretend it was a CCTV bomb side defense, but it was actually a Tellers. Well, Anixian, now they can actually just watch the Twitch stream because it's been more than 3 minutes since that.
James, that's so toxic. So that is so toxic.
They can just watch the stream back and see that Fury were actually going to select Tellers. So I I think that Fury did lose the element of surprise there.
Yes.
Unfortunately for them. And Nixian will likely have had enough time to talk about how we want to do this Teller's take.
Yeah.
And we'll see. Is Warden going to change over to that? Yeah, so everything's exactly the same.
Okay,
Isn't it?
Did they bring a thermite? I don't think they did. I thought Red went back onto the Capital.
Yeah.
Was I not looking at that correctly?
I can't remember. Don't quiz me on that one. I was too busy talking about patch notes.
Devin, his many notes. Man,
Oh,
you do not want to see inside this guy's Google Sheets. It is ridiculous.
I actually pay for the premium version of Google Sheets where
No.
you get like more gigabytes, and I'm almost run out.
Well, that kind of sums it up pretty nicely then, doesn't it? That is...
Well, the Road to 6 Invitational has started. We were talking about this before. We were talking about this before stream went live.
Yep.
I can't believe SI is only just over a week away. That is bananas.
It comes around so quick, man. That is just like...
It is ridiculous.
We were like, oh yeah, what? Like you've got 2 weeks until you're going to be on the plane, and we're like, oh wait, hang on a second. It's literally coming to the end of January already.
Yeah, and what's great is, people can get involved in the 6 Invitational, even if you can't make it to Montreal for the event. The 6 Invitational is a celebration for everyone that plays Rainbow Six, and playing the Road to 6 Invitational event, which is available from Thursdays to Mondays. You can not only unlock some free stuff, but you can purchase the Battle Pass as well, and 30% of the revenue from that will go to the 6 Invitational prize pool.
That is nuts.
Awesome.
Out of everything, that is... Oh, hello, goodbye!
Come on, dude.
I looked away for half a second, and all of a sudden, Warden's crosshair... Filthy. Nicely done. Warden will back away as well.
So Nixian, I think they're going to realize how aggressive Fury are playing and just have to be a little bit more vigilant, drone out absolutely everything. Now, of course, it's difficult to drone out absolutely everything when the enemy is playing a Mozzie and a Vigil, but that's the point! And Fury know that. So now we do see Nixian take a step back, start droning, they got to wake up. This game took a little bit to get started, and now so are the Nixian.
Obviously, one thing that's somewhat a... nice sign is, oh, wait, no, that is no longer a nice sign. I was going to say the man advantage, but that has quickly turned on its head.
Well, that's the thing with aggression. As soon as the attackers start reading into that defender aggression, they can play in positions where they're going to suppress that. And God Legion playing such a favorable engagement, watching that flank up the main stairs. Will punish Warden nice and quick, so excellent job for Nixian. And now they got that top floor control, start opening up the floor. Got pressure from various other horizontal angles as well. Droned out the Mozzie. Droned out lots of players. Surely Shade's going to get spotted.
Oh. Okay, fair enough. Couple of shots through the wall.
Yeah, they must have seen him on a drone and didn't want to ping him to reveal the drone's position, so they just sprayed it.
There you go.
Get him to head downstairs.
Smack bang on the money. Actually, Nixian have made pretty good time right now, Dev. There's a minute left on the clock and they're already starting to approach the bomb site. There's another contact being made.
Yeah.
Rock will fall. This has gone pretty horribly for Fury, all things considered.
They have to rely on some strong gunfights on the bomb site, but as Nixian get this information, it's going to be favored against them. That's Sushi going down to Vast above. Verticality so important on this site. Now Golden in a position to retake. Shade in the hallway, but he's taken out. Diffuser successfully plants it. A 1 versus 4. Tall order for Golden here.
He's got a lot of progression to make, and he's not going to make it past the first hurdle or the hole in the wall. Nixian will take the first round of our match, which feels like it's been forever since it started. But
Yeah.
very nice recovery from Nixian, all things considered.
Very, very nice, because they did lose that first player, right? Warden was playing hyper-aggressive in stock. Some people might say, what a silly position Warden was playing. Well, it worked, because Nixian weren't playing counter-aggression well enough. But you know what happened? As soon as they lost one player to counter-aggression, they just switched everything into counter-aggression. God Legion was watching the flank. How many people died on flanks in that round? We had Warden die right at the end. Shade died trying to execute a flank.
Yep.
And Nixian started to read into the way that Fury were playing and countered it perfectly. Excellent job.
Mozzie for a Mozzie and an IQ for a Sledge.
Okay. So,
Attackers need to
heading
locate
to the
and
CEO
defuse
bomb
as
site.
many
Fury
bombs
aren't
as
going
they
to
can.
retry the same thing twice, and they're not going to go downstairs either, which is, to many teams, the most favored bomb site.
Yeah.
Going to the top floor, and Ixion not bringing that IQ is an interesting decision because we've got a lot of utility from Fury that can be utilized. In particular, the Valkyrie and the Mozzie, which are both very powerful, unless you have that IQ to counter it. Another operator I'd like to talk about, just briefly, is Golden here playing the Ella. Now, I didn't mention this on the patch notes, but you know, Ella used to be quite a beast when she was released way back in Blood Orchid in Year 2, and she was nerfed significantly since then, and you know, people call her Nerferella. But she's had some significant buffs in this patch, mainly just to her recoil, so she may not be that uber fragger she used to be, but we'll see if Golden can tap some heads with that much more like a laser beam Scorpion.
A bomb has been located.
See how much of a full effect it'll take now. Ixion are going to slowly approach the building, and I would dare say with much more caution than what they did in the previous round. Oh, well, okay, nicely timed. And they get a little bit of extra information on what is yet another roam on Warden's behalf.
Information, we did see that Valcam on the roof. Wonder how long that's going to stay alive. Shade's going to get an idea of where Red's playing. Oh, is he going to go for a C4? Is that the strategy here? Or is he just going to hold this angle? Oh no, Shade loses that camera. Cautious of the angle now. He's going to pre-fire the flank watch downstairs, but the player isn't quite there. Red's going to drone this from a very safe position. You can see Nixian still enacting that counter-aggression playstyle.
Very cautious of the drone economy as well.
The attacker's bomb diffuser
Especially with
has been
how Fury have started off playing this first map. Very happy to be roaming and letting those players go individually one by one. Burning out the ADS. Cynics now to make the way up main stairs. However, just holds off for a moment. I think Nixian are pretty comfortably set right now. Minute 30, they've got a fair bit of information on the back of these drones, so they now know that the hallway is somewhat clear. They'll progress accordingly.
Aggressive push-up Banana. Last to pull the Goomine out of his foot, and no pressure from the hallway seems to be cleared out. Vast making his way forward. These Fury players will begin to be exposed, but they're playing the patient game. They're just going to hold their positions, see if they can take out a Nixian. Force a Nixian to make the first move, and Sushi finds the opening kill. The God Legion for a good kill onto Rock as well, and blood is just painted on the walls here as the Nixians start to execute. Warden on a flank, he gets the injure, and the Legion Mine finishes him off. It's now a 2 versus 1. Golden with this newly buffed Ella Scorpion to hold.
Shade being picked up as well. Now turns to that 2 versus 3. They've got a fair bit of information on the back of this as well. That's going to be a couple of clean shots coming through from Golden, but they're not. So they'll be able to play with their life for a little bit longer. Pinging like absolute crazy right now. God Legion will be able to stick this plan as well. I don't know whether they're going to be able to deny this. They're going to try to hold from that flank on the backside. Vast will manage to take down Golden. There's no response from Shade yet. And Anixian successfully take that round with 3 players left alive. This has been a dominant start from the attacking side.
We have seen flashes of greatness from Fury, but nothing enough to stick around. Anixian found too many strong entries on that round. God Legion certainly holding up his end of the bargain here for Anixian. It's a good start for the team, which I said that Anixian should be favored in this match. I said that they should have the upper hand over Fury. Now, you were more in the Fury camp, and so was the community vote. We know Fury are a team who have been pulling out unexpected wins recently. In fact, in the 6 Invitational qualifiers, they went very, very far, took a win over TBD. Anixian, unfortunately, had to forfeit that event due to not having players available.
You definitely don't like to hear that.
Attackers need to locate and
Out of
defuse
everything that can
bombs.
happen. Well, Anixian, rather Fury, under the method of 1 and go regardless. They're not happy to stick around on any of these sites that they've pre-attempted. We now head to the basement. I'm saying this is a little bit more comfortable. For most of the teams that we know, generally we'll see them start there and rotate back through if need be. And Fury have opted for the other route.
Camera in position.
First, second, basement is how they've gone.
Camera feed is running.
Now having a look at that operator lineup, we do get to see the Echo.
Yeah, the first time we're seeing this newly nerfed Echo out, but it's not going to make a difference because there's no Dokkan play. So it's only a really specific nerf for that specific interaction. And, oh, let's see. Okay. That's a nice angle you've got there.
So that's obviously swapped out for the Maestro.
Yeah, so...
R.I.P.
Yeah, poor Maestro. But look, speaking of this garage area where the Echo is playing, God Legion's going to peek this very early on. Does Rock have information? God Legion gets out of dodge. Lots of information in garage to prevent that push in. Really good time management here from Onyxian getting into the building nice and fast. No doubt they prepared all of their flank watch drones so that they counted how many people from Fury went up and down so they could very swiftly clear different areas of the map.
Thing that's obviously been quite clear, just touching on that, Dev, is the patience that they've shown. Very much paid off for them so far. Us now making some renovations of his own. Opting for early rotates if need be. Can be a bit of a tricky situation. You lose that thermite down there and things change pretty quickly. T Sushi just trying to get that early intel, and that he is getting well and truly.
Never undervalue how much that early round information can help your teammates as well. Get an idea of when to fall back, and that's exactly what we see from Fury. Full retreat from server. Gordon just preparing himself for the inevitable C4 throw. Will have to enact to deny that plant, and Thermite charge opens up that bomb site hatch on A. Good setup so far from Onyxian. This is pretty stable siege we're watching. It's all about that execute. And Fury have decided instead of contesting early, they want to keep their 5 alive for the execute.
For sure, sometimes we see the opt for another sense. Cynics, though, not wasting the thermite charge on this wall. Happily using the breaching torch to go ahead and blow a hole open. They still need to be careful that long line being held from Rock. Red now can start to waste a bit of time. Golden's fallen down in the meantime now. The bells are starting to ring a little bit more, sorry, for Onyxian. Diffuser will be stuck, but of course, just buying enough time here.
Great bait of that C4 from Red. Oh, and the Yekai is going to get countered from Geo from above. Excellent work from Onyxian so far. They're countering everything Fury has to throw at them, but still not forcing that plant down. And there you go. There's the long shot all the way in from Garage. Rock takes off the head of the planter, and Onyxian will have to follow that up with a substitute player, and it looks like they're going to rush into the bomb site as well. Oh, narrowly missing the head, but that is the diffuser faked as well. Onyxian will have to rely on kills here, but they're dropping like flies as Fury hold fast. It's all up to Just Vast, and he gets taken out. Excellent work from Fury to hold on just in the nick of time.
Very, very nicely done toward the end then. A lot more success being shown. Onyxian looked a little bit lost there toward those later parts. Needed to bait out that utility, and it just seemed like there wasn't enough time left on that clock to do so, James.
I think it was because there was just so many options that Fury had for that plant denial. Yep. The C4 got baited out. Great job, Onyxian. The Yokai drones got denied from the IQ. Great job, Onyxian. The angle from Echo in Garage, that managed to cop one of your players. And then after that, Smoke Babes. I mean, we didn't get a good look in, but I think it's safe to assume Smoke Babes were denying that force of the plant down because the smoke was still up, and we'd used the C4s, we tried to use the Yokai drones, the smoke was still there, and that just denies any kind of push in. Not just a passive plant push, but also an aggressive file in through the server door. You can't do that when you're running through smoke. You're just going to take too much damage and lose your eyesight. So excellent job from Fury. I really liked the order that they chose to use for that utility, and Onyxian will have to tighten up their attack when they re-attempt it later on in this game. But of course, Fury now locked out of that bottom floor bomb set, now retry top floor.
Hopefully with a lot more success. This was the round where everything fell apart. Don't really think anything went Fury's way technically. Onyxian were all over that bomb site with 3 players left alive and just completely locked out the retake. Whether we'll see something that's even remotely similar. I mean, Warden could have come through with a huge play on that round in particular. Had the Legion mine set up around Banana also coming in on the flank, things could have completely changed had he been able to hit those initial shots, and been able to focus his attention elsewhere.
Oh, no.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, and we know how important drones are to Anixion. They're a team that plays very heavily based off information. Drone this, clear this, find this cheeky kill because you have that information. Not losing that drone can make a big deal. What are we seeing God Legion trying to do here? This utility. Trying to destroy something in garage. Entirely sure. For Fury, we saw in the first 2 rounds they tried to play really aggressive. That's what Fury are good at. They're really, really good at. But Anixion countered it perfectly by watching for those flanks and countering the aggressive play style. They won the first 2 rounds. Third round, Fury decided, okay, we're going to play full passive. But they were playing on a bomb site where you can play full passive, and it worked. Now on this top floor, when Fury tried to play it passive in the past, it hasn't worked out. Anixion just moved into the bomb site and found the opening kills. So for Fury, what's the move?
Surely it's a matter of keeping them at bay and just trying to waste that clock. You could definitely do it here with Anixion. I mean, their droning has been phenomenal so far, but if you can find a way to just keep them at bay, as you were saying, James, in the pre-game, you know, bring that drone denial, try and stop that intel from being gathered by Anixion. Right now, that's the perfect opportunity. Let's speak of the devil.
Yep. Like you said, information denial is the name of the game, and God Legion loses his drone to that Mozzie Pest. He's cautious of this player downstairs, though. I wonder if he has information based on a drone, or if he just heard the player walking around downstairs. If Sushi finds his kill into God Legion, oh no, he gets droned out. God Legion's likely to chase for this kill. Know how good he is on these gunfights. If Sushi can find this kill, that's very significant blow to Anixion's entry.
He's bought so much time already. Look at this. We're now coming into the minute mark, and they're still worried about Sushi. They have to deal with him. Those red stairs are going to be vital at this point with 2 players in lobby. There won't be any pressure around Banana. And you can see he's just 45 seconds. He's still buying this time. Anixion, they can't really go for this either. 1 by 1, they'd have to file through to take this kill. Vast now starting to take a little bit more control up on Banana.
And we're not seeing a lot of activity on the bomb site. Anixion have stalled out, and Sushi not going for that peek was the right decision. Now we can see Fury attempt to get aggressive again, and it nets them a trade, but Anixion a game, they can play that as well. Sushi does go for a rotate upstairs, so at least he's near to help his teammates, but Fury are in the unfavored position for numbers, and Anixion have to make the move. 1 player down. Oh no, a team kill! It's all up to Sinix and Geo, but what? They find the rest of the kills? I certainly not expected that to happen.
Yeah, Geo just absolutely popped off. Just went mental. 2 kills just so quickly. Bah. You blink and you miss it. I don't know why I went blah blah. I feel like
Blah blah.
Skitty blah.
Skitty blah. Skitty blah 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 blah.
Well, I'm glad we did that.
Yeah, me
it's
too.
a real bonding experience for us. Anixion.
We can learn the dance later.
Surely. We're going to dance to that. That just sounded like chaos.
Yeah. So, Anixion. No, I was a bit worried there for a minute. Like I'm not gonna lie. They identified Sushi downstairs, which was good, and then God Legion was cautious for that flank, which was good. But you could tell, Anixion they had the same mentality as what you were describing. They wanted to deal with him and then move on.
Yeah.
And Sushi knew that. So instead of trying to peek and make a play, because the roamer is unfavored in that situation. If the attackers want to kill him, they're going to send a drone in at the same time as 1 or 2 players, and the defender's going to lose. So in that position as a defender, you're thinking, maybe I should peek, go for something unexpected and aggressive, because I'm going to die if I just stay here and wait for them to take the fight to me. But the problem with that mentality is if the attackers don't want to waste utility, they don't want to waste their drones, they don't want to put in 2 players and have risk that one of them is going to die and they're only going to get a refrag, then Anixion is just going to wait for that flank. And Sushi, by not playing aggressive, he didn't play into Anixion's hands. It actually worked out well for Fury. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough because Anixion managed to just steal away an entry onto the bomb site.
Yeah, it was kind of a huge oversight on their point, actually. I can't remember who it was. One of
The Valkyrie shade got aggressive, is that what you're talking about?
It was a very quick trade, and someone ran straight into the janitor, just untested with the line directly through toward the long desk. So
Fury decided to get really aggressive there is what you're talking about. They put 2 players, got really aggressive on that banana take. They managed to trade out 1 player, and then there was a trade from the attacker who'd come in through janitors, and no one from Fury was watching that.
No.
Part of their team decided, let's play hyper passive and force Anixion to make the first move, and part of them said, I need to make a play, I'm going to move here, and that gave Anixion the opportunity.
Bit of a broken decision. Can be quite tough. I mean, you could only imagine how mad the comms would be. Shady with a nice little pre-draw. Oh, the drone spotted him.
No
Here
way!
comes.
No!
That was way too
Tragedy.
ambitious. Way too ambitious.
But it's a classic Shade moment there. As in, not as in like fluffing that up. I mean, as in trying to go for an aggressive play. I'm not being harsh here.
Jeez, man.
Shade is such a good playmaker. And we could see even last round, he was the first person to get aggressive from Fury. Didn't work out. And he tried to do the same thing again, or similar mentality again. But this is the Tellers and Archives defense, and Fury do have a lot of presence on the top floor. Rock says hello, and takes out that camera. Or rather, God Legion says hello and takes out Rock's camera. And once again, it's a lobby-centric attack from Anixion. They do this repeatedly. Stacking up so many players, Sushi holding in front desk. Players from Fury very close to each other so that they can refrag. But it might not be close enough. Nixon play this very slow game, and then they get God Legion to jump right in there. Pop some heads, he's so very good at it.
One thing you like to see from Fury is changing up. You see, bringing that mute has denied Anixion a fair bit of information on that top floor. And for the most part, they decide to go in here, they're going to have to go in blind. It looks like Sushi just trying to back himself into the corner right now. Needs to be careful of the initial engagement. I think the fan might have just saved the life of God Legion for a small minute there, Dev.
They actually are going to force out these roamers, but Sushi's holding such a good angle and he'll net 1 kill out of it.
Oh.
Surely there's a refrag here from the gridlock. It eventually comes through, and Fury just have 3 players left. And to collapse onto the top floor now. It's Fury losing sight of the bomb objective. Geo and Cynic's last 2 players standing for Anixion.
This line being held right through from stock. Geo now starting to make their way in. There's the extra bit of information that they're looking for. Now they know at least where 2 of those players are. They can actually push into the site and hold this. They can stick the plant, but they're going to have to watch each other's back at the very least. Cynics goes down, that makes it near impossible. It's all onto Geo. 1v3, never going to happen. Nicely done from Fury that time. They deny all other intel on that top floor and just burn through the clock of Anixion as they manage to capitalize.
Yeah, great stuff at the end there from Anixion. It did look a little bit worrisome. I believe that they they won a 3 versus 4, managed to claw it back, and I think part of that can be attributed to Sushi's cheeky little angle there, getting that entry kill, or that first kill onto God Legion. Did help make the difference there for Fury. I incorrectly said that it was a Tellus defense. It was obviously a top floor defense there.
James.
I know, I'm the worst.
Tut, tut, tut.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's very difficult to pin exactly, what worked there for Fury, and I think maybe part of it we could attribute to the extra bit of information that Fury had. Even at the end there, we could see that the Okai drones were spotting and concussing the players who were making entries, and it meant that Fury always had a slight upper hand when Anixion were making those entries, and that little bit of information coupled with the information denial of the mute was just enough to give Fury an advantage in those exchanges.
It just looked like they were on the same page that time. Like you were saying in the round previously, they were kind of locked in 2 minds. Some were hyper-aggressive, some were hyper-passive. This time, it seemed like a nice blend. They knew when they were going to go for those refrags. They understood that they were going to sacrifice that player trying to fight the lobby stairs and also, Banana. So I guess you're going to cut your losses at a certain point and just accept fate, if you will.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Rock's just playing some ultimate frisbee here. Security
Attackers must locate and defuse a
with
bomb.
his Yokai drones, but he gets them away safely. We saw how good Geo was in the previous attack for Anixion onto this CCTV bomb site at denying those Yokai drones. The story of this last time was that Anixion were great at baiting out the C4s, and they were great at denying the Yokai drones. What they weren't good at was dealing with the smoke babes from Fury, which delayed a lot of time, and also Rock on the long angle from Garage found 1 kill onto the planter with the MP5. If Anixion can identify what they need to do to deal with those 2 factors, they could certainly crack this bomb site.
Oh. 50 seconds gone in the round.
Oh, no.
It's like that. Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Cynics. It's been a while.
Maverick's hard, okay? Like, I play a lot of Maverick. He is hard. Yeah, he's like an artist, drawing destruction onto these hatches. And it's tough, all right? Oh, you can't put a price on it.
That you can't.
What?
Wow.
Okay, Red. I don't know where that was, but okay. He just made his way into server and found a peek all the way through. Was that?
He was sitting in server, I believe, just behind where Red is. If you look down there.
Yeah, it's cleared out the player. So that's an aggressive play for the Thermite. Lucky for him it works out. Perhaps he had a call from a fellow teammate's drone that Warden was exposed, but all power to him.
Like Warden had to have been going for a denial player and just slowing it down a little bit more there, but that is going to come back possibly to haunt them. Look at this, a minute 30. This is much better from Anixian. Last time it was 40 seconds by the time they had that wall open. See Cynics now just making a couple of murder holes, making it a little bit harder for Fury to deny that plant. And oh wow, at the second they look up, that's going to be the free kill for Cynics. Nicely played as well.
And that's the smoke player. The factor that Anixian couldn't deal with last time, they have dealt with. They have also shot the C4,
Jeez.
and they're likely to get this plant down. No worries, another C4 goes out. It'll kill the planter, but it's too late. Great shot there from Sushi with the UMP, but is it going to be enough to enable this retake? Fury, 3-on-3 to take back the bomb site.
And they're going to go quite hard and fast, actually. Fury, they've already collapsed across, but they've got to worry about not only the hatch, but also server. There's two players up there that can at least trade out, and they've got to make their choices now. As they push towards server stairs, they might be able to put a bit more pressure. That's huge. The hatch isn't open, so they should be able to hold the line, but Fast, he manages to find the kill early on. Rock, he now has to try and hold it as they go for the defuse. Rock needs to find the second, but it's not going to happen. And Anixian, that is a very nicely played basement attack.
Really great work from Anixian, and to the outer viewer, it might look like that round was almost exactly the same as the previous Anixian attack. So what went right this time that went wrong last time? Well, they made pretty good time, but what really mattered was this kill right here. Through the destruction, he sees the corner of Shade's head on the smoke, and that singular kill on top of Anixian's already very proficient denial of the yokai drones and the C4s enabled that plant to go down. And once the plant goes down, as long as you're not severely outnumbered, that bomb site is left, right, good night. It's over.
Couldn't agree more with you. Very nicely done from Cynics there. And, you know, it comes down even just to small changes. Instead of the Thermite holding onto that extra charge, or maybe it was denied, we don't actually know what happened in that first basement attack. But instead of, you know, holding onto that, they use that to open that wall that they're going to try and go in for the plant rather, while Cynics instead uses the murder hole, right? Yeah. Like, it's a very small change. Literally, that's just between swapping operators in different positions. And I mean, that, like you're saying, that kill onto smoke just completely dismantled what Fury were trying to do. And I mean, when you shoot the C4 out of the sky, what more do you want at that point?
Oh yeah. And so some of that is Anixian being pre-prepared. Coming into this map, they are clearly very good. And it's the whole team. It's Red as the bomb planter and all the players covering him. They're really good at not dying to those C4s, or at least getting the bomb down before they die to those C4s. Anixian came into this game, they were already good at that, but they weren't good at dealing with the time and area denial that came from that smoke. And the fact that they got that pick, the fact that Shade once again got just slightly over too aggressive, that made the difference there. Really essential for Anixian. And now they'll flip onto their defensive side. 4-2 is pretty good. And they're in a good position heading into the second half to, at the very least, get the 6 points needed for a draw, but in all likelihood, win this map outright.
Now the Kaid in play for the defense side for the first time, I want to say.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it previously from Fury.
Yeah, so obviously Fury not capitalizing on the back of that Thatcher ban obviously burns a lot more time on the hatches. They almost got lucky with the fact that server hatch wasn't open. Might have been a little bit more of a challenge towards server stairs, but too little too late. It's all over Red Rover.
Speaking of server stairs, this is something we didn't see at all from Fury. They didn't do that hard server stairs hold, and now this is really nice from Anixian. I love it. They've decided, let's actually take off all of our ADSs from server stairs and just hard stack 2 ADSs on the server rack itself. Godleech has still got one in the pocket. Where is he going to chuck it? Is he going to chuck it for this wrist side take? He is. Just in case Fury try to go for a lobby take. In fact, this might be because Anixian have some kind of information that Shade is already opening this lobby hatch. Really nice rotation mid-round from Anixian to stack their utility where they think it's going to be most effective.
I'd really love if this is a read that Fury have had, rather than Anixian have had on Fury prior. This would be super sick. Especially if they can feel already.
But you've almost got it, Shade.
Oh, dude.
Come on, dude. Hey.
There we go.
All right, so here, he's going to likely throw stun grenades, but they're going to get caught by ADSs. So even if Fury did have something like a Ying or grenades, it'd be very difficult to dislodge that player in Vault of Vast. So now this rear push isn't quite nullified, but it's going to be very difficult if Fury want to go for it, and Nixian likely going to be ready for it.
Sure.
A bomb has
Golden
been
now being
located.
given the information. Warden, in the meantime, has been able to take down God Legion. Not the biggest loss for Onyxian. They still have their main sets of defense up still with the Nitro Cells. Well, actually one less now.
Ooh, Sushi saw the Yokai and he takes it out. That's perfect. And now Fury is just finding all these kills. They do rotate the Ying Candela in.
Drop the diffuser.
It doesn't get caught by the ADS because they previously wasted it. Oh, but perfect
No.
from Vast. The blind C4 takes out the Ying, and no Fury players follow that because they would have been blinded.
Oh, no
by the Ying
way.
Candela's. Vast stands up and finds another, but Rock's got 2 for this round. It's a 1 versus 3 for Vast. He'll have to ace to hold on to this round.
Oh, he's going to have to go absolutely massive here. He's already down one. Diffuser's stuck, so virtually it's a 1v1. If he can make it around the corner in time, he might be able to catch the backside.
way.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my God, surely not.
Oh my word. Hold your thought for half a second. In a 1v2, technically the player's down. He's got the opportunity to shut it out right now. He's going to find the angle as well. He's still pressing here. Vast, he just can't get the shot. Oh, oh my word. Too close for comfort for Fury. Oh, what a gigantic effort.
Oh, dang.
Heroic to say the very least.
Vast, my dude. Man, I can't believe he nearly got the 1v5. That was an essential C4 there. No player could immediately refrag. He tried to refrag, but it was a little bit too late. Because if a second player had dropped at the same time of the Ying, he would have gotten blinded by Ying's Candelas. So that gave Cade just enough time to get that second kill.
Oh my.
If he had found that kill right there, that would have been the rounds. That's the crazy thing.
Oh man, that's that just feels horrific. It hurts the soul, Vast. Again though, what an effort. What an effort to bring it that close, but you have to see. I'm going to stop talking because I hate to see that.
So what I liked there from Fury, they came into this game knowing that they had a specific strategy for attacking that downstairs bomb site with the Ying. Using that Ying to, clearly the idea was to take Vault, but Ying's also really good at clearing out the red hallway as well. It was actually Rock though that found 2 kills in that game. We didn't see either of the kills that round from Rock, but they were 2 of the most essential kills, at least from just judging by the way it swayed the numbers advantage at those appropriate moments. Now Onyxian, funnily enough, will actually rotate off of that CCTV bomb site, so they're not confident that they can effectively counter this Ying strategy brought by Fury. So Onyxian will go Tellers, which is the one bomb site that Fury never defended successfully.
Good point.
So in theory, I guess you could say the toughest bomb site for the defenders this game.
Shade at the moment,
Oh,
very cautious, geez, and there is good reason to step with utter caution. And that's exactly for those reasons. Shade nearly gets an opportunity of a lifetime on the backside of a little bit more of an aggressive play from Onyxian. Really opening up open though, this is not the worst.
Oh yes, so Vast right around the corner, and Geo as well. The Yokai drone stuns out the player. Vast going to peek on the back of it. The Yokai drone gets taken down, and Vast doesn't want to take the gunfight. Finishes him with the C4. Now 1 Yokai drone for 1 Shade, who is the IQ. I'd take that trade if I'm a Nixian.
Yep. I certainly would. So
A bomb has been located.
definitely puts a bit more pressure toward Fury now. The man down. They don't really have anything for it, and with that, Fred's just going to go ahead and peek directly onto stairs.
And another player as well in open area. 1 prone around the corner, droning for him. Red realizes that Rock is inside. And Fury are just poking and prodding around this map, trying to find entries, and they do find Red there. Now a beachhead established inside open area, which is very strong map controlling. You can control the main hallway, you can control bottom square, you can even have a look into the bomb site. But they're going to abandon that. They may have a drone left in there, information for now, but they'll rotate top floor.
things considered, not the worst right now for the attacking side. Oh, no! God, you hate to see it, you hate to say it, but the timing of that is absolutely horrific.
You just got timing, mate.
I mean, Fury's job has just become near impossible. 2 versus 4, the only control you had established was over toward open, and now you haven't technically cleared all of upstairs, rather. This is not going too well, Dev. Actually, there's a lot more time than what I thought.
There's a lot of time, but it's still 2v4, and like the utility that Fury have isn't best. They don't have a lot of soft breach to open up the floor and try and find picks, and even if they did, Anixion is just going to flood out of the bomb site and play for retake, which is default on this bomb site anyway. And now Gold Legion's going to find another one. Surely Geo finds this. Nope. Oh well, it's a consolation prize at the moment. Golden's still got the default cam watching him. Vast doesn't land that shot, but he doesn't even need to peek at this stage. There's information on him. Golden, how are you finding these kills? I don't know what's happening. Surely he can't find the 1v3 here. Gets shot up from behind, and Vast does end his reign. There you go, Anixion, a successful defense at Tellus.
Nicely done. That was a lot of, I was going to say a lot of fighting. That just doesn't really sound exciting, does it? It was a bit of a bloodbath toward open to begin with.
Fury just decided, look, we're going to enter open. A Shade right at the start here, drone in there, and there were so many defenders in there. And as soon as he droned it and jumped inside, all the defenders left and just waited for Shade to be in exposed position, and they found that kill. Now, if Shade had backup right at the time, maybe they would have been able to directly refrag him. Instead, they pushed in later 2 players, a live drone for them as well. It was just really messy from Fury. It wasn't, and I hate to say that because it can sound very critical. It's not always critical, but it wasn't. This is the one thing that we're going to do. It was a couple of different things, and I just didn't think that it was very concise. But hey, you know, we'll see if they can pick it up.
I do like seeing an open defense.
Yeah.
I think I'll be completely honest. In the past 4 months, I want to say, well, mate, we'll go 6 months. I've seen it played probably 3 times.
Yeah, I mean,
when I've been cast, I should say.
I feel like I've probably seen it like 3 times in the last 6 months, just full stop. I very rarely see this bomb site.
And honestly, I've only seen it successfully taken once.
Yeah.
And
Bomb located
that was
attackers.
by
10 seconds left.
virtually opening up every single wall. It was the kitchen strat on Coastline, right?
Yeah, right.
You just completely open up everything, and so anytime you attempt to get inside, you've just got the long lines being held. However, it doesn't look like they're going to go for exactly that, but they still have a lot of intel through those renovations.
Dangerous position for that Yokai. It can be shot from the window if it gets spotted out, but Fury don't have the IQ, so unlikely they'll locate the Yokai easily. And, well, Fury are going to go for map control first up, take control of this top floor. Now, this is the least commonly picked bomb site for the defense, and I'm sure a lot of people aren't really familiar with seeing it. Typically, the strategy revolves around holding onto kitchen with some kind of presence in open area, often rotations into admin and also archives and tellers, which is what we've got. So typically, as an attacking side, there is a lot of map control you have to take on this attack. And so it really comes down to having good entries, droning out those areas and taking that ground, which so far Fury's done pretty well, but they haven't actually been met with any contests as of yet.
Oh, that's a foot. Oh, the Warden, you've seen something. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find anything there. Just tries to spray behind the desk. Red, he gets the hint. He gets the warning. He'll back away. So far, Anixion are just free to kind of rotate in and out of archives as they please. Sure, Fury will try to put a stop to at least some of that.
Yeah, Shade's trying to cut off that with that little hole in the floor. And here's a great rotation denial from Rock, playing in this lone office, looking through that long angle all the way into the objective. And Warden's got a long angle as well, but Shade taken out. Man, Shade's not having a good game.
Not at all. Slower start than what we're probably used to. Red now, and God Legion, in fact, they're down in the basement, so Fury are going to have to be careful of this as well. Rock now starting to make his way back in from lobby. Able to put a little bit more pressure in toward towers.
You have these roamers as well, Red, all the way downstairs. An opportunity to push up the main stairs, potentially flank this elevator hallway as well, but he's just going to wait for callouts from his teammates. Might
actually catch off Rock in this instance. don't think Rock would really be expecting that.
And Rock's not the spearhead of this push. He's currently playing flank watch, and he's likely going to go for a flank late, but Warden's very tempted to make an entry here. Golden's been taken down right on the bomb site. Warden's just going to go full send, drops downstairs. Red on the flank gets taken out by Rock, and Warden finds a good entry with 1 kill. Excellent refrag, though, from Onyxian. Now it's up to just Rock to hold. Sushi gets that diffuser down, though. How's his...
Oh!
It's the double! And the fade away. It's a 2v1, and God Legion can't hold that.
Wow. Sushi. What a play. Rock as well from deep, from way downtown. Jeez, that was a rush and a half. That Ying, man.
Yeah,
it's changing.
Exactly. The Ying is so hard to deal with, and this double kill from Thermite was so essential. Not only did he get the plant down here, but finding those 2 kills. You could see as soon as that diffuser went down, and Nixon thought, okay, we know one's just come off plant. We need to try and push him. We have a vague idea of where he is. And both of them peeked that door at the same time. And man, that were the 2 easiest kills of Sushi's life. Just holding down that bullet train all the way through. Holding on to Fury's hopes for this game as well. It's showing up to be a tight match, actually. 5-4. Still on the cards for either team. If Fury win just 2 more rounds, they'll secure at minimum a draw, which is, I'd say, an achievement against Onyxian here. Remember that a victory from Fury over Onyxian last season denied Onyxian making it to LAN.
And if you do cast your mind back to the standings, I mean, this could propel like either team forward. I believe it's Fury that have played 6 right now. They get a collective of about 7 points, give or take.
Yeah.
Whereas Onyxian, I mean, Onyxian is sitting pretty comfortable. However, the main asterisk around this right now is Onyxian still have the better teams to play. They still have Fnatic and Wildcard, whereas Fury have already versed Wildcard and Fnatic and taken away 4 points from that encounter. So right now, if Fury can come out with the W here, regardless of whether they've already played the extra 2 matches, it is good signs, I'm going to say.
Any damage Fury can do here will be beneficial for them meeting their goal of top 4 at the end of the season. And I think Onyxian just want to try and hold on, not drop any games to any teams other than Fnatic and Wildcard, because I think it's inevitable that they'll drop some maps there. And if they can just hold, and if Onyxian beat every team other than Fnatic and Wildcard, then it's really unlikely Wildcard can make LAN over Onyxian, because Wildcard have already dropped games to other teams. So Onyxian in a great position if they can just hold out here, and it starts here with Fury.
It's a bit of early process made from Fury, but this is, you know, we're looking at chalk and cheese as to how they decide to hold this basement right now. Geo is going to be sitting with that smoke in blue stairs, service stairs, however you like to call it. He'll be able to sit there and buy enough time. That shotgun just absolutely demolishes anyone in their wake.
Yeah, and opening that hatch is going to deny his rotate out of there. So it's a big decision now for Geo. Does he hold fast and just delay as much time as possible, or try and get out of dodge before the hatch opens? Now he has no choice but to stand here. Now those 3 gases will enable him to hold as long as possible.
Also got God Legion sitting in server as well, so they decide to hold for a moment longer. They'll just buy so much of that time.
Yeah, and God Legion's going to get out of dodge. So the idea here for Onyxian is Geo may well die here. But in fact, Onyxian may not know this, but there's no Fury players nearby. 2 rotate back over after getting the lobby side hatch. But Geo has 2 smoke baits, so he can delay so much time here on the stairs. Information denied on that rear side. You know, Onyxian are so suspicious of this lobby side hatch push from Fury. They tried it with the Ying before. They may well try it again. And Shade's going to drop down. Is Geo ready for this? Shade's just going to bypass him completely and go into the bomb site. What is this?
Oh, no!
Out of ammunition. He forgot to reload. And that could be so detrimental to Shade here. Caught in a very awkward position. Eyes both ways. Warden finds 1 kill, but it's trades back and forth. Shade deep in Vault now. What is happening?
Yeah, it's an absolute bloodbath. Cynics has managed to even out the odds, actually bring it back to the 1-man advantage. Oh no, Fury. It looked like there were so many things going right. They were deep in the site. They were putting the pressure on, but Onyxian they just managed to capitalize on what a small whiff that was made there. Had Shade had actually been able to capitalize on that one player in prone position, that whole round might have flipped on its head.
You could even say if Shade had reloaded before making that play, he would have, Fury potentially could have won that round. And well, there goes Fury's hopes and dreams of winning this game outright. Still a draw is on the cards, but Anixian, they have their heart set on locking in 3 points after this game. A win 7-4, I don't think would give us a fair insight into how close this game has been, because Fury's been showing some things that Anixian haven't been good at dealing with. That Ying push, once again, it was successful. Fury got all of the ground that they wanted in that round. It's just that unfortunately they didn't find those essential picks that were needed. Anixian had the numbers advantage through the end of it. But Anixian are going to have to move on to an unfavored bomb site here. Actually, scratch that. This is the first bomb site they won of Tellers. So it's actually a really good opportunity for Anixian to close it out.
Lot lying on the shoulders for Fury here. I can't actually remember. I think this was Fury's, not, I mean, you don't technically get a pick in a best of one, but it was between this and Cafe. I believe, if I remember correctly, casting my mind back, Fury were the ones that banned out Cafe.
Yeah.
So this is their...
Yeah, you're right.
Using it is their quote-unquote choice.
Yeah, because they could have chosen this or Cafe. They wanted this. You're exactly right. So, yeah, they wanted to go here. I have no doubts that Anixian were also keen to go here, but
yes,
may differ moving into the second map. If the veto goes the other way and we see Anixian get the last ban, then it's their quote-unquote pick.
Yeah.
Last time Fury attacked this, they did that really weird kind of messy push in through open area, and they also lost one player pushing down from the square stairs. They can tighten up their ship a little bit and execute a little bit more of a coherent push together earlier in the round, not relying on some cheeky entries. Then this could certainly be another round for them. One thing I will say that Fury has been really good at is denying this information from Anixian, getting rid of those Valk cams. Has been a somewhat mixed bag because there is so much utility to get. Mozzie, Valk, Echo. They've been doing a decent enough job.
Shade not wasting too much time. Starting to take control of CEO. Ooh, that's some early intel. ADS system taken off. Might be able to find a little bit more as well.
Is that a Yoko?
Angle? Hello?
Oh, it's Electroclaw. It's an Electroclaw.
Was it?
Yeah, it's a Kate Electroclaw. And it's... Yeah, he did it. He got rid of it. So if Fury want to Thermite open that front lobby wall, they could. Not sure exactly what the direction is yet. Oh, here's great information gathering for Vast. Rock has been really impactful on his entries and his flank watch, mind you.
Yep.
Thus far. Vast aware of that position. Rock's going to get outside again. Look to push from elsewhere, but it's God Legion who finds the first engagement. Takes a bit of damage for it as well. It looks like Anixian are playing fairly safe. Not wanting to take early gunfights.
I mean, at this point, a minute off the clock. Let's see what one hatch open on the side of Anixian, rather on the side of Fury. But we saw a lot of success with this, and so far that Warden playing on Ying, releasing all sorts of blinding light in the face of Anixian has turned out quite favorable. That's going to be Geo taking down Shade as well. Already hard task has been made a little bit more tricky. What a shot from Geo.
Doing so well, the MPX here on Valkyrie, and Fury falling to pieces, just Golden. And Sushi left, never mind Sushi, just Golden left, and 1 versus 5. Nothing to lose, just go for it. Do the best that you can, Golden, it's only for the map. Looking for these peaks. He knows these have to be individual gunfights. He doesn't have the best weapon for this situation. Can't even secure that first kill, and Anixian get out of this tough map and lock it away 7-4.
A little bit anticlimactic, I'm not going to lie, from how close this entire matchup was to the...
And that was one of the more dominant rounds, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was, I mean, what, all 5 alive for Anixian in the end there? Undoubtedly Vast spearheading a lot of that for Nixian.
And Vast was so good, and this is the captain, your IGL. He's not the player you expect to be at the top of the scoreboard, but hats off to him. He played on fire tonight.
Certainly did. Nixian, they will be taking that 7-4. Now, I hate to say that that's not the scoreline that we were hoping for. I mean, like, just with how
Well, it can
that
only get
finished.
slightly closer.
Yeah, right.
It's either
one
7-4,
round.
yeah, 7-5 or a draw. Like can only get that much closer. So that's a pretty close scoreline.
I hate it because like it seems like it's so much further away than what it actually like.
Seven's almost double 4. Like it feels like
it is a bit of an awkward one, right? Because like I really think that Fury had, I wouldn't say a phenomenal game by any means. There were certain mistakes that they made, but I still think that they had an overall really good game.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I thought was really good from Fury is that when they had a strategy like the Ying strategy, and Nixian didn't, they weren't just like, oh yeah, we just do that, counter it, and then Fury are all done and dusted, nothing that they can do. Fury's strategies and their execution of those strategies worked really well. Sometimes it was really minor mistakes, like unfortunate lack of a reload for Shade, forcing them to have a couple bullets. That was a crucial mistake that lost them a round. Other rounds where there was just no direction from Fury, but overall, I'm really impressed with what we've seen from them. I think they took a good fight.
Well, you know what? We might be able to back that up for Fury's point. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side, we'll be able to see map number 2 of this matchup.
Located by attackers. Attackers dropped the Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers. Seconds remaining. Attackers are activated. Activating diffuser. Attackers drop the diffuser. Attackers bomb diffuser has been.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh,
up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stuff.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have just seen map number 1 done and dusted. I want to say map number 1, it's kind of the first matchup in the best of 1 but 2 format.
Come on, we already confused people enough down under with our lingo and our format. We don't have to try and speculate and philosophize
Oh no,
about it.
we've done it. We've gone down the rabbit hole now. We messed up the very start, and now we're going to be chasing our tails for the rest of it. Regardless, we now go into what should be technically a grudge match for Fury. 7-4 is what Bank ended in favor of a Nixian. Now, Bank, of course, can no longer be played in this next best of 1 that we do have. However, we saw promising signs from Fury.
Yeah, we saw some really good rounds. We saw some things where they would have won the round if they had just fixed this tiny mistake, like that reload moment. We did see a bit of the old unstructured Fury come through. And we also, I want to also mention Nixian. We saw them play really well at the counter aggression, which is what you need to be good at if you're going against Fury. Because if Fury want to make plays, and here I've got an actual stat that I'm going to take with this. Fury want to make plays. One of their most aggressive players is Shade. And in that game, he was the opening death for his team more than 3 times. And he didn't get any opening kills. So often trying to make plays very early in the round. We saw him mess up a C4.
Yes.
Jumped outside, trying to throw a C4 on the roof. He missed it. He's trying to find these early picks, and he's losing him far more than he's winning him. And that's not just on him. It's also on a Nixian for countering that playstyle really well.
It is. And one thing that we were saying about a Nixian is just the intel that they bring to every single round is just phenomenal. The way they're able to drone and slowly just progressively take parts of the map away from Fury, from said opponent. Now, one big part of this...
I know what you're going to say, Rob.
No, I was going to build up to it. It's the veto process, of course. We will have a look at where we're going to head. It's pretty much the biggest part of this matchup where we decide.
I just want to correct one thing that you said before. They've changed the way the veto works slightly, and you can play the same map twice in one night. Luckily, we didn't have that happen. We almost had it happen.
Oh, wow.
I thought for a second
that was way too close. Okay, so I definitely did not brush up on that.
No. Don't worry, it confuses me too. That's why I'm not going to explain it on broadcast, because I'm going to explain it wrong. And whenever I do that, the admins hound me for weeks about it. We're going to play Cafe. If you want to have a brief look at the stats before that, one thing I want to say is interesting. It came down to a choice between Cafe and Bank for a Nixian, and a Nixian chose Cafe. Funnily enough, last map veto, it came down to choice to Fury between Bank and Cafe, and they chose Bank. If a Nixian have already beaten them on Bank, what's Cafe going to say if they're even more comfortable on Cafe than they are on Bank?
Well, that's the question, right? We always talk about the best of ones kind of being a favoured map for both teams because they both get so many bans. However, ultimately it is the team's pick who bans last. So the fact that we had pretty much an identical veto process that ends up with Bank and Cafe at the very end, I find that to be very intriguing. It's obviously, both of these maps are obviously a little bit more comfortable. Cafe have been played by both Fury and Onyxian. Just a quick recap on that. Onyxian beat Sinister 7-5 on Cafe, so a close game. However, Fury drew with Wildcard on Cafe. So these results are, I don't know, are they telling? Are they saying that it's like very, very vastly different kind of teams when I'm talking about their opponents?
Yeah, and it's very difficult to say, especially with the wildcard example. Usually would say if you've seen a draw against wildcard on Cafe, well, that's really, really good because wildcard's such a good team, but they have not been in top form. And maybe that's actually partly attributed to wildcard, that result.
Yep.
I think it's safe to say this is a good map for both teams, and it's not a map that either of them are surprised that they're playing tonight because it's ended up as the last or second to last map in the veto twice running now.
Yep. Yep. So just very quickly, I don't mean to kind of wither that point away. We do have another thing to address. We addressed it at the start of the broadcast, and you will most likely hear me or Dev mention this throughout today and tomorrow. That is, of course, the exclamation point donate. Now, I don't need to explain again how terrible the fires are in Australia, and again, for those of you who haven't figured it out by our accents or maybe the region we're in, we're currently in Australia. We're in Sydney, which is New South Wales. We're currently in amongst what is most of the smoke that's been blowing across Australia. However, you know, I don't like to get into specifics because it is actually quite upsetting. It's been absolutely devastating for a lot of families, for a lot of people inside of Australia, but not even to start talking about the wildlife that have lost their lives. It is just horrific what is going on right now. So if you get a chance, guys, please feel free to come in and donate. Again, it does not matter whether you have a lot to give or whether you have a little bit. It all adds up at the end. So again, if you get a chance to, please feel free to jump in there.
Those links are direct to the charities as well. That's not through ESL or Ubisoft or anything like that. It's directly to the charities that Ubisoft themselves, Ubisoft Australia, made a donation to as well. So, yeah, directly to the people who know what they're doing and know how to get the help to those who need it.
It's a little bit of a somber topic. Sorry if the mood just kind of dropped down a little bit there. It does obviously take quite a lot to talk about this kind of stuff. It's not something, I mean, we're not news anchors, right? We're just here to talk about a computer game. However, you would be shocked at how many people this has actually affected. So again, I do apologize for having to bring the mood down, but we will be bringing the tone back up, of course, because this is the rematch from our previous map. We have a good chance right now to see how Onyxian and Fury both match up against each other on Cafe. Both teams have had close results. I have to say that Onyxian are just looking the better team right now.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. And that's talking about the context of the whole season. That's really exciting for Onyxian because last season they were a hair's breadth away of making the APAC finals for the first time, making LAN and having a shot at going to the global finals as well. And it was Fury who stole that opportunity away from them because Fury beat them on the very last Playday. And now it looks like Onyxian has sorted out some of their issues. There was a lot of roster turbulence at the start of the season. They picked up 2 players on with a roster change that happened straight away, and they really didn't see it coming. And yet they've been coming out swimming, and they look like potentially the second best team in this league right now.
I would have to solidly agree with you. Let's have a look whether the community agrees with you as well, Dev. We're going to see a heavy favored award, Fury. Man, that really, I tell you what, it's just the Fnatic logo. It looks like Fnatic, and people are just going, yeah, the boys.
I'll pay that. Yeah, the boys. Let's go, Fnatic.
27%.
Fnatic are in London, by the way.
Yeah, sorry, just to make sure.
This is Australia.
Fury and just to make sure, not Fnatic.
Not Fnatic.
Fury.
Yeah,
and
I'm
sure.
Got a new logo. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm sure the social media manager will have a bit of a laugh at that one too, because I'm pretty sure they were the one that kind of brought it to light to begin with. But yeah, no, that is definitely another team inside of Australia who are actually doing very well right now in Pro League.
Yes, oh, very much so at the top there. But
Yep.
Nixon have a chance to really make their mark as well. They've only
Yes.
played this will be their 6th game, whereas Fnatic and Wildcard have both played 8.
Yep.
So Onyxian are doing really, really well, and they lost the community vote. They are currently without an organization. They're looking for representation. If you know any good orgs with great dedication to the scene, looking for some talented players, go hit them up. But hopefully before too long, we'll see them get some representation. And I think once that happens, we'll see the community vote switch in their favor.
I feel like as Australian commentators, half of our job is sales team. I feel like we've marketed.
Are you in the market for a team?
That is a new skit. We're gonna bring in the next show with a new skit like that. But
really cheap.
I mean, if we found Wildcard a team. Well, I mean, we didn't find Wildcard a team. They found Wildcard a team. It's still enjoyable to kind of bring that round full circle. It's now Onyxian, and later in tonight's matchup as well, we have ex-Mindfreak who are also looking for an org.
Yeah.
I mean,
So Mindfreak called TBD. We're a smorgasbord here in Australia. If you're an org looking for a team, we got plenty for you.
Matchmaker Dev.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to change your name to.
Well, recently we got Kanga picking up Rhythm.
Yes, that is
great.
true.
And Kanga has come out with such a fight this season too.
Yeah.
Looking so good. They'll play later tonight against TBD, the former Mindfreak roster. So there's a lot of talent, a lot of rising talent in this region, which has the potential to go global. And Nixon, we've talked about, they might make APAC finals. It's looking likely. Wildcard have fudged up a lot of their matches so far against teams that they should be beating.
Yes.
And coming into the second split, it's going to be a challenge for them to bring that back and claw their way back to the top 2 spots that they'll need to get to APAC finals and have a shot at returning to a global Pro League finals for Season 11.
Yep.
Onyxian looking to be a contender for that spot. Fury, maybe.
Yeah, question marks, right?
They set their sight on top 4, and I
Yep.
think that the way that they've been playing so far in the season, maybe not tonight, but in the season, it looks certainly possible that they can achieve that.
I find it interesting that Onyxian are currently undefeated.
Yes.
It is 5 matches straight now that they've been able to win. Now, I can stress this point. I don't want to stress it, but I can stress the point that the 2 teams they have played, I would say, are in the bottom 4 of our Pro League.
Yes, Sinister and Kanga, they beat both 2-0, 2-0. But Kanga also had a really good upset, going 6-6 against Fnatic.
Yes.
So, and was it Kanga who went 7-5 against Wildcard as well? So
Yes, it was. Okay, wow.
So,
Talk about coming in with a bang.
Kanga are a team who have been doing so good this season, coming in from Challenger League, and yet Onyxian didn't let that get the better of them, and they
Yep.
put them away 2-0. So that gives me confidence for Onyxian here. They've held their own against teams that they should be beating, which is what Wildcard has failed to do.
Yes.
And even Fnatic to some degree with that draw to Kanga. If Onyxian can hold their ground against these teams that they should be better than, maybe they'll have a shot against Fnatic and Wildcard as well. And maybe they won't even need to beat both Fnatic and Wildcard to get to those top 2 spots, depending on how much Wildcard and Fnatic mess up against other teams.
I feel like this is kind of a trend that we've seen with ANZ, which is, you know, the top 2 teams realistically, I don't want to say not being up to the task of dismantling the teams below them, because they well and truly do that. However, it's almost like it's not like, me and Raven were talking about this. It is literally the gap closing between mid to lower tier Rainbow Six and the top tier Rainbow Six inside of ANZ. And I think, not even ANZ, right? We're talking about APAC and globally. Sorry, I was going to go APAC then globally, but you beat me to jump. Man, what you
Always
doing?
jumping the gun.
I feel like at APAC, right, because what we've seen in the past 2-3 qualifiers, well, actually, we'll take away the 6 Invitational qualifier because Fnatic came in and just went pop, pop, pop.
Nixon had to forfeit though, so that's a bit unfair on them.
We're gonna give that to them, right?
All right.
Well,
benefit of the doubt.
Benefit
don't
of the
know how
doubt
they
on
would have
that one.
performed against Fnatic.
But I think the point that I'm trying to make is the fact that, you know, yes, we are now coming into a part of Rainbow Six where we are starting to see those teams be even closer matched than what we might have originally thought.
Yeah.
Dev, before we continue to talk, I'm going to throw it to a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
me know I got it. Damn me know I got it.
Nobody got it like
Nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching from Paris to Popping, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, weak by wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
nobody got it like
You know.
nobody got it like
Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene. Yeah. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team. I'm tripping, juice tripping. I got the game, vice gripping, no permission. Everything green, night vision. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. I ain't tripping, drip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. If you
Are you an organisation looking for a roster? Are you looking for the love of your life? Well, boy, do we have the opportunity for you.
Anixion and TBA are both single and available and ready to mingle. Yeah, okay, I took it a little bit too far there with
I wasn't sure where we were going to draw the line, how far we were going to go.
I didn't know either, but then you said love, and I was like, dude, this is too early in the relationship to be saying the L word.
Matchmaking online heaven. If you were here earlier, you would understand the reference. If you don't, basically, we are matchmakers here in Australia. We find organizations for teams, so that's the important thing.
But you know what else we find? We find games for viewers to watch, and we've just found Cafe sitting around ready for Anixion and Fury to rumble.
Not only ready for them to rumble, ready for us to rumble.
Yeah.
Ready for this.
Are we going to get in as well?
Nah. We'll sit this one out. We'll sit on the sidelines.
Probably
for
for
this
the
one.
best.
Yeah, we might sit up in the rafters. What do they call it? The peanut gallery?
That peanut gallery is up the front because it's where you can throw peanuts at the stage.
I thought it was the old cobbers that are up in the rafters.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I actually don't know the reference. I just know peanut gallery. That's all I've heard. So I was just.
I thought the peanut gallery was up the front, but I might be wrong.
I'm gonna go with you because you're the smarter one. That's why you sit in that seat. You sit.
But you know what else is smart? Anixion banning Ying.
Oh wow!
Because
okay.
Warden was just dabbing all over them with that flashy girl last time.
Yeah.
And you know, Anixion were having none of it. They just don't want to play with that. They're going to start on the attack this time, just like the last game as well. Defensive ban's going to be the same as last time. Fury got rid of the Thatcher last game as well, so very much a similar pattern so far. It's just that Ying ban that is of note to me, and I like it. Anixion, if you're not good at dealing with the Ying, and Fury are good at playing it, get rid of it.
I wonder whether Warden's sitting there laughing right now.
He's like, dude, what is that? That's mean.
Who knows? Maybe they weren't even ready for Bank, and they were like, let's just go Ying. Let's just yeet Ying in there. That was going to be... I was going to get tongue-tied then, so I had to slow the process of saying that down. I'm so glad that we did. Well,
all right.
Let's get into the nitty-gritty of it, James, because this is the second matchup for tonight. Already seen both of these two teams played 7-4 with the result on Bank. Now we head to Cafe Kitchen is where we will start for the defensive side, which is, of course, Fury.
Yeah, starting downstairs is somewhat uncommon, and well, typically, especially overseas in Europe, where this map has really been explored deeply by teams. Kitchen is the third choice bomb site by many teams. A lot of people prefer the top floor bar primarily, and then secondarily will go to library. Both of those bomb sites rely heavily, or I guess allow heavily, for significant presence on the top floor, which is probably the strongest position to hold on this map. Whereas this bottom floor down here, it's very difficult to anchor because there's a lot of places on the bomb site that are exposed to angles above through the floor. And it's very difficult to roam heavy because if you do that, the attackers can just push horizontally and get control of bomb site and lock you out. So we do see a lot of opportunities for different strategies to be employed on this bomb site. It looks like Fury going to mix up information gathering with information denial. Mozzie, Mute, Valkyrie and Legion all contribute to information gathering and or information denial. And with the Thatcher ban, it's going to be all the more difficult to clear out that utility.
I feel like last season I know last season that we didn't see Thatcher banned a hell of a lot in the ANZ region.
It's just everyone's favorite ban now.
Yeah.
It used to be that it was the Latin America ban, and it was the Airwolf ban, and then just every team in ANZ bans Thatcher now. It's like Fnatic started doing it permanently. Airwolf, I think, sorry, not Airwolf, they're called Giants now. My God, I'm stuck in the past. They're still doing it, and all these ANZ teams too. I mean, even in ranks, I ban them every rank game.
Yeah, but that's because you're sweaty.
Tell
me it's not true.
Guilty as charged.
Tell me it's not true. All right, let's move into the nitties. To the nitty and the gritties. We've got Geo currently just droning out, finding themselves. They've taken a fair bit of time just to really set themselves here in Anixion, taking that third floor and systematically going down. Yeah, lost that first drone really early. We saw Shade take it out. Shade has been the main aggressive player for Fury, though it wasn't with huge success on map number 1. Anixion played really well to suppress that aggression, and Shade ended up with a lot of opening deaths and not a lot of opening kills. But now Anixion have taken control of the top floor. They're bringing their Nomad to prevent any flanks. See how Fury deal with that later into the round. just holding in behind the bar as now Nixian have truly taken that second floor control. They've now got plenty of time. Still a minute 30, well, minute 20 by the time I finish the sentence off that clock, but they're just slowly but surely chipping away.
Taking that map control, and now, of course, opening up the floor, looking for anchors on bomb site. But Fury have done what is becoming a default strategy here of playing heavily in VIP, reinforcing the garage. Warden with the shotguns. Excellent operator for this position. Vast will use his flashbangs, and he'll be walking into a crossfire because of the angle opened inside of Freezer. Very difficult position, but he's got a pinch working with God Legion. He may get taken out here. This isn't a favorable gunfight for him, but why does Warden take the wide angle? Inadvisable when using the shotgun. Vast can't find the second kill with the low magazine size, but he's taken some huge ground here, and Anixian are looking great.
Yeah, Golden was locked in there. There was absolutely nothing they could do. Look at this from Anixian. It is left in a 1 versus 5. Shady, the real Slim Shady, would have been lucky to have walked away with 1, but no, it is to be none. Geo finishing off that round, but by golly gosh, talk about getting slapped.
Anixian are damn good on that execute. Little things, but as soon as they find just a smidge of ground and the tiniest advantage, they go full send and send all of their players searching for those kills. And one thing I will say, Cynics, he's the coach subbing in for this team. He has really been pulling his weight. He's been jumping on those support roles and doing a good job, and even finding a couple kills where it's needed. So hats off to him.
Fury opting for a similar strat as they were on Bank, which is just get off that site. Don't reattempt it.
Drone it out, suss it out, start to move in. As soon as you have an advantage, just keep that pressure ramped to high.
Yep.
For Fury rather, they fail on Kitchen, which I mentioned is the tertiary bomb site to a lot of teams. And then they move on to Mining and Dining, which is the 4th bomb site for a lot of teams. This used to be the second most favored bomb site on the Cafe pre-rework, which is casting our minds back quite a long way. But on new reworked Cafe, this is the least viable site, at least it is perceived to be so, by most teams. So it is a bit of a surprise to me that Fury are taking this bomb site.
Now, if you cast your mind back to map number 1 on Bank, Fury pretty much did a similar thing where they started in towers on Bank, then they went to open, and then they went to basement. I'm pretty sure that was how that proceeded. So we're seeing Fury do a very similar kind of strategy there. You go to the second or third favorite bomb site, then you go to the least favored bomb site.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a mathematician, but I'm saying that they're going toward the top next.
Maybe, and in that case, in Bank, oh, hello. Vast has just found a nice, cheeky, easy kill onto Rock, nice and early. Must have been a spawn pick. I think I missed exactly where that was. Can I just have a moment to appreciate how good Vast has been tonight? Dragging out.
Absolute animal for an Anixian. I mean, the fact that, top fragged with God Legion in that last map?
And he's the captain in IGL, at least. I think he's still the IGL. I don't know whether other players, potentially Cynics, will be helping out with that.
Lead from the front, right, Dev?
Yeah. Works for him. Shade. It's trademark aggression, but he falls off. A smart move. He's been droned out several times. How many more drones is he going to take out for Anixian? That's another one. We talked about how good Anixian are with their drone. What's the word?
Economy?
Economy, that's the word.
Gotcha.
Sorry. My economy is in shambles.
Your economy or your...
My brain.
There we go.
Everything.
We got there in the end.
My lexical capabilities.
Yes. Struggling on a day that is... Ooh. Oh, wow. Actually, I thought for a second that they were...
God Legion was just getting awfully close to that bandit, and top floor control established. Nice work. And despite those mute jammers, Anixian managed to get that top floor without too much of a hassle. Fury decided instead of contesting aggressively to fall off. But one thing is we've seen so many drones get taken out.
Yes.
For Anixian now, and I wonder, moving into the latter half of this round, is that going to bite them in the butt?
Oh, God Legion's definitely getting his fair share of information, and there's another drone gone. However, now they can, realistically, I think they can start to hone in a little bit more. They've done a lot of droning, they've done a lot of prep. I want to say for this round, they've still got all 5 players alive. Fury are on the back foot here. Technically.
Bomb has been located.
Golden's just playing this 90 hallway. Sushi does find the first kill. It's a C4 onto Godlegion, but it's a drop into the bomb site, or at least into Train for Onyxian, and they're going to try to get a plant off in the corner of Mining. Golden needs to push his position. How does he find the kill onto Cynics? Onyxian numbers disadvantaged, but Diffuser goes down. All up to Red and Vast to hold. Vast finds his second for the round. Need to see him and Red step up here.
Nicely done from Red. Brings it back to 2-on-2.
Oh my God!
Oh, what? Hello. Quad kill. Going for the ace. Shady, though, he might be able to deny it. You bet your bottom dollar he's going to. Red now taken out. Plenty of time left on that defuser. He might actually be able to get this. He might just stick it. That's 7 seconds he's going to have to hold it for. Does Vast have enough time to get into position? He's going to have to take the straight-up gunfight. Red denies it. Is there enough time? Surely this is not doable for Shady.
Isn't it? No! He might not have got the ace, but he may as well, because Vast clutched out that round for Onyxian in a 2 versus 4. He got every single kill that his team needed.
Whew. Spicy.
You got to credit Shade there. Not only did he have an excellent first shot onto Red here. This was really nice flick there, but to even get this second kill, unfortunately he left it just too late.
Yep.
Didn't have enough time for the defuse, and it was only by about, what, 0.8 seconds?
Just quietly, Vast dropped 4 players and then got Shade off of the diffuser.
Yeah, he did.
What a play.
It's basically an ace. And what's funny is almost that exact same thing happened from Onyxian, from a different player on Playday number 1 against Onyxian, where it was Geo in a 1v5 post plant, got 4 kills and died to the last guy, but he didn't have enough time to defuse. So Onyxian, I guess that's just pulling a trademark play for them at this stage. And look, they seem pretty good at Cafe. They showed Onyxian, sorry, they showed Sinister, who's boss on Playday 1. It was a close match though, 7-5.
And that's the fact of the matter is right now is we generally see Cafe being quite heavily defender-sided. And we see a lot of the results. I mean, look, pretty much...
It was one of those defender-sided maps.
Like, any map can be defender-sided depending on... I mean, this is just like... This is a really just blanket statement right now. It can... Like, any map can be defensive-sided. However, it's not uncommon to see a 4-2-5-1 kind of half toward the defensive side.
So for Onyxian to go up 2-0 at the start, it's a good sign for them. Now this is the same thing that happened on Bank. They found their first 2 attacking rounds, ended the hub 4-2. So Fury went out of the game. They managed to claw back a few, but Fury last map, they only won 1 time on the basement and 1 time on the top floor. Now it could be the same case here. Even if Fury win this round, they may not be able to get the next one. May not be able to repeat this victory on this bomb site.
Hopefully see a lot more success for Fury this time around.
There's no contest inside Piano for Fury, holding this top floor bomb site. Cynics has droned all that out as well. Fury, a lot of information denial, Mozzie and Mute together. But that's not really going to matter because Cynics droned Piano without a worry. Now he's going to try to open up this main wall. Is the Bandit in a position to trick that? That's the question. No, he's not.
Oh, wow.
Well, I guess you can't trick it because Red's watching from above, so well played by Onyxian to just have all their T's crossed and their I's dotted. This is really good time management for them as well. They've made good progress. A lot of damage taken by God Legion, but it's not a kill.
And again, just, you know, to reiterate how much they've actually been able to achieve with piano control. Well, not necessarily piano control now, but they had a lot of that control. They've opened up the wall into freezer. Shade's now getting pushed back up the staircase. Still needs to be careful from his backside. I believe there was 1 chasing down by Red stairs. However, that looks to have fizzled out into nothing. But look at this from Cynics, just being able to join the teammate in towards Cigar.
Nice.
Nicely done from Geo. Now, that will give Onyxian somewhat of an advantage. That's that Legion taken out for the last minute of this round. And slowly, Onyxian could just start to chip away at this defense.
Great run out though from Shade, an ambitious one all the way out the north side. That means that telegraphs to Anixion that one player is offsite. They're going to take advantage of that and storm the bomb site. Sushi finds one with the C4. Warden hears that diffuser plant, but he doesn't know where it's going.
Oh.
And he finds that oh-so essential kill onto God Legion. But Red, pushing into the bomb site, finds and finishes one. Gets refragged out by God Legions. It's a 3 versus 1 now for Fury in the retake. And it's all up to the coach subbing in of Cynics to hold this diffuser.
Again, you don't want to count him out. Half the time starting to tick away. They don't know of his position. He might be able to catch them on the backside as well. 2 players now watching that line. He's going to be able to deny it. He might find a second as well. Had he been able to back away there, he might have just been able to jiggle it until realistically the diffuser had come down to a point where it's vital. But regardless, Fury, fortunately enough, have 2 there to trade.
Keeping those numbers all the way through the end of the round for Fury really helped them there, set them up nicely for that retake. Anixion didn't have a lot of teeth on their entry. They decided to try to force the plant down instead of playing to get kills on the execute. And it is a difference in philosophies. Do you try to have the main goal of your execute to plant, or is the main goal of your execute to be in a position to plant and then use that to get kills? And Anixion didn't find any kills on the execute except for one after the bomb went down from Red. And, well, in that position, he was really outnumbered. So, Fury locked out of that top floor bomb site. They can revisit it later in the half once more, but we'll have to give another shot. They're actually going to go around the world. This is their 4th different bomb site so far. They're going to head to library. Oh, sorry, no, they're going mining. My bad.
They've gone mining.
My bad.
I just...
Are they allergic to library? Like, don't they read? You think they can even read, Rob?
Sounds like a Hermione quote. Jeez. Bit rough.
You've got dirt on your nose. It's Leviosa. Not Leviosa.
Oh man, just the subtle approach to that quote just caught me. I thought you were going to say something about the round, and then bang, out of nowhere. Harry Potter, bang, bang. The quotes are on point. What a joyous occasion.
Yeah.
Attackers must
Much
locate
joy.
and defuse
Alright,
the bomb.
so that was a nice little vault, cheeky. Yeah, dining, mining, and dining. And that's one thing I love about this bomb site, it rhymes. Mining and dining. Rock going for an aggressive spawn peek. You almost saw him, but UMP, you really need to nail that first bullet. Otherwise, you're unlikely to find anything on the spawn peek. It's a risk that it didn't net him anything, but didn't get punished, so it's not too bad. Rock actually died spawn peeking in the previous attack on this bomb site.
Yep. So we say no harm, no foul.
At least this time around. He still is at a net -1 on his spawn peak so far. And once again, Anixion are going to go for map control. That's what they always do. They take top floor. Warden goes for a cheeky C4 through the open hatch. No damage dealt. Cautious of these angles. Cynics was the one aggressive on that piano window. Oh, grab a drone.
Well, they've bought a little bit of time.
Oh, what?
Okay, Shady. What? Shade?
That was a pre-fire from surely God Legion all the way inside Cigar through the wall. And he gets the injure. He's also droned out. Oh, this is risky though.
Oh.
The player goes downstairs and they're so desperate for this kill he can't aim downwards. There's another player up there that they just ignored. The Valkyrie. God Legion's so desperate for this kill he still can't find it, and they're completely tunnel visioned on this player. He finally gets the kill, but I can't believe Anixion didn't get punished for their tunnel vision then.
I really saw Fury being able to capitalize on that. Not only did they have one down supporting that, but like you said, there was also one still chilling out in
The
Cocktail.
Valkyrie is still upstairs! She never left. She was prone in the corner of Cocktail the whole time.
Harry Houdini, they call him. That is... I don't know what's happened there for Anixion to kind of fall apart in that aspect, but regardless, I mean, it's ended up 4-4, right? So it's kind of just left things at an even. It's the Jaeger for the Nomad. Oh, what?
But Valkyrie's still upstairs and still not dealt with, and now Anixion are in a shambles. 3 players left. Surely you can deal with them just around this corner. You have to find the kill. Sushi! No way, is not allowed one more. And now a 3-on-3. Not the worst position to be in for Anixion. Every time Fury's made some progress, there has been a refrag eventually. And Rock's way off site. He's playing below, likely to deny with a C4. If Anixian don't have enough players to go and hunt him when the execute's happening, that could mean the end of the round.
So between that and Legion just sitting there consistently putting goo mines out, they've got to go raw into this side. I don't know whether they've got any other way to do this. So Golden just has to hold here. He's going to get another goo mine out, but he gets caught in the backside. Now it is all up to Rock. Will he go for the C4? Will he be able to do it? He's been able to spot two. Will he have enough time here? Dev.
They planted on the table, so he couldn't get his C4 through. Nice little move from Anixian, just to make sure that that wasn't possible. Now Rock's in a really difficult position to 1 versus 3 retake. Surely they're not going to give him independent gunfights. They do. But that doesn't matter because, oh man, that was nasty. But yeah, okay, come on, Anixian. They say, all right, guys, you know, let's not throw this. And they lock it out very nicely. It was, look, I'm not going to lie. I was worried there for you, Anixian. I was quite worried. But you managed to lock it out in the end, and that tick on the scoreboard's all that matters.
Well, we're being persistent here. Fury are going back to fire.
Why do they want this bomb site? Oh, reading room. Come on.
Nice
now I can make my reference about going around the world.
It is nice to see Fury sort it out in the end. I mean, a third attempt when neither of them have... actually, no, to be fair, that second round was quite close, but it still came down to a 1 versus 2. I can't even remember who it was there.
Well, just then it was 1v3.
Yeah, well, that one was a 1v2, 1v3, but previously in the second round it was a 1v2, and Vast managed to clutch it out for Anixian. But still, the point is, it's not... hasn't been the cleanest from Fury there, so I'm glad to see that they've moved on. That was where I was getting to. We finally got there, Dev.
And look, they can go win or lose this bomb site. They can go bar afterwards, and that's the only bomb site that they've won so far.
Not exactly what you want to see.
No, a 2-4 half wouldn't be great. If they lose this and then win bar, and you know it's not a given that they're going to win bar. If they lose this, they'll have to win bar to end at 2-4. If they win this, then they have a good chance of winning 3-all. Which would be a great position to be in because, look, we've mentioned Cafe has had defender-sided tendencies, but with the maturity that it's gained in the meta, I don't think that it is inherently defender-sided at this level of play. So anything more skewed against them, probably not looking great, but a 3-3 is a great position to move strongly into their attacking half.
I think that's the best way to put it, right, is the tendency is more toward the defensive side, it's not favored at all. It's just kind of, you know...
It's just so variable, especially because the game changes so much from one match to another, depending on play style. We don't see a lot of rigidity. Not every team plays the same. Not every team has the same operators banned. Let's talk about the setup, though, from Fury for this library bomb site. A lot of mute and Mozzie still to deny that information. Thatcher's banned, so Nixon going to have to be careful with their drones. Clever use there of the lifeline instead of a Thatcher grenade to destroy the mute jammer. I like that. That lifeline.
Seen that a couple of times come through from Zofia.
One thing about that though is missing that. Okay, player rotates downstairs. The loss of that lifeline charge. It's one lifeline charge that they can't use on the castle barricades, and they probably might not even know that Fury has a castle at this point. And the only utility they have to get rid of the castle barricades is Zofia, Buck, and potentially even Hibana. Wow, this is a very dangerous position from Red. Right around the corner from all these players.
I don't know exactly either. I believe there should be a mute jammer on the other side of that, so unless they can see the feet underneath that castle barricade, it's going to be a little bit awkward. It looks like Cynics spotted them.
I think that was a missed grenade. But there's a great rotation.
Oh!
God Legion finds that kill. So essential. No refrag on the horizon. He was watching the angle of the Mozzie for just a moment, but gets off it too early to find the kill. Shade elsewhere on the flank does take out Cynics. And this was what spelled death for Wildcard when Fury played against them. That flank potential from Shade can be so effective up the red stairs.
Rock as well, just sitting toward white stairs, just constantly being a nuisance. This is not looking all that terrible for Fury right now. Nixian dropped down to 45 seconds, but with Geo being able to take down Sushi, things start to swing a little bit further toward Anixian. The long line held from Shady right now. He needs to hit this opening shot. He's going to be able to get the engagement, but it is going to be Vast that secures it. Warden has to come in from behind now, but it just does not look possible. Vast again just popping off for Anixian. And Warden, there's not too much left for you to do here, but you've still got a shot in this.
Consolation prize with that kill there. Oh, he hasn't reloaded properly. Oh, good, good. I was really worried there he was going to take a gunfight like that. Gets thrown out. Yeah, this is really not going to happen. And he'll get taken out from the cocktail balcony. Excellent job from Anixian. It's a rough start. They made a good entry to take out that player on cocktail. God Legion smartly used the rotation prepared by the defenders across that space, the gap between the two balconies. Destroy the railing, you can sprint right on across. And Fury, despite that being the only position that player could get pushed from, Golden was not watching it.
Nope.
And that forfeited them that first little bit of control. Nixon just kept up the pace through, and now Fury want to end this half with a chance at the game. They're gonna have to do something on Bar and Cocktail Lounge.
Time to pay the piper. You would hate to see this snowball out of control of Fury, especially after, one, how well they did play on Bank, but also two, the fact that this is the map they drew with Wildcard.
Yeah. And part of that was Wildcard not punishing Fury for the aggression that they had, and Wildcard stalling out. And Anixian, I've got to give them credit. Thatcher is banned, and Fury have been religiously running information denial, mutant Mozzie. No Mozzie this time. Even the castle is information denial because you can see through a doorway if you've got your eyes or your drone, but the castle blocks that line of sight, so that denies information as well. And despite Fury bringing all that information now, having Thatcher banned, Anixian have not been stalling on their attacks. When they've been failing, it hasn't been because they're standing around not sure what to do. They've lost all their drones to these mute jammers and to players shooting them. Anixian, despite coming up against those hurdles, are making steady progress on their attacks.
Alright, we'll see whether Golden has an impact. Legion in the previous round was taken off the board. A minute left, and I'm pretty sure that was on the third floor as well.
Oh no.
Jeez, that's the pulse as well.
Absolutely red. That's the third time a player from Fury has died right at the start of the round attempting a spawn peek or a peek outside. In this case it was Shade, and what are you doing? Golden wants to go for that aggressive refrag, or was it Rock, I think? God Legion very cautious of it. You can see he prepared his drone outside so that he could check for that spawn peek. Cynics with the gold skull rain charm. Man, that's a long way back. Don't worry, Cynics. I was gold in skull rain too. It was my first season, actually.
Is this one of those back in my day?
It was. Back in my day, I actually used to play ranked with Cynics in skull rain. Maybe we got the gold charms together.
That was a big boomer moment, but we'll just continue on here. Red going to be denied a little bit of information. Also, a bit more drone economy starting to be chipped away on Anixian. Something...
Oh, what? What are you doing, Warden? What was that, mates? Just walking through an angle clearly exposed to the skylight where Anixian have consistently been playing. Just a bit of a no-brain moment from Warden, and that's just going to slide this round even more in Anixian's favor.
What is Rock trying to do? Okay, well, that's... Oh, not bad.
Didn't shoot the Claymore there. Or was there no Claymore?
No, there was a Claymore.
Cheeky.
Destroyed it on the way out. So nicely done. There was one rappelling out on the east wall. Sushi gets taken down. Anixian, one by one, they destroy Fury on this top floor defense.
The only bomb site they managed to win at all. And here we have Anixian serving them straight back with the potential for a flawless attack round. Now, Ella did receive a buff. That Scorpion a bit more powerful than it used to be, but come on, this is not going to happen. Flawless round to end out the half, and we're looking at a 5-1 scoreline for Anixian going into their defense.
I know we don't like to say that it's defensive sided, but that is not.
No, that's
that's not.
I mean, any game, any half that ends in a 5-1 towards either side, you're thinking, man, this is a tall order for that team with only 1 round to their name in order to climb back to the top. There's a lot of work ahead of Fury here to get back in this game. They didn't manage to steal away a point from tonight on Bank, and it looks like that pattern may well continue on map number 2 here.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll end with anything at the end of tonight. And on the flip side, a Nixon in their 6th game, they will have overtaken Wildcard by the end of tonight, and Nixon still have a game tomorrow as well, where they'll be able to extend their lead even further over Wildcard.
Well, I mean, by the time they get to 8 maps played, they will have overtaken Fnatic at this rate.
Oh, really? Because if they win this, they'll be on. Well, so they were on. What was it? 12 points before today. I can't.
Yes.
We'll look at the standings at the end of today.
12 points.
So, yeah. So I mean, at the end of today, they may well be around 18 points. I think Fnatic was sitting at 22-ish or so.
Yep.
So if Nixon manage to win both their games tomorrow, they could be in a really, really great spot to not only challenge Wildcard, but also potentially to challenge Fnatic as well for that #1 spot. And then who knows, if Fnatic and Wildcard end up drawing against each other, that's going to give Nixon even more of an opportunity to steal that 1 spot.
There are some crazy scenarios that are being shown here in this season of Pro League. I mean, had Fury been able to come into this matchup, who knows? We could have seen Fury at 2nd, but I don't want to say this shuts the door for Fury, but it definitely makes it a lot harder moving forward.
Camera feed up and running.
And Onyxian, well, this is their revenge match against Fury, who prevented them from going to LAN last season. If Onyxian had just beaten Fury last season, then, well, they would have gone to LAN. Wildcard would not have gone to Tokoname. Get that through your head.
Very different situation.
Yeah. Oh, great pre-fire there, perfectly read. And those bullet holes won't save Vast. 2 early kills for Fury. We've been hyping up Onyxian, but 5-1 isn't a deal sealed. You're in a pretty good spot. 2 early picks. They got to follow through here.
A bomb has been located.
Just needs the seal of approval at this point from Onyxian, but Fury aren't too happy to let that happen. You don't want to count them out though. 3 players left on Onyxian. They still have a fair bit of intel left. Geo just going for those long-range shots. MPX, maybe a tap, maybe a little watermelon bursting for him, but I don't really see that happening right at this point. Just watching their flanks though, Fury are so alert right now. Minute 25, they are in great position.
Oh, but that's nice. Cynics, very tight angle held, and it's 1 kill sliding their way. MRIQ on the board. Warden once again caught off in an awkward position. Red's covering Cynics' back just perfectly. Rounding this corner is Zafir of Sushi. Hibana wants to open up this wall to expose Cynics' position in a safe way, but what a flank from Red through the piano soft wall, and that's going to allow Cynics to rotate out as well. Just great teamwork there from Onyxian. They turn this back into a 3-on-3, an even man count. And 2 players have just gone roaming. Cynics as well as Red have both basically just gone down to try and take a bit more of a an awkward line. Fury, with 3 players left alive, this is not looking the best now. Fury getting short on information, short on utility, but Golden does find that essential pick onto Giovanni, the main player at Cocktail Lounge, and that gives Fury an opening. Are they going to take it? They want to start to push inside, but I don't believe they have a rotate into the freezer. This could be it. Red finds 1 kill. Diffuser is going to get planted, but no, they know they have to just fake it. They can't stick the diffuser. What's happening right now? Red finds his 2nd. Can he close it out? No, but Shade, he can't secure the final kill. If he had just half a second more, he might have finished Cynics, but it wasn't possible. And Onyxian head on to match points. Bit of a ring-a-ring-a-rosy around Cocktail Bar then. That could have been exactly what Fury were hoping for. Dev, I don't like to say it, but that is a huge oversight from Fury. 5 versus 3. They had such an advantage early on. They had all the intel they could have needed. And just methodically, Onyxian have just brought themselves back into that round.
And it wasn't like it was just this sporadic choice, like a lucky kill here or there. If you go back and watch how Anixian brought that back, it was incredible.
And the best thing that we saw was that moment when Red covered Synix's back, got that aggressive kill onto the player in Piano, and allowed both himself and Synix to rotate out. Now just imagine if there had been a player from Fury. Remember, Fury were in a numbers advantage, significant numbers advantage. Imagine if there was a player on the skylight, would have completely denied that rotation from Red and Synix both. But no, Fury weren't covering all the angles and gave Anixian extra freedom that shouldn't have been allotted to them. Now they're on match point, and not only match point, but they're looking at a 7-1 potential victory here. And not only is that a huge confidence booster to them, but it's a boost to their round difference, which makes a huge difference in the ladder standings, moving into the later stages of this season. If Anixian are a tiebreaker, that round difference could mean the difference between a land spot and once again having a disappointing season staying at home.
And just to reiterate that, Anixian have already had a 7-1 performance against Kanga. They've gone, so if you have a look at their standings, it's 7-5, 7-4, 7-3, 7-1, 7-4, and 7-1. And that sounds so good right now.
And Kanga and Fury, these two teams that Anixian are 7-1ing or potentially 7-1ing. I love this from Synix. That is cheeky. A lot of cheap information outside from the Echo drone. But like we were saying about about Anixian, or rather both of these teams, their performances previously, both Kanga and Fury have been teams that took maps off wildcard, and now Anixian has dealt with them in such a way. It's looking so good, and it's only getting better with God Legion finding that first kill.
This looks like it's about to snowball out of control for Fury. Hasn't been the greatest start and proceeds to be of concern. Defensive side into attacking now. They need to try and lock this, or what will be this 8th round. However, it still just doesn't seem doable. They've already locked this OP. Oh my god, I could not even open my mouth before they managed to take down another 2. They get a consolation frag taking down God Legion, but it doesn't look like it's going to be much better. However, Shade does have some thoughts of his own.
These 2 kills from Fury. It's exactly how Anixian managed to pull back their 3v5 last game. And oh, there's the Yokai going down. Synix does have 1 remaining, but he's going to keep that safe in the bomb site for late round information, because it's not late round yet, not at all. There's a lot of this round left to go. A lot for Fury to work with. Vast playing a very aggressive position, perhaps inadvisable in this numbers advantage when Fury have information on site but none off site.
Could find the perfect positions to trade right now. A bit of a crossfire already set up from Anixian.
Fury Anixian right now, what you want Fury to do is try to go for a plant. As soon as one of the players from Fury is planting, it's a 3 versus 1 on that last guy who isn't planting. So for Fury, you really want Anixian to be in that position where they're caught out. You have numbers advantage. You can push. You can use that Yokai drone to prevent that plant going down. And Fury, they're just desperate to find a pick.
That line is being held very deep here. Golden has to make a play. Doesn't expect Vast to have come up so close. Thought maybe that was going to slow him down. But no, it's not to be. Anixian, they are going to finish 7-1. A dominant performance by all means.
Certainly great result out of tonight's matches for Anixian. 7-4 after what could have been a rough time on Bank, and then closing it out neatly 7-1 on Cafe.
This has been a night of statements, I think. This has been a start to the Pro League that Anixian could only have dreamed of.
And Vast top frag that game as well, 10 kills.
22 across 2 maps tonight. That is a performance from your leader. And like we were saying, lead from the front.
Yeah, I mean, I hate just to focus on kills, because there are a lot of other good things that happen in that game too, but Vast, he's been making a good impact, not just in frags. He's had confidence to find entries as well. In fact, let's take a look in that second game there. Pardon me. My fingers are too fat for touchscreens. I've learned that today, by the way.
Fair enough, sausage fingers.
So God Legion was 4-0 in opening kills on that map just then. and Vast was 2-1. So despite playing a flank watch role, Vast was still in on those opening kills. And God Legion, as ever, so hot on those openings, 4 for nothing.
Yeah, it's... I don't want to say that's where the difference is, but when you weigh up what seems to be going wrong for Fury, they're dropping those early frags mostly, or that's what it seems anyway from most of the stats that we have.
And for the most part, we didn't see early kills from Fury, didn't see a lot of opening frags. When they played aggressive, which was often, there was at least 3 opportunities where they spawn peeked or peeked outside in the first 30 seconds of the round, and they got domed 2 of those times at least. So it's not a great spot to be in for Fury, but I think this is a question of Onyxian countering the Fury playstyle. They've watched a lot of Fury VODs. They know how they like to play aggressive. They know the kinds of flanks they like to go for. They know the kinds of peaks they like to go for.
Yep.
And they play patiently and they counter that every step of the way.
Well, you know what? We can confirm that, Dev.
Can we now?
You ready to see how expert your opinion is?
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's get Vast on the line from Onyxian here. I mean, that was a very interesting performance, maybe? There we go. I just wanted to make sure that we could get there in the end. Vast, how you doing, mate? How are you feeling after that matchup?
Really excited. It was a really good game, and all my teammates performed really well.
Yep, Dev?
Yeah, I mean, your teammates did perform great, but I want to say this is a large game or large set of games from you individually. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit about your role on the team, not only as captain, but your in-game role. Are you the in-game leader? What kind of a position do you play? And are you usually that player getting frags? And if not, what happened tonight that changed that?
I'm one of the IGLs, so Digital's main IGL. I'm pretty vocal, so I kind of back up IGL here and there. Yeah, I kind of play like the second entry with God Legion, and kind of my role is to focus on like map control. It does change on maps, certain maps, but for the most time, yeah, it's just about getting map control and sometimes flank holding and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it was really good today. Loved seeing you on the Nomad. Really had a lot of good entries and a lot of good controlling of parts of the environment. Yeah, I've been really impressed with how you guys are going so far. I did just want to take a moment to say that you guys, you went Orgless. You're now under the old name of Onyxian. What is it that you guys are kind of looking at for your trajectory moving into the rest of this season? Potentially top 2 is on the cards, potentially getting an organization out there. What are your current ambitions?
Top 2 is our goal this season. Yeah, we don't really have many like ambitions. Like, I don't know. We're just gonna try our best. Try to make LAN. This will be the first time we make APAC finals, so that's just something we want to do. It's kind of hurt us being so close, like a lot of seasons. But yeah, that's basically our goal.
Yeah.
2K.
I think you've been on the horizon so many times and you're nearly there. Do you have any final... I mean, I know that you are Orgless. Do you have anything that you would like to say to the audience watching, maybe potential org owners, as our job here is almost matchmaking now?
Yeah. Just cheers for the support that we get. We appreciate it. In regards to orgs, we're obviously Orgless, as I'm sure it gets mentioned every week. So we hope to not stay that way. If we do make LAN, we want to be under an org by that time, so yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Vast, and best of luck in your next matchup.
Yeah, cheers, guys.
Rightio, well...
I learned a lot about Vast's role on the team.
Yeah,
because
that changes, right?
Yeah, I liked him saying that it changes map to map, and I think another thing that people don't realize is not everything's cut and dried in competitive play. These guys have 2 IGLs. Digital's their primary IGL, and Digital was away. He's on holiday in Japan. I think he's on holiday. He's in Japan, probably on holiday. So Cynic subbed in, so they missed their primary IGL. I'm sure that did put some extra pressure on Vast in that game. Not only does he play secondary IGL, but he plays secondary fragger. Yeah. And he did, I mean, I'm assuming he did IGLing well that game. We can't tell because we didn't get comms. But he did his fragging job really well.
Oh, yeah.
And they had a lot of success, and Onyxian looked really tight, so I think it's safe to say he did both of his primary jobs exceptionally well in those 2 games.
It's good to, it is always good to get them fresh out of the game. I mean, it feels like each broadcast we get them quicker and quicker right after the match. So we're almost getting their raw thoughts there. And I think from Vast's perspective, like that is, he has been, well, the whole team have been so close multiple times now. You think about, I mean, you cast your mind back to last season where Fury knocked them out of the running. Like, they have been on the cusp of taking that APAC LAN, you know, to actually being able to get a little bit more experience from LAN, a little bit more, take a little bit more from this region. And I think the fact that they've set themselves up so nicely, so early on, is incredible for them in their journey.
Yeah, definitely. Look, Nixian's a team that's been on the up for a long time. It's what we've been talking about. They've had so many opportunities where they've barely missed out on making that next step. They almost didn't make it to the 6 Masters finals when they were in a group of 6 and they only had to get top 4. They almost didn't make that.
Yeah.
And the only reason they did was because one team disbanded. So I feel like that LAN spot, which is their only competitive LAN that they've played at, I think they felt like they didn't fully earn that spot.
Yes.
Whereas last season, they got so close to earning a spot at APAC Finals, and this season it's very much in their sights and very much possible with the way Wildcard's been playing. So I think that it's definitely a trajectory that I see could follow through going into the end of the season.
It is on the cards, but we're going to turn our eyes toward Fury now. We do have Warden on the line. Never mind, we do not have Warden on the line.
So close.
I was
so
so ready for that, and I was just gonna absolutely no, I wasn't gonna roast him, but I mean, thank you very much, production, for not letting me sit there and being like, you know, staring at the camera for too long. We've had that before.
I can pretend to be Warden if you like.
Oh, Warden, how do you feel after today's game?
Yeah, all right. We played a good game. It just wasn't good enough. There you go, Manic.
Where are you going in the future?
Look, I'm thinking of moving into casting. I think we really need to replace some of these casters on the desk. Like that Manic guy, he's just not going to cut it.
He's not going to cut it at all, is he? He's getting.
I'm sorry for talking to you like that, Rob.
You just like. I mean, look, I'll just dig my own hole now. Like,
it's okay. I mean, you already did it by throwing to the interview before it was.
I know, right? And like, the problem was, it wasn't even like a soft throw. I couldn't even like play it off and be like, we're going to be 2 seconds away. I'm like, and Warden is there. Well, that's a complete lie.
Now, we are going to go and stare intently at Manic and make him feel very self-conscious. Okay, look, we can't talk to Warden. We can talk about Warden. We can talk about the Fury and kind of their trajectory.
Okay. I was literally just getting comfortable for a second, and I nearly went to throw again. We are just feeling very comfortable here right now.
Comfy.
I think that Fury's trajectory toward like the later parts of this season is going to be very interesting. I think where they've been so far, right? They've versed Wildcard, they've versed Fnatic, and now they've versed Nixian. That's the top 3 teams out of the way, Dev.
Yeah, and that looks really good because their goal isn't to get top 2 like a Nixian's is. Their goal is to get top 4. And like you said, they've already played against the 3 top teams. They took a great victory against Wildcard, which makes a huge difference. And moving into the rest of the season, they can focus on beating the teams that are a lot more achievable, if you might say.
Yes.
And so playing against teams like Kanga, like TBD, who they've also beat previously in the past, going against teams like Homeless, there are going to be challenges there. But there are also going to be opportunities to really lock in those top 4 spots.
I think moving forward from here, we now need to set our sights more so toward the future for Fury, because I think, you know, the groundwork's been done.
Yeah.
They've laid themselves a very good foundation, if I do say so myself. I mean, you look at the results against Wildcard and Fnatic. Unfortunately, that result against Nixian, especially on Cafe, is not something that will be repeated or they will want to repeat. However, this is still a point at which their season is not on the line because, you know, they're actually doing fairly well. However, their expectations of themselves is on the line.
Yeah, I think that they're starting to become more comfortable with themselves as a team, and they're getting new expectations about what they can realistically achieve.
Yeah.
And what's great is they're not intimidated by these top-level teams.
No.
And Wildcard, Fury's playstyle relies on them having confidence because they play so aggressively.
Yeah.
They're spawn peeking when they're like 5-1 down. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. You might say it as a criticism sometimes, but sometimes if what you're really good at is playing hyper-aggressive, you need to back yourself.
Yes.
When you're in a tough position, it's actually good to keep up your confidence, go for those aggressive plays, because if you go and you slip into playing passive, and you're not actually very good at playing passive, your specialization is playing aggressive, then you're going to fail anyway.
Yeah.
And I think Fury, they're really good at playing aggressive. They've mastered that, and that got them a great performance against Wildcard. And Nixian were much better at countering that. And if Fury can just develop a little bit more diversity in their play style, and they go to their aggression when they think it's going to work, and then they seep back into alternate routes when it's not going to work, I think they're going to have a much better season moving on.
And one point that, again, I don't know whether you have touched on this or not. I feel like we've touched on a lot of points tonight because we've had so much time to do so. The fact that Fury have already played on Cafe, I do think might have led into a little bit more for Anixion.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
To be able to, I mean, yes, Anixion played on Cafe as well, but you know what Anixion are going to do, which is it can change every round, which is just that slow, methodical play. They play off the intel that they get, whereas Fury are like, I'm going to get aggressive.
That's it. Like, Fury playing aggressive, you watch a VOD and you say, okay, this player likes to spawn peek out of this window, so I'm going to make sure I drone extra that window, and you start to get the tendencies of aggressive players. The reason aggression works is because it's unexpected, and when you start to expect aggression, it loses that magic, and you start to easily counter it. Whereas the methodical play style of Anixion, you can know it's coming, and it can be much harder to actually counter. So I think that definitely having VODs on both of these teams for Cafe, it certainly would favor Anixion.
Well, whether it's favoured Anixion or not, they have been able to pull it out too.
Oh, yeah.
However, we do get to hear from Warden, so let's take it over, hear what he has to say. G'day, mate. How are you doing after today's matchup? I was just looking at the wrong camera now. I'm looking directly at you. How's everything been, mate? I mean, a bit of a rocky night for you guys, but are you still feeling okay after that one?
Yeah, not too bad. Look, I mean, like, we tried. We just made way too many mistakes at the end, and Anixion simply played better than us. No other way to put it.
I really love your shirt, by the way, Warden.
Thank you.
So it's been, I think, a pretty good season so far. You've put up strong performances that you've talked at in previous interviews, and today maybe it wasn't quite what you were hoping for, but moving into the rest of the season, we've talked about the way that your team has improved, even with rosters. With Sushi playing today, was that a sub moment, and how do you think that the roster is developing with Muesli and Sushi? I'm interested if you told us a bit more about that.
We're getting pretty good. Muesli is actually on holiday right now. Unfortunately, it's just a timing sort of issue. So Sushi did sub in. Yeah, he's been a pretty good sub. He played absolutely phenomenal tonight. So we're pretty happy with how he did. But we feel like this break is going to really do our team good, especially since we had a pretty decent start to the season.
Yeah, definitely. And moving into the second half, we were talking earlier on the desk about how you have, in theory, versed a lot of the harder teams so far. So moving on and maybe picking it up, you're playing in your own kind of bracket now. Are you expecting to have a strong performance against teams such as Homeless, Sinister, and the like? Do you think that they're going to be much more achievable for you guys?
Yeah, hopefully. We're hoping to potentially not drop a map in the second half. That's obviously the goal. But yeah, we feel like we're pretty happy that we versed sort of like a lot of the top teams first. So it just sort of gives us more time to work on stuff and sort of get the harder games out the way. And hopefully we can actually perform well in the second half.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, do you have any final words for us? Do you have any final words for the people at home?
Thanks for watching. Hopefully we play better next time.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Warden, and best of luck in your next matchup.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Now we've heard from both teams. Fury obviously don't seem too rattled, which is good. I think Warden is that kind of guy that just doesn't really get rattled. He seems like a pretty cool-headed guy, so I'm not disheartened by that at all.
No, and I think it's like he was saying, he was really glad that they ended up playing all of the hard teams right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Because it puts the pressure off in some ways it puts the pressure off, in other ways it puts the pressure on, because they have an expectation now in the second half to perform. Their goal is to win every map. I think they'll be happy if they win most of their maps. If they drop maybe one or they draw one or two, they'll probably still be satisfied, because it'll probably help them end up still within that top 4 that they're looking for. But there will be some tough games, and there will be ones that they're going to have to really practice for. I think especially when we see Fury come up against Homeless, that's going to be a really tough series for them. They previously lost in the 6 Invitational qualifiers, and Homeless. The thing that I'm really excited for about the second half of this season is we're going to see where some of these teams start placing against each other. Fury, Homeless, Kanga. I honestly don't know which one is the better team right now.
Yeah.
We're only going to find out if we play it through the rest of the season.
Well, that's it. But for now, don't get too far ahead of yourself. We have just finished the first half of tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Alas, we do still have another half to go. We're going to go to a short break on the other side. Be ready for another hot matchup.
cover. Bomb located by attackers. Bomb located by attackers.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The first half of tonight done and dusted. We can write that in the books and throw it in the back with the rest of the results of the ladder. I was just going to keep talking and talking and talking.
No,
That's right. Yeah, we just slowly but surely slid down a slippery slope.
That's it. Pack it up. Roll the bumper again. We'll try again. We can just do it. Another take.
Prod, please. Robert, James, Manic, Dev. We're here to give you the action for the second half and what was the first half of tonight. But we can move away from the Onyxian and Fury game, which I just feel like went on forever then. I don't mean that as like a dig at all, but there were a lot of issues that we had to try and, roll through and fix on our own. But the fact of the matter is, we can now move on to TBD versus Kanga.
Yeah, exciting times because both of these teams looking pretty sharp this season. Kanga in particular came out of the gate with some strong performances against some really, really good teams. Wildcard beating Wildcard. They beat Wildcard. They beat Wildcard. They actually beat Wildcard. No joke. Kanga beat Wildcard. It happened. It's real. I didn't make it up. I couldn't believe it when I was watching it, but it just happened. And not even a draw. They actually beat them.
Did they beat Wildcard?
They actually beat Wildcard.
Guys, they beat Wildcard.
And Wildcard's good, bro. They're like a good team.
You know who might be a good team? TBD. Let's have a look at the roster and the lineup. We can go through and kind of have a bit of a conversation about them. Dev, do you want to lead this? Or?
These guys have been consistent top four for a really, really long time. They used to be, way back, these guys were, a top contender for those LAN spots. They made a couple of LANs, at least some of this roster, the rest that remains, Jack, Daddy, Cutie. But, they've been on a slow decline, getting overtaken by teams like Onyxian. And, coming into this season, they had Kings, formerly from the old Fnatic roster when they played at the second Invitational. He retired, and they brought on Joker and Mangoes to brandish up their lineup for this season, and they look pretty strong. Both Joker and Mangoes have been really good fraggers. Mangoes a very good support player. Joker, top-notch fragger, and these guys look like they might have what it takes to retain that top four at the very least.
All right, let's have a look at their competitors, their opponents for tonight, Kanga. This is a roster that we've seen have varied results, some really strangely good, some really strangely what we expect. I don't know how to go about that. So just before we go through the roster and we talk about them very quickly, they drew against Fnatic, they beat Wildcard, however they've been 7-1 3 times. Okay, so it is very, very a mixed and varied result from this team. So Lane Man, Boats, Unit, Worthy, Leb, these are the boys that will be in the server tonight. But they have come in with a statement.
Yeah, they've had some really, really strong performances, like you said, against Wildcard and Fnatic, but they've also dropped the ball, or at least performed as, I hate to say it, as poorly as we expected against some other teams as well. Now, one thing going into tonight, Boats will be playing in place of Thumbnail, who is their team captain, and as far as I'm aware, frequently their IGL as well. Let me double check if no, I didn't write that down. But this could make a significant difference for them. I don't know if I want to say a crazy difference, because they've already got a lot of their really, really good players still on that roster, and Boats is no scrub as well. He's had some strong performances. He played in 6 Masters way back. So, yeah, Kanga, I think if they can take it to TBD, that's a sign that Kanga's not just a team that's proven they can fight with the Pro League teams, but also one that's actually going to be a serious contender for seasons to come.
That's for sure. It's a good way to start. Also a good way to start this matchup is to have a look at the veto. Let's go through the process. Let's digest what we're about to see. We've seen Bank and Cafe tonight. Bank is gone. Cafe is gone. We get to see a new and familiar face in the ANZ region, Clubhouse. Bit of a... I don't like using the word staple, but it is a staple in the ANZ region for the most part that we see.
Yeah, and for the thing that happened recently that makes me a bit worried for Kanga is they lost 7-1 to Onyxian on this map just last week. So potential there for Mindfreak, TBD to look at some VODs back and see what it was that Onyxian exploited on this map. Makes you a little bit worried. In fact, it was TBD that actually got the choice. This map or Cafe. Cafe, pretty good map for Kanga. Not amazing. I mean, from my stats here, I don't have a ton of games. I've got 3 Cafe plays, and they only won one of them. So Look, TBD got the choice between the two, and they decided to stick with Clubhouse because it's a better map for them, apparently. I don't know, like, I don't have enough hard evidence, and these teams change so much of their strategies and their playstyle in scrims that we don't get to see, that it's so difficult to base predictions off of previous results.
Yeah, 1 week to another could be completely different. Quick question.
Uh-oh.
What team?
Jack's going to kill me if I don't say TBD, so I got to go TBD.
All right, TBD it is. Let's have a look what the community thought. Let's what you thought at home. Okay.
No, I'm not surprised at this. Look, Kanga has made a statement last few weeks taking it to Fnatic and Wildcards, so I totally see this this is as realistic here.
Yeah, that's doable. I mean, I don't think it's doable to the extent of 52%.
I'm 50-50. 50-50 both of these teams. I reckon...
No draw?
That's boring. I reckon just one team wins one
all
map,
or nothing,
the other
right?
team wins the other map.
All or nothing.
Yeah.
I definitely feel like it's all or nothing for Kanga. They've taken out what were the better teams. They've had some good results. They've had some bad results. Mixed across the board. They can now come into this with a clean slate. TBD is where they lie, and those will be the gatekeepers for this matchup. It is going to be Clubhouse. We will see Kanga starting out on the defense, meaning it is their band to choose. What do you reckon we're going to see? A bit of a Maverick boy, a bit of a...
Yeah, well, the classic on Clubhouse is Mav and Capitao. If either of those operators are left in, it really just prevents the opportunity to Bandit trick. But with Thatcher banned, Bandit tricking and just tricking of wall denial in general is much less important because you can chuck it down static and it's much more difficult for the attackers to remove it in the first place, so you don't have to trick it. Thatcher, also just a super common ban across all maps, not Clubhouse specific in ANZ, so not super surprising to see from Kanga. TBD is going to top it off with the Capitao, leaving all 3 hard breaches on the cards, which just leaves a lot of flexibility for these teams. If you could run Maverick and Hibana, you could run Maverick and Thermite, you could run Hibana and Thermite. There's really a lot of variety there.
I was really hoping we were just going to see a Blitz. Just a wild ban.
I want to see Blitz played.
Come on. Just I feel like on Clubhouse it's just like we expect to see it. I want to see the ban, man. Just give me one chance. Yeah. Just give me something spicy for my night, like a.
Okay, so Echo to top it off. Echo and Mira, name a more iconic duo to sit out and get banned at the end of the day. So that just changes the landscape a little bit in that Maestro is going to very much be in the game. Echo is banned, so IQ not as important, not as essential. Maestro being in the game means that Soft Breach will be essential, and we'll play a Zephyr and a Buck and a Maverick, all of which can destroy those Maestro cameras. But guess who isn't playing Maestro? Kanga at all. They may 6-pick, but I guess with the, no, actually a Castle, wow. So the Bandit pick was to make it look like they were playing Cash when they're actually playing Church, because you wouldn't usually pick a Bandit for the bottom floor, unless you're Bandit tricking Church Wall, which isn't super in meta, especially not when a Thatcher's banned. So they're going to 6-pick onto the Castle, which is going to enable a more heavy roam strategy. And what everyone loves talking about these days on Clubhouse is the Space Station Basement Roam. It's become a trigger word for me these days. Because everyone loves saying the Mute Mozzie combo and the Castle Barricade. And if we look upstairs, we'll see what's really happening here. Worthy's going to go upstairs and start to place some of these Mute Jammers. Wayne's going to chuck some Mute Jammers down, especially on the top floor. We're going to see Worthy chuck his Mozzie pests around as well. This is going to deny droning on the upper floors. We'll also see some Castle Barricades be deployed over by Unit. You can see them in the bar itself, denying the attackers from cutting off rotations. Even reinforcements so far as the top floor at Jacuzzi Balcony to prevent the attackers, from sitting in safe outside positions and denying rotations. Castle Barricade here on the central stairs allows people to rotate up and down main stairs without getting exposed. Even a bulletproof cam here is going to face towards bathroom so that Kanga have info on that. So lots of information, and lots of information denial is going to allow Kanga to roam upstairs and retreat back to the bomb site.
All right, I think we've got our big storyline for the round number 1, that's for sure.
Yeah, trying to explain this roam is...
I think you did an incredible job at that, to be honest.
The essay I'll write tomorrow.
I don't know about everyone at home, but I followed along quite nicely. Now we're going to see what the full effect of it will be. couple of players just hanging around trying to be a nuisance, but Boats has been caught out in toward Bar. Will be executed as well by Cutie, so the opening kill going the way of TBD. Probably not the greatest start and what Kanga were hoping for. Will they stick upstairs? You bet your bottom dollar they will. Both Worthy and Unit going to double down on this.
Opening there for Cutie. Risky position to get in so early, but that does make a huge difference on these heavy roam strategies. Getting in nice and early and ensuring that you have that early presence makes all the difference. Sometimes you just need some confidence on your entries if you don't have that information gathering, as it's been denied by the Mutant Mozzie.
That's a nice bit of information on the default cam.
So, hate to see it. TBD not taking out a default cam will help Kanga assist their roamers. The anchors can just call out what sides the attackers are pushing from, and we'll see Unit upstairs take down Itby Style, one of the entries. And that's a lot of utility gone as well from the Zafia. Unit still alive upstairs, but Mangoes is coming in for some pressure as well. Worthy here to support Unit though, and Mangoes is a hard breacher. If he dies here, that's so much utility wasted.
It's a very awkward situation for them to find themselves in. Mangoes is going to go ahead and spray and pray. He'll be followed up by Worthy, the old switch and bait. They've got the diffuser as well. They can sit and stay or they can run away. It looks like Unit might find himself a second depending on how close he can get. Not close enough. Unit trades out, rather Jack trades out, but look at that from Worthy. Another one falling like flies. It's all up to Jack Daddy. 1v3, 30 seconds left on the clock.
This is the point where you can just fall back to the bomb site. You can see TBD did have information on that rotation, and Jack Dad's just going to go downstairs. See if he can work anything on the bomb site. It's going to come down to some good gunfights and whether it can have good crossfires established. Jack Daddy falls into a Legion mine, and that gives the Legion information to peek it. A textbook space station information denial and castle barricade roam from Kanga.
You know, I find it I found Rainbow Six to be such an interesting game to watch because, I mean, if you were to look at it on a graph and see where all the action takes place and how many rounds, you know, really get decided in those late rounds, this one not so much. This one, all of the action was early to mid-round.
And that's part of the strategy from the defense. The strategy from the defense is we're going to invest heavily off-site and you have to come and clear us out. But we're going to make it incredibly favorable for us, very difficult for you to clear us out by supporting ourselves with utility, primarily the information denial and the castle barricade. Since Thatcher's banned, TBD can't just destroy those mute jammers in one fell swoop. And so TBD have two options, either try and clear out the roam, which is really difficult because the roam has so much utility, or try and hard hit site, which is also difficult because if you hard hit site, you have to deal with the anchors while all the roamers are flanking you. So it's very difficult to pull off.
Barricade up! The knowledge pool, the knowledge fountain that is Dev Mata.
Do you want a present?
Yes.
Knowledge.
What?
Knowledge.
I couldn't even hear what you said.
Saying knowledge with an American accent.
Knowledge. Knowledge, bro.
Gnarly knowledge.
Say that 10 times.
That's going to kill me. All right, so cash defense next up. We will have the Maestro picks. Like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Maestro no longer has that ACOG. Come on, Leb, show me. Sorry, it's not a cash defense. It's a cash presence on a bedroom defense. Show me that Alder. Show me that beautiful, but slightly incomplete Alder.
Come on. No. Surely,
he's busy doing setup. He's being a good maestro. He's not.
No, we don't want him to be a good maestro now. We just want to use him as an example.
Early presence from the Hibana, opening up an angle from the construction exterior wall to cut off rotations in con. Smart move. Meanwhile, the rest of TBD starting to push forwards on this cash push. Droning out Garage. Oh, and Worthy's going to win that fight. Itby Style shouldn't be losing those, but default cam was up and no teammates to support TBD. Joker trying to work on this main wall of cash. This isn't the bomb site, it's just CCTV wall. Worthy finds his second, man. He's been popping off today.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I don't want to say it, but a default cam starting to be an issue for TBD. It was the earlier engagement that I'm referring to, obviously not that exact one. So Joker now looking for the refrag. We'll be able to find the head, but surely they're not going to continue to try and fight this. Worthy can just stay. Doesn't really need to be pushed here.
way.
Oh, the grenade. Oh, no, he's all good. I got
That-
too excited.
That kill was certainly thanks to the default cam still being up, but he's likely to get traded here. He doesn't secure that kill eventually, but brought it back now. It wasn't the only kill in the mix. Worthy and Wayne go down. I think that was Cutie to find that one, and Jack Dad's going to get revived here. He'll be on very low HP. There's only 3 defenders left, only 3 attackers to make this push work. Still possible. Very difficult to take a lot of ground with this many players left. Only 3 players, 1 being so low. But it's also difficult for Kanga to hold on to extra ground other than the bomb site. So I think they're just going to default off of this cash push before too long. In fact, they have just 1 player in construction.
Oh, and that's going to be Unit running out of construction. Love to see it, but hate to see it for TBD now. They're having all sorts of problems to start with. Kanga have been able to capitalize on quite a lot. Now starting to open up a little bit more here. TBD, 30 seconds left on that clock. They've just been able to drone out into toward bedroom, so at least they have a clear passageway through construction. However, do they? Don't really think they do. They're going to have to try and take a little bit more of a different approach here. Cutie trying to take the straight up engagement. Hasn't been given anything, and this time is dwindling away, Dev.
Ooh. Almost an angle there, I thought, but have to be a desperate entry for TBD. Joker needs to find this, and oh no, it's a 2v1! How does that happen, Leb?
5 seconds remaining.
It's all up to you now. Can you deny this plant? Is Cutie watching the rotation? Plant goes down, and that's a salvage for TBD. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's a bit of a yikes there for Kanga.
Cutie,
very nicely done though.
2v3, but a really, really difficult 2v3 to pull off.
Yep, for sure.
And, well, Cutie and Joker managed to pull it off without losing either player. Really impressive stuff. And while Kanga, they got so close, early aggression was on point. TBD were not winning those early exchanges, but because Kanga didn't ramp down that aggression after they found the first few picks, TBD managed to get them all back.
This has been a very confusing start to the match, honestly. TBD looking pretty frazzled in the first, and even in the second, you've got to say. Kanga just had such a good start with that Vulcan Jaeger just being a nuisance into toward Garage, but know how quickly that can change. And now all kudos is being given to the attacking side. Now we're going to see how they decide to hold CCTV and Cash. You would dare say we'll probably see a fair bit of presence across it toward Garage, which we had seen previously.
Yeah, and in some ways it's been meta for a Maestro to play that position or someone with an ACOG, but I expect Kanga might leave someone else there because the Maestro doesn't have an ACOG anymore, so it's not going to be super favorable, and if he dies, then you can't turn those Maestro cameras, you can't use the sniper anymore, so probably the next best operator to take that position would be Worthy, as he has the best gun for the job.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Fair enough, Unit.
Yeah, just trying to tighten up the bar. He doesn't like the music, doesn't like Rock Nation.
That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Righty, the approach right now from TBD. There we go. Now we're learning from our mistakes. We're starting to evolve.
And they're not only looking for default cameras, but also Valkyrie cameras and other utility thrown. It's up to Mangoes to locate that. I think it actually is the Maestro playing in Garage, so interesting choice there. We'll see whether that holds true. Now, TBD going for the Maverick and Hibana combination. As I mentioned earlier, all hard breaches are in the game. And this is something that we don't get to see very often, or at least I haven't really heard talked about on the casts. See how much of a botch he just made of that? The reason he screwed that up was because of a smart play from Kanga. Opening up that wall in such a way, at the top and at the bottom, makes it very difficult for the Maverick player to open up these long lines to do the Maverick trick. And honestly, even if Joker gets all the way along to the left here, I think he's still going to fluff this up. And look at the way the smoke is clipping through the wall. Joker's nearly a dead man.
Jeez, he gets away. Only just as well. Wayne Man was holding that down. A little bit more awkward with that SMG at long range, though.
Is yeah, the wall's actually open, so he did get it successfully. Never mind me, but taking so much damage for his trouble. And that extra bit of destruction on the wall does really make it difficult for Maverick to do his job. And that aided, oh yes! A C4 to finish off. Cutie leaves just the Maverick of Joker. Low HP is the only hard breacher.
It's getting a little bit more complicated for TBD now. Kanga have been very confident on this defensive side, you have to admit. TBD, though, you can see they're starting to make their way through from construction. Worthy, what's the decision? He'll get taken down from behind. It be Style will pick up 2. And that, well, not only does it even out the odds, in fact, it puts them into their favor. All of a sudden, Kanga on the back foot once again.
Trying to execute a construction push now is TBD. There's only 2 players that they have to deal with, and both of them cornered off here at the top of the cache stairs. It's a really strong position for TBD to be in, but if they start losing these gunfights, start losing picks, it'll be all the more difficult. Just 20 seconds left, no smoke babes. But Boats finds that opening kill. 1 for Wayne Man as well. The main wall exterior is open, but it's difficult for Mangoes to get through it. And now he's the only man, and he can't get through the wall. A 2 versus 4 for Kanga.
Jeez, Wayne, man, talk about stepping up at a moment of need. That's a 3K toward the end of the round then. A little bit of salt, a little bit of BM just to cap that one off. Again, it is very intriguing the way these rounds are going. One team is starting to get the early favor, and it swings again. All right, so let's analyze that from a very quick perspective of the trades, right? Kanga start off really nicely. The smoke continues to push back Maverick. They do a lot of damage to him. They don't find the kill. However, Cutie then falls to a C4. Ippy style trades 2, and then it's looking all TBD from there. But then Wayne Man.
Man, 2 versus 4 should never happen like that. They should never be successful there, especially because they're playing SMG-11s, which have such a small magazine size. You're lucky if you can take down 2 players with 1 magazine. You're really doing well if you can take down 2 players. Usually 1 spray takes up the whole mag. So if TBD had maybe stacked more players together, it would have been much more difficult for Kanga to execute those individual picks, those 1v1 gunfights. The close quarters with that shotgun and the SMG-11 close range, that's where the SMG-11s thrive. Now it looks like we're going back downstairs for Kangas. I don't know, can we call it an SSG roam? I hate it when people call it the SSG roam because SSG is not the only team who does this roam. With Mute, Mozzie, and Castle, people have been experimenting with this for a long time. Let's call it the Castle Barricade Information Null roam. No, that's just a mouthful. Let's just not call it anything. They're doing this strat that everyone should be familiar with by now. And it worked so well last time. TBD tried to clear out the roamers and Kanga had none of it.
You know what? We'll call it the BMM strat.
BMM. Why is that?
I don't know why I said B. C. CBMM.
Castle.
Barricade.
Mute, Mozzie.
I had barricade. Yeah.
So, aggressive C4. I don't know what the idea was there. Don't think Boats had information for that. It was trying to throw it over and kill a player pushing from strip, but no one was there, so he didn't have information on it.
A little bit surely droning out now. Unit just still sticking to the guns there with Boats watching. Bit of a crossfire. Excellent potential for the refrag. Joker, however, starting to make their way, rather Joker making his way through. BD getting a bit of information on this drone.
If he peeks too wide, then he'll be taken out from Jack Dad at the end of the hallway. Joker, though, smartly opening up angles from stock into bar, and TBD, time is slipping away from them because they're hoping that Kanga will peek into these angles, and Kanga so far isn't biting the bait. And they're just going to fall back onto bomb site. They know how much time they've delayed. Know that Kanga is going to, rather TBD, is going to be lower on drones now that Kanga's taken them all out. There is one hatch already pre-opened by the defense, that's the bar hatch, but doesn't really matter at this point. And at 20 left, TBD do have some time to work with, but I think Kanga have completely cleared back to 5 men on site, less if the Mozzie's still roaming.
They're starting to get a little bit more organised, starting to get a move on. I think TBD, they have figured out the call, the play. You can see Jack Daddy trying to open a bit more of a vertical line.
All 5 on site as well.
This is good for Kanga. 5v5, TBD are going to have to go hard and go fast here. Still 3x Kairos left on the Hibana. Starting to make a bit more of an approach. That's going to be Ippy style going straight in toward the church opening. He does have the opening. Oh, he's got two players watching him. He's not going to get past Wayne, man, that's for sure. And now TBD going to have to look at a bit more of a different approach. That's not good, Dev. That is not good at all.
Not sussing out who's watching what angle, and Mangoes is looking desperate. Ippy style fatal on the entry. Mangoes will try and compensate, but 3 people shooting at him at once. 2 frags, though, do go for the attacking side. It's just the 2 hard breaches left. Both low on HP. Joker dies and gets another one. Cutie and Joker have clutched these before, but Cutie can't plant. And he's in a 1 versus 2. Not enough time to stick this diffuser. Not going to try it. And hoping that someone will push him. Kanga, don't give him the opportunity.
I mean, valiant effort from Cutie, I guess. Like, you at least try to bait them out, but it's not going to happen. Kanga, they hold true to their own form, and it's going to be a 3rd round on the board, Dev. Kanga, incredible work just to slowly buy time there with that small little roam. They weren't as committed up on that 2nd floor as what we saw in the 1st round, so it makes it a little bit more complicated for TBD there. Overall, a very successful round.
Yeah. I like that Kanga varied their tactic there. Previously, they decided that they would hard hold that roam as long as possible. This time, the strategy was to delay time, play passive, play crossfires, and force TBD to shoot drones at you. Eventually make an entry in a more desperate position. By that time, Kanga had already put 5 men on site. Admittedly, it got very close. TBD, most of the kills they got were off camera. We didn't really see where Joker managed those entries, but we'll just have to guess. Castle shotgun on unit. It's meta, I guess. Pulse shotty is meta at least. Be interested to see where unit's actually holding.
Reinforcements in place.
Operators playing shotguns. If it's not about opening up utility, it's usually about holding a very specific location where you know you're going to be favored in that gunfight, where you're only taking close range gunfights, because that's the thing that you're not afforded when you run a shotgun and a pistol instead of an SMG. Then you're not afforded the opportunity to be versatile in your gunfights.
Yep.
You have to just take close gunfights. Is he playing cash with a shotgun? A lot of long angles you can take on cash. A bit risky.
Well, of course, you would expect the Buck making the early renovations for that cash CCTV rather wall as they slowly make their way in now. Mango's just ensuring. What's he spotted there? Nothing?
Might be a Valkyrie camera, because TBD did spot a Valkyrie camera in that same corner last time. Kanga defended this. And Unit is actually playing in cash. Maybe, so he's got impact grenades in theory, so he can deny that. No, he's used all his impacts, never mind. I don't know, it's a curious choice, but
does have the support on his side, so I guess Worthy can just hold the crossfire. Anything that tries to flush in toward cash, they'll be able to catch off. Mangoes, oh no, that's not what you want to be seeing. That is not the whiff that you need. The pre-fire around the corner, it'll be traded out 1 for 1, an eye for an eye. Unit now holding with that Shotty. Still needs to be careful. Both lines are going to be pushed at the same time. Although it seems, what is Wayne there? No! They've just completely exposed themselves. And Cutie capitalizes on it so nicely. That's disappointing from Kanga's perspective.
Huge oversight. Tunnel visioning on that player coming from CCTV. Not worrying about the main stairs. Now this is slanted in TBD's favor. Boats and Leb both have fantastic weapons to clutch this out, but TBD have time. They've droned out boats, but no one's watching that rotation, so it could have moved. Joker now, he's opened up an entrance at Jacuzzi, unreinforcing the wall with the Maverick trick, and now he's trying to open up the soft part of the wall with his weapon. Leb and Boats both just want to find a gunfight in a 1 versus 1. That's the desperation here, but that's a 1v1. He's not going to win. Cutie steps up massively. 3 versus 1, but Boats gets aggressive right at the right time, and the sub just can't make it happen. TBD lock out that attack.
Yeah, Boats was caught in 2 mines there. Had to worry about the opening straight from Bath, but also had to worry about the hallway push. TBD, like, again, these rounds just continue to swap favor, right? A lot of the time we see an early pick or we see, you know, maybe a kill or two and it starts to landslide a little bit more. That exact instance was a 4 versus 3 with Cash being held by a shotgun and an additional player. Just small little moments where things are turning, and it seems to be when it turns mid-round, it's turning for TBD. So whether this is Kanga and they're not completely, I don't know how to word this, completely structured in that sense. The mid-round just seems a little bit chaotic when they finally get that opening.
Yeah, TBD does tend to be able to find those opportunities to exploit weaknesses on Kanga's defense. Main obvious note there would have been when Cutie made that double entry, 2 kills into Cash. Kanga, that's something they can tighten up. It's a bit better communication about who's watching what angle. But they'll go back to Cash. So far they've defended Church and Cash successfully both, and now this is their last round in their defensive half. TBD are yet, as I said, to win this bomb site. They've only won bedroom twice. So, to be honest, we haven't seen that much pour from Kanga on the bomb sites that they've won so far. This Cash did get very close last time. They won a 2 versus 4 with the 2 SAS operators, Wayne and Boats, to clutch it out. But I think that mainly slanted on the fact that Ippy Style found 2 opening kills below, which he's not likely to be able to replicate. We'll see.
We will.
So this strategy here from Jackdad is instead of mavericking the main wall and then removing because the Maverick, if you Maverick the top and the bottom, it removes the reinforcement.
Yeah.
So instead of removing the reinforcement and then removing the soft wall, they're doing it the other way around. So they remove the soft wall with Bach and then they remove the reinforcement. Same effect, just slightly different, and it means that the Buck doesn't have to be in an exposed position to remove the wall.
We did see that come back to haunt TBD in that last Cash CCTV take, so...
That's right.
It can be a double-edged sword, I guess, if you don't do it correctly. However, I don't think they actually had the Buck to open up the wall completely.
I'm not sure. I don't even know if... I don't remember them doing that last round, but... Unit finds Ippy Style. Man, Ippy Style's been having a rough time. That's his 4th opening death in these past 6 rounds.
Yikes.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's a pretty damning stat, if you ask me. And now, TBD have to bring this one back, but they have not been shy of doing so either. Quite successfully on most rounds, they've been able to claw back into it. I'll start to take a little bit more control now. Mango's just sitting around.
You could see that the Buck of Jackdad was trying to drone lounge downstairs to find out where these players are downstairs, but he couldn't because of that Mozzie Pest. Great use of utility there from Kanga, once again denying the information. Whiffed C4, denies that kill, but does scare off Mangoes.
Backs out of construction. Unit still roaming around. He could have quite a big part to play in this.
Oh, he's going to go for a really nasty angle through the hatch. That's cheeky. I've not seen this one before. He also now has a rotation. He could even shoot some of these Hibana pellets off or C4 them. Decides to just go for one, revealing his position. Not sure if anyone noticed, but that likely will still leave a hole big enough to rotate through, and Jack Daddy takes out that Mozzie.
Question is, was it worth it? Well, we'll never know. Right now it's TBD edging their way in. The smoke does find a way to try and deny the play. Oh, wow. No one's watching that. Boats manages to come on through for the clutch kill. Cutie now needs to step up, but cannot do so. It's all up to Jack Daddy. 10 seconds left in the round. It looks like it's going to end 4-2 for Kanga. I don't think he's got any opportunity to have a say here. The second he moves into the line of sight, bada bim, bada boom, forget about it, you're dead. Defenders take it 4-2. Kanga feeling pretty comfortable on the defensive side.
That they are, and look, it wasn't super one-sided. It was TBD's rounds that they won on Bedroom were pretty good. But Kanga, look, if you've got 2 really strong bomb sites where you're not going to drop a round on either, and you just have that one bomb site that has weaknesses enough for TBD to steal rounds, that's okay, because you're still going to come away with 4. Now the question is, how do they do on their attacking side? Working with their substitute, Boats, He was he played really well in that last round. He got 3 kills, and one was super essential to deny the plant. But on defense, it's much easier to slot a new player into a role. On attack, it's much harder. Attacking in Rainbow Six is so complicated.
Yep.
So much chemistry that's needed and so much communication. It's just so essential on your attacking half.
Do you think more so on a map like Clubhouse that does require you to take certain parts of the map before you progress?
100%. There's so much variety on Clubhouse because, like you said, you have to take map control. There's a lot of roam clearing that needs to be done, especially with the recent meta of this information denial roam that we see both teams are now using. In fact, TBD are going even more all in and bringing the Vigil to boot. And not only do you need to coordinate to that roam clear, but you also need to coordinate use of utility to open hatches, open walls. It's very difficult. We'll see how Boats does. He's on a potentially fragging role on what's usually considered a fragging operator of the sledge. In some ways, the fragging roles require a little bit, they're a bit more universal. You can switch between one team and another, or maybe not be scrimming as usually and still do decent on a fragging role compared to a support role where you need to make sure that you know the exact way that the team functions. It's roam set up upstairs. Kanga trying to cut off rotations.
Style now prone in the corner. Does have a fair bit of support as well.
One of the things that does make this hold a bit more vulnerable is if the attackers decide to rush the bomb site, it is more vulnerable as there are less players stacked there, but it doesn't look like TBD are going to try and make that play. Cutie does a jump outside and finds Boats. A great first kill. That's the sledge gone down. Not a lot of utility lost that the attackers will need. Maybe just to get rid of the castle barricades, I suppose, but...
Oh, wait, the buck's down.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
That's a shame.
That's a start and a half for TBD, taking out both of the, well, almost a second soft breach.
Yeah, that's right. There's 3 soft breaches, so maybe it's not such a big deal, but... There are some differences in train of thought with Kanga compared to TBD. They're not bringing the Maverick, they bring Zephyr to counter bandit tricking. And they bring the Thermite and Hibana as hard breaches. A lot of soft breach utility though. Triple soft breach.
Yep. Oh, Cutie. Almost getting caught on the rotate there. They're kicking themselves. He will be able to make it back safely though. Behind Pool. Should be able to fall back to site with relative ease now. There's a minute 20 left off the clock. TBD are not even, they haven't even cleared the roam up the top there.
Yeah, and even if there are no more defenders upstairs, it's so difficult for Kanga to actually know that because of all the information denial. We saw a drone whiz past, and there is a roam in Strip of all places. Now, Strip is a very easy roam to cut off if you know about it, but if you don't, and if you let him get past you, Ippy Style could certainly execute a mega flank. But he'll have to wait patiently. There's no point going for it too early. He wants it, though.
Well, he's going to see the diffuser before he sees anything else. He's going to be able to find the first kill and back away as well. He'll just sit in toward Pool. There's absolutely no need for him to move now. 30 seconds left. They're going to have to bypass him and then still worry about the flank depth. This looks like Kanga might actually have a fair bit of trouble on their hands.
That castle barricade's also going to protect him from Bar, so he only has to worry about the hatch and the angle to his right. Kanga's just going to go full send on the bomb site, but they're still at a numbers disadvantage, and Joker makes that even more so. Worthy with a good entry, whips out the pistol, looking to find one more, but he can't get it. It's all on Wayne Man, and he can't find a damn thing. Ippy Style to clean up the last 2. The Roma coming in for the mega flank. There was nothing that Kanga could do about it.
Like you said, it is quite easy to cut that rotate off from Strip, but if you're not aware of it, if you don't really check it, you're just going to see exactly what's happened there. And the fact that it was also barricaded in between Pool and Bar, just the job gets 10 times harder for Kanga on that front. So nicely done from TBD to bring it back into the 3-4 region. We will see them go up toward Gym and Bedroom. We'll be seeing a 6th pick onto the castle barricade for the additional support.
Yeah, and this was the bomb site Kanga just couldn't defend. They're bringing the Maverick, no Hibana.
Attackers need to
TBD, as you mentioned, bringing that castle, something that is quite popular on this bomb site. allows for a lot more protection from those dangerous south windows. It looks like we'll see an extended hold into Cash, as is very much usual. If Jack Daddy's going to help reinforce to hold that CCTV side. Looks like we might even see Mangoes go for a bandit trick, but with Wayne Man and Worthy both with utility to deny that bandit trick with the Maverick trick and the Zafia trick. Man, we just love the word trick, don't we? It's like the this trick and that trick. We have Cutie with Pulse Shotgun too, Castle Shotgun too. Man, people love that shotty.
Made us change my dude.
Times are changing. Is Mango's gonna trick that actively? No. Interesting.
Just trying to be a pain in the backside.
Yeah, well, Thatcher's banned, so may as well just chuck down some static batteries.
It has been the first, obviously this is the second round, but I don't believe Kanga bought Maverick in the last round, so
no, that's it.
The other way,
yeah.
You'd be in a little bit of trouble, but...
Yeah. Oh, no! Wayne Man has no idea, but he nearly tapped Itby Style in the head. And keep watching the angle. Itby Style's been consistently playing hyper-aggressive. And look, it's not working out for him most of the time. Last round it worked great when he was roaming, but he had a lot of patience and he waited until the opportune moment before he went for that flank. I think if he retains that patience in the rest of these rounds and goes for late aggression, that can really work for TBD. Not a lot of presence in Cash, as we can see. It's just Cutie, but he's in con, not even Cash, playing with this shotgun.
This could be fun.
If he gets wide peeked from the door, he's likely to lose that gunfight.
Still waiting with a little peephole, but playing in the close corner toward bedroom. That could possibly catch out some members of Kanga. However, they, like you said, they've still got to get within range of the shotgun, right? And that's not really going to bow too well from that distance in toward construction opening.
The way to counter the shotgun play is either take long angles or take tight angles, because the shotgun has spread, whereas one bullet from a rifle will kill someone in the head. The shotgun, not the same case. See the progression gradually in from Cash as well. Joker in Logistic, he'll be a hurdle for Kanga to deal with.
Itby Style was roaming underneath. I'm not entirely sure where he's gone. However, doesn't look like he's too interested in trying to take anything across toward Cash/CCTV at this point. Destruction now being dealt with by TBD. Main Man doing the due diligence nice and, I wouldn't say early, but still with enough time left on the clock.
It's a bit late, but if you can cut off this rotation, then you can cut off that rotation. That's super essential. And no, he still hasn't done enough. Where have you missed, mate? Where have you missed? He's got tons of fuel, but Jack Dad finds the first kill. Worthy goes down. That's a roam downstairs.
He's still going to be able to stay there as well. Itby Style is underneath, just looking directly out of the gym window from that hatch. So the second they try to make a move, they're going to be in trouble. Cutie as well is holding on the sharp angle. Boats takes down Leb. This is not good. Oh no, he's shot at the dead body on the ground. Units now allowed in toward the side. He's going to go deep as well, try and catch off the secondary player. He's going to manage to do so. It's now into a 2-on-3. Wayne Man finds one. Hang on a second. Jack Daddy comes in for the save, and that should be all she wrote. Kanga have just slipped through the fingers of the fat old dub.
Yeah, TBD just held on strong enough, and I think that it was really that patience that they had. They didn't really take the fight to Kanga for the most part. There was a roam downstairs playing elusively, and Kanga got caught in that trap. We didn't see exactly what happened downstairs when Jack Dad got that opening kill, but Kanga, they made some good progress taking control of Cash, but it wasn't with a fight. TBD never even really held on to it. So Kanga said, oh, this is free real estate, we'll take that. But TBD said, well, you can take that. We're just going to sit here until you waste time and eventually fall into our trap. Now we're at an even round count, and things aren't looking too poor for TBD anymore. 4-2 half for Kanga looks pretty nice, but TBD have proved they have strong defenses on 2 out of the 3 bomb sites they need to lock this out. Heading to Cash, well, it's a highly defensible bomb site, especially with Capitao and Thatcher banned. I certainly think they can make this happen as well.
Well, how are Kanga going to approach this? Maverick, as you said.
Camera activated.
We'll be able to spot a fair bit of the electronical devices. IQ that's brought in.
Cheeky cam. I like that.
You like that cam behind the fan?
I like it. I'm a fan. I like it because it's just so basic. You know,
nothing too fancy about it.
Nice one. That's also.
Oh, with that cam either, that's
pretty basic.
That's out there for everyone.
Probably going to get spotted by boats if he just walks along the roof with his scanner. He'll see that one. Even a player without the scanner.
I was going to say that one's pretty obvious. That is literally like a pimple.
You never know though. Sometimes players just don't watch. I like this. So these holes in stock, which unit is wary of, set up by TBD to deny attackers playing inside of stock. Typically, you'd see attackers try to go inside of stock, open up the floor, and put pressure onto the players inside cache. But TBD opening those holes means anyone inside stock is exposed to the entirety of bar, forcing the attackers to clear bar as well.
They're making a little bit of progress toward the blue stairs. Joker can just continue to be a nuisance down here if he wishes to.
Yeah, there's such a heavy roam. Joker's downstairs so that he can flank any presence in blue or lounge, but we also had the Jaeger, Ippy style, running around somewhere, not quite sure where. Cutie also very wary of positions down below. He's watching, I believe that's the stock door where the Buck wishes to enter. Cutie's got this with the SMG-11. Look at these holes through the floor. Cutie watching the lounge door as well. It's just so perfect.
This could unravel Kanga the second they step out into the open. And Buck might have been somewhat essential for Kanga here. He might have been able to open up that flooring. If he does walk in, I'm assuming. Will he be expecting that to be watched?
Boats is going to walk in from a different angle, however. Cutie did have an angle onto that doorway, but he's now passed through it, and Boat's likely to use this scanner to get rid of Electroclaw. Can he manage it? The more time he spends trying to shoot it, the more exposed he is, but he gets it. Now Leb's going to try and make this work. The Cade device does come out, but Leb's thermite charge is too fast. And that's the main wall open, so good job from Kanga to execute that. And still TBD haven't killed these players downstairs.
Immediately as well, you can see TBD just invert, go for a little bit more of the garage hole. Nippy style be able to catch off one. Mango's taking down Wayne Man. How long can they hold on the garage? That's the question. 40 seconds. You better believe it's going to be a lot longer than what you'd hoped for. Mango's comes in for a second, and just like that, Kanga get ripped apart on their attack.
That was a massacre, and it was all in garage. I don't really understand what happened there, because Kanga did all kinds of complicated steps, droning and clearing below, and getting their IQ in there to get the Electroclaw off the wall, just so they could open that main door. And once they opened that main wall, that main CCTV wall, they had 4 people trying to push garage to clear these players, and no utility to speak of to assist with that push. The 2 TBD players in garage just held on to that quite easily.
So far, we haven't really seen good signs from Kanga.
No.
Just flat-out statement.
Attack is a bit of a mess.
Hopefully, we'll be able to see some remnants of adaptations being made. Although, TBD going back down into the basement, I do not have the most hope for Kanga right now.
TBD did have a very strong roam game. And they're just going to bring the same strategy once again. Now something that's may make the difference for Kanga here. Boat's bringing that Jackal. A little bit of extra roam clear utility. We'll be able to give some positions onto those roamers, at least at the start. As long as you find footsteps, you'll get an idea of where one player is, but it's not always enough. And I don't know if it's going to be the difference maker for this.
5 seconds
Cutie's having a good time.
Yeah, he went off on Hibana on attack. I think he got most of his kills from that.
Yeah, the double digits.
Yeah.
Well, might not even be needing to step up at this point in time. It looks like the team effort on the defensive side is enough.
Yeah. Remember, last round, something that made the difference for TBD was this roamer of Ippy style. He's already taken a bit of damage, and if they can finish him off nice and quick, might spell death for TBD. You can see Kanga much more organized this time, covering each other's rotations, cutting off rotations on that main stairs, opening up the dirt wall really nice and early with thermite. Even thoroughly droning to make sure there's no one in strip.
Kanga are definitely crossing their T's at this point. Can now start to make a bit more of... Oh, that is very early on. Itby Style had the information, opens up with the impact, and just like that, that's the Jackal off the board. Oh, that's the Jackal off the board.
I know, isn't it ironic that the Roma kills the Jackal and Itby Style almost wallbangs his way to another one, and still he's allowed to rotate freely inside a bar until he overextends and Wayne Man punishes him. Now Unit wants to find angles through the floor. What's he looking for? Looking for holes in the floor? Trying to peek someone through them? Curious movement there, but 4-on-4.
With that, they can now start to simulate some sort of an attack. Wayne Man opening the original hatch. Oh, wait. Oh, that is mighty unfortunate. One of the players
above.
up in logistics. You just hate to see that for Kanga.
And he gets a kill.
TBD are just absolutely playing with Kanga right now. Cutie needs to be careful. There was one coming through from the hatch. There's also one coming up the stairs, but I would say that's job done at this point.
Damage done. There's no more X-Karos because Wayne just used the last of them to get the soft logistics hatch open, which Unit or Worthy or Boats could have opened earlier. Man, it was looking so good for Kanga, and now they're falling to desperation. Unit Doggy trying to make an entrance onto the bomb site, but he's already spotted out and takes a lot of damage for his trouble.
Do have one in church already. Worthy just playing around the backside there. We'll start to approach a little bit more so. Unit tries to take the engagement. As I say that, Worthy does fall down as well. So doubling down on their strats. Wayne Man's been able to push in. He'll be able to find one for free, but I cannot see him getting past that. This is a shutout from TBD.
Ended their attacking half with just 2 rounds, and since they haven't lost a single defense, heading really nicely on through this round.
Impact.
Really excellent start there for Itby Style as well. Now, if I'm not wrong, they're on to match point.
Yep.
6-4. It's looking really good for TBD. They haven't really showed any signs of faltering on their defense, and like, I've got to say, part of that is Kanga not being completely thorough on many of their attacks. It was a really good start there. It looked like they'd talked about what they wanted to do to fix this church take, and then things just started to slip through the cracks. Itby Style wasn't addressed in bar, and he was allowed to have an impact on areas outside of bar. That impact grenade opening up a wall. Fortunately, TBD had Itby Style overextend too much. Kanga punished it, but then after that, Cutie was upstairs, not addressed.
Logistic and bar, hey? Who would have thought those would have been instrumental plays on a basement defense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is just...
Well, now TBD are going to have to go back to bedroom, which they have already won. Last time, Kanga successfully took control of Cash without too much trouble, but TBD just held on to logistic and the bomb site, and they didn't even hold on to construction. They literally just held on to master and logistic, and that was basically it, and bathroom. And Kanga just didn't have any way of pushing in successfully. They got refragged down.
Yeah, they just went in dry, right?
Yeah.
Just trying to find anything. I feel like that, for the most part, has been the storyline for Kanga. Even when they've looked good, it still has just kind of been TBD pulling the pants down and spanking.
And they lost players on the roam as well. It's just, it hasn't been consistent. It hasn't been a strong execute from Kanga.
Right, well, TBD, just pretty much like every round we've seen so far, happy to allow Kanga to kind of set themselves early. But they've just been such a nuisance in literally in every aspect. Kanga have just been outplayed. And now TBD are literally 1 point away from taking this first map in the series. Cutie's playing up close and personal with that shotgun.
He's waiting for it to get sledged open, I think, so that he can shotgun the sledge in the face.
Oh, how joyous that would be. It might come now. Oh,
come on.
No, you don't like to see.
Oh no, he messed it up.
What?
Poor Cutie, but there's another shotgun ready and waiting. They don't have to overextend. They have an advantage.
Still feel like they're going to, though, even with that.
It's a long road for Kanga to get back in this game. 3 more rounds they're going to have to take. And all they'll get is 1 measly point for the standings.
Jeez, Ippy Style right now being called upon for TBD. Just makes it outside construction and backs away. Might find himself on a cheeky roam as well, which you can see is now starting to make way through. Mango still with the direct line.
See how aggressive TBD are playing on these windows. Still just waiting for one of these fights to happen. 1 minute left. Worthy taken out by Ippy Style, who dropped downstairs and managed to flank back up.
Oh,
He finds another one. Surely not. This could be the death of Kanga.
Webb's going to need to step up here for the rest of the attacking squad. Unit and Wayne Man, what can they get done? A 3 versus 4. Ippy Style is low. They have a lot of openings here. Some nice pre-fire to come through from Leb. He is not going to find anything. There is only 30 seconds now. The Myrtle Hole will give it at least a little bit more of a tickle. Unit, though, still being able to be somewhat of a nuisance. Manages to catch off Ippy Style. In a 3 versus 3, this has to explode now, Dev.
No time at all, and Smoke Babes will make Unit's entry just impossible. All up to Leb now. An awkward position rounding this corner. Can he even find the first? Not so. And TBD take Clubhouse 7-4.
I mean, had you have said 7-4 is going to be the way that this ends after the first half, I would have told you you're mad. I would have told you that Kanga were looking strong. They ended 4-2 and did not win a single round from there.
Just can't win any attacks, man. No Clubhouse attacks today.
It's volumes for TBD. You can see leading the front, Ippy Style and Cutie. Cutie, I believe, only got like 1 or 2 kills after the after their attacking rounds. So,
yeah, it's pretty funny. He really helps them claw those attacking rounds, and that you've got to credit. Not only did TBD have really good defenses that Kanga wasn't able to break, but the fact that TBD also kept pace on those bedroom attacks. Like they didn't do so well on Church and Cash, but bedroom, they made that bomb site theirs twice in a row, and some of them were from numbers deficits and unfavored situations as well. Yeah. And the fact that they kept pace on their attack meant that because they would have just been like Kanga, they would, if they hadn't won those bedroom, then they just wouldn't have been able to win attacks, and we would be looking at a draw.
Yeah, it is intriguing to see how well TBD have been able to do after what seemed to be quite Kanga favored. However, that is a strong performance nonetheless. I think, you know, heading into map number 2, it will, I hate saying map number 2 because it sounds like it's a best of 3. Into the second best of 1 for tonight with these 2 teams, I really do feel as though TBD are just running away with this in terms of momentum.
I really feel like a lot of this is going to come down to maps as well. If we end up on a map where Kanga are a bit more comfortable on their attack, I can see hope for them, but it just looked like they just weren't present in their attacks. Part of it, perhaps, the fact that they were playing with that substitute. Boats went 0-3 on opening kills versus opening deaths. Unfortunate for him, and you can't really have too much of a go at him.
No.
He's a substitute player. It can be very difficult fitting into those roles. And it wasn't enough for Kanga to win their attacks.
It's a shame.
Yeah,
to say the very least. But there is still a chance for redemption. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we come back, the grudge match for Kanga.
Attackers have located a bomb.
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, that's my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping this basic, skipping this classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we counting them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy, they not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, that's not an AK, it's a Uzi, I pull up and shoot it to movie, I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie, cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci, word of my nigga from the 021, you count 6 shots and I count 2 guns, some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun, yeah, you can come over here, swear it's like no career, swear you got no idea, soon you have no career, take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here, don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Hold up your sign though, they ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Free all stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign though.
Welcome back in for the 4th installment of tonight. That is unfortunately the last installment that we have. It is still one matchup though, and we're still keen as a bean. Robert or Manic and James and Dev, whichever one you want to go. I just call you James because I feel more comfortable with it, but Dev Marta for, I'm sure everyone knows you as Dev Marta, so let's just keep it at Dev.
I feel comfortable with you.
Okay, good. The warm embrace of a co-caster.
We'll have to wait until the broadcast ends before we actually embrace there.
No, we don't. Come here. Come here. See? Oh, I definitely just scrunched my mic up, and
it's all right.
It's kind of like bed hair.
Better than scuffing on
worse than that,
broadcast, because
right?
we definitely don't do that.
Moving on. Anyway, 4th and final map for tonight. The second matchup for TBD and Kanga. We now get to see a bit of wholesome action before we jump on into it, though.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kanga, I hyped him up a lot. I still predicted TBD. I think when you asked me which team I thought would win, I think I still said TBD. But I've been super impressed by Kanga. In fact, if you asked me who is the one team you've been most impressed by for if there's an award for most improved, it totally goes to Kanga this season. They've had some really tough games and come out swinging. It's just unfortunate that they didn't have much direction on their attacks on Clubhouse, and like I was alluding to before the break, I'm hoping that they land on a map where they feel more confident on their attacks and they can at least get one, you know, get a couple.
Like, that's at the end of the day, that's where it all faltered, right? So now they've got a chance to fix this up. Let's have a look where we're going to head. Let's hope for a map that Kanga are going to feel comfortable on. TBD got to choose the last one. Kanga will choose this one. So Clubhouse is gone.
Oh no, that'll be a default ban, I think. Anyway. It's a complicated system.
Don't even. Villa is where we like to. At least we're not going to Cafe. I think this is one of the few nights I've cast where we're not doubling up on maps, so I'm happy with that. Thoughts? Do you think this actually favors Kanga at all?
It's Cafe or Villa. Look, let me go cast my mind back. So Villa and Cafe both have a 33% win rate for Kanga. Let's have a look at some of the games that they won on this map. Villa, well, they lost to a Nixian so far, 3-7, not great. They beat Skyfire, which is was a team that set up in the Six Invitational Open. That's not a really huge deal. They also beat a team called Monkey Business back in the Challenger League on this map.
Monkey Business.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that great record to be honest.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't go writing home about Kanga on Villa. TBD actually lost this map already in the season to Fury as well, 3-7. And that's my main recent result for them. In fact, it's been quite a highly banned map by TBD.
Interesting. So it's 3-7 either way in this season so far.
Yes. In theory, wait, who was it that Kanga lost it to? Anixian. Yeah, Anixian versus Anixian and Fury. I don't know. It's hard to say. I think they're both decent on this map. I wouldn't call either of them flawless. And there are a few VODs out there as well, so these guys can come in with stuff prepared.
Yep. Right, before we continue with tonight's proceedings, again, for those of you who might have been watching before, I do apologize if we are replugging this, but it is something that here at ESL, at Ubisoft, and just as human beings, we do tend to, want to kind of promote a little bit more, which is !donate in chat. That will send you to links where you can donate for the bushfires that are currently going on in Australia. Unprecedented. We could probably sit here and just continue to add words onto this, but to be honest, at this point, you know what it is, you know how bad they are, and they're only, I don't want to say they're getting worse, but it hasn't really gotten a lot better.
It's been a very tough bushfire season. Bushfires are a very common thing in Australia, for those who don't know, but this season has been particularly bad, and there's a lot of very worthy causes that you could donate to, so !donate in the chat will lead you to those.
Beautiful. Well, let's move on with tonight's proceedings. Thank you very much for taking that time, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We do appreciate that. But let's have a look at what you at home thought of how this matchup will go. We favoured Kanga in the last matchup. Will it be something that repeats? Yeah.
People just like the kangaroo logo. That's it.
Yeah, I think they just see it. Look, to be honest, they see it and they go hopping.
Power to them. Kanga's had some upsets so far. Why can't they do it again? I see no reason why not.
Well, I mean, so far they've had, so far they've had an upset every matchup that they've played. However, they didn't upset Kanga. So, Anixian.
Anixian, yeah.
But they did manage to draw with Fnatic and win against Wildcard, for those of you who weren't here in the pre-show for that.
Very big deal.
It is a huge deal, especially for a team that's coming in fresh off the bat.
Yeah, these guys came in from Challenge League.
Yep.
TBD, on the other hand, were 4th in the Pro League last season. So that's a huge disparity there. You'd think there would be a huge disparity.
Yep.
And at least on Kanga's defense, they put up a really good showing, but their attacks just didn't exist.
Well, the last map of tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Villa, we head to Kanga and TBD. TBD just came off the back of a 7-4 victory on Clubhouse. Flawless on their defensive side. Will Kanga be able to pick it up here on their attacking? That seemed to be the problem. That seemed to be where it faltered in the previous matchup. They start on attacking side. I don't know whether going into this, if you would want more momentum or whether you would just want to play freely and hope for the best.
Yeah, well, difficult to know exactly whether that attacking side start will favor them or not, but I guess we'll only know if we start to play the game and get into it. Bach and Thatcher, the bans for either team. TBD love banning Bach. It's actually a really common ban for them. Contrasting to what you might think, where very few teams ban the Bach. If I cast a quick look at some of my stats, it's actually their 3rd most banned operator after Jackal and Capitao. So just going to deny a lot of that vertical potential and really change the way, I guess, that some teams might attack this, but I don't think it'll have a huge impact. Thatcher gone as well is just going to mean Kanga, man. They love using that information denial. Mozzie, Mute, and, well, I guess the Cade would have been useful with the Thatcher ban, but that may be a bit of an off-the-cuff ban from TBD. Get that off the table.
Well, all things considered, with Buck gone, does alleviate some of the vertical play. Thatcher now, I think we've seen Thatcher banned in all 4 matches tonight, so that's a...
Welcome to ANZ.
Right, Thatcher and Mirror. It used to be Mirror and Echo, and now it's Thatcher and Mirror.
Yeah, people don't like Mirror that much.
No, they really
except
don't.
for Fnatic. Fnatic loves Mirror.
Well, I guess if you know how to play it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, Mirror. Fnatic has some good Mirror strats. Anyway, not talking about Fnatic. It's so no Cade. In fact, Mute, I guess, is the possible wall denial that we've got for us.
Attackers need to locate
Aussie as well, still in. And just a lot of information denial there. I feel like I'm a broken record talking about information denial, but it's just... If we're in any meta right now, it's the information denial meta.
Yep.
And as if teams already weren't great on the defense, as if Pro League wasn't already slightly defender-sided, we have these teams, really the meta is about these defender-sided strategies of denying attackers information and drones. So, Kanga, well, they've got the Jackal to help out with some of that information gathering, but they don't have a lot of ways of dealing with that information denial like the Mozzie and Mute. They can locate them with the IQ, but that's not really the problem. It's destroying them that's the problem.
I feel like my memory just gets thrown back to the Jackal in club getting destroyed by the Roamer. It's
the irony.
It's too fitting, correct?
Speaking of roaming, let's talk about how this roam's actually going to function, because we've got Joker opening all kinds of holes underneath that master, the whole master area underneath the main wall. So you want to chuck any thermite charges or Hibana pellets on that wall. Anyone below can destroy those. You don't actually need an impact to trick it. You just shoot it from below. Jack Daddy's going to play hard below with Joker. They're hard holding that. You can see that telegraph from that reinforcement on the laundry wall. They're just going to retain this control below. Jack Daddy and Joker actually could see for anyone below. Jack Dad's going to get spotted out once on the Jackal, and that'll give Kanga a clue as to how TBD are holding this. But it'll still be difficult for them to push out these roamers.
That's for sure. Wayne, man. Still doing a fair bit of the droning from that southern side of the building. And as they start to progress a little bit further in toward the memorial rooms and just underneath Master, they might be able to put a bit more pressure on. Of course, the IQ is still in play for Kanga, so Jack Daddy sits on it for too long, sorry. That might be a nuisance.
He can see the pulse. He can see the pulse. He should just shoot the pulse. Shoot the pulse. Kill. There's a pulse downstairs.
Boats, just shoot the pulse.
That's a shame. Pulse gets a kill.
Oh, wow.
Because, and it's, Roma kills the Jackal, right?
Oh, no!
Whether if he had hard peeks that, he would have nailed that kill, but no. Let's see if he can find this one. He does eventually, but not without sustaining heavy damage from JackDad. That's the primary information gatherer for TBD off the board, but Joker's still down here. I don't think Kanga are really hunting him at this point. He does have a C4 in all likelihood. Oh, that's nasty from Mitby style. It looks like TBD are actually in really strong positions to hold on to this bomb site and have plant and off from below.
The Jackal off as well. They're not going to know that there's another roamer downstairs unless, of course, they've already pre-droned this one out. So wait and see. Leb now starting to make a bit more of an entrance in toward bedroom. Well, still has to worry about the openings from below. They might be able to deny a lot of those pallets that come through. Worthy does take down Cutie in the meantime, and all of a sudden, Kanga are going to be able to explode on site here.
And Worthy can just be dedicated to flank watch now. Low HP, you don't want him on an entry. He may actually go and just try and chase Joker downstairs to prevent him from going for that C4. It's exactly what he's going to do, but he pre-fires a little bit too much. Joker just needs to land the one bullet, but he doesn't get it. Worthy is perfect, and Boats finds 2 on the entry.
Wow, Zuz, it definitely, you know, we were saying at the start of the round, TBD looked like a good setup, looked like they had their T's crossed. Kanga were a little bit unsure of what was going on. We saw the first opening for TBD as well on that pulse, and then from there, Kanga just seemed to capitalize on it. I mean, Cutie falling down, the only site, well, realistically statuary site, holder, the anchor, kind of just opened up a world of pain for TBD. So many different access points.
It was really well played by Kanga, the end of it. Swarming that bomb site, piece by piece, picking apart what TBD held, and didn't get baited into getting in positions where the defenders downstairs would really be able to have an impact through the floor. But now TBD are going to change things up. They'll head over instead to Aviator Games. They'll bring the Goyo, an operator which still seeing, getting a bit of play just for the first time. A bit of experimentation, if you will. A lot of different ways you can use that. Is this a back-to-back Goyo shield? Now that is interesting. So obviously, the thing about a Goyo shield, you don't want it facing away from where the attackers are coming from, because then they can just pop it. But potentially the other Goyo shield facing towards the north side would prevent... Yeah, there you go, and Cutie's just checked the angle. It may be... Oh, he just checked both angles from both doors to make sure that neither canister could be shot. That's very clever. Except until an Ash charge goes and destroys him.
Imagine that. You go through all the effort of finding a way to make it so viable, and then
yeah,
good old Ash walks in.
What I would love is for a player above to just ping where the shields are, and Ash to go below and just Ash the floor, and it would probably just destroy both.
That would be heartbreaking. Again, we could test this. Well, let's not talk about testing now. Let's just continue to be a little bit more concerned about what's been happening for Kanga, which
is a roam clear downstairs. You can see a lot of presence downstairs. Oh. Wow. Not sure where that angle was, whether that was through the floor somewhere or whether it was a bit of team damage. Oh, it was Mangoes. There you go, above. He's looking through a hole in the floor. Boats drones him out. Mango's tempted to pop this Goyo shield. He doesn't want to do it too early because not that much time has been wasted so far. And Ash charge is utilized through the floor below, but it's to get rid of the bandit charge. You'd think that an IQ would do that job better, but there you go. Mangoes pops that first Goyo shield, and I think that's both Ash charges utilized. So no real way to clear those Goyo shields now.
Barnapalant's now going to be opening up a bit more of a passageway toward the A site, so Jack Daddy just needs to be careful in behind the bar. Study firmly under the control of Kanga, only for now though. I believe it's only Boats that's sitting there, so maybe not as strongly as what I once thought. Mango's happy to sit inside Aviator and just wait for these players to slowly but surely make their move.
A lot of good information gathering from the defense there, Maestro. Of course, it's a giant gaping hole in the defense with that opening. but Jack Daddy knows exactly where he can and can't sit around that bar to not be exposed to the angle. But you know who is exposed? It's Cutie on the bomb site. There is a good refrag though as Joker trades out Unit, and that's the diffuser down as well. Kanga will be forced to pick that up. Joker likely knows about it. He's not going to play aggressive on it because he knows he's vulnerable. Now we do still have Aroma up and live for TBD. Kanga, 4 versus 4. If they take the bomb site though and ignore this Roma, it's a 4 versus 3.
Joker could get up there with sufficient time if he manages to make that call early, Ippy style, and Jack Daddy coming together to slam this round out of contention. And there is Worthy somehow taking down Joker on literally a pixel of HP. Be able to make his way back around toward 90. Mangos is there to take down Leb. It would be one Hail Mary from Worthy to make this work right now. TBD actually nearly line up there had he been able to hit. I mean, that's just unrealistic, but still there was a chance. The chance is squandered. Nicely done from TBD.
Ippy Star doesn't let those go. He wants to find those.
He slaps that.
He slapped it. Yeah, that was nice from TBD. Got to put a little bit on Kanga. TBD were cautious of that vertical play. You know, they banned the buck to prevent vertical play. And yet Kanga was so insistent on doing it, but they only had one operator that was really interested in vertical play in the Ash. I think they also used the Jackal shotgun vertically. But what I really would have liked to see is instead of using the Ash to get rid of the Bandit batteries, use the IQ. I guess the Ash can be utilized to deny the Bandit trick, but I don't see why they aren't bringing the Zephyr instead, which in my opinion is superior at it. Much better than the Ash for it, but perhaps that's just a comfort pick for Worthy. He feels he performs better on Ash. I personally think they should be bringing both of them, but they're probably just a bit starved for how many operators that they can bring. They feel they need the Nomad to cover the flanks. They obviously need the Hibana to open the holes, and man, they need the IQ to get rid of all the cameras and the utility, and they need the Jackal.
They need the Jackal.
Well, I mean, if there's anything you're going to trade out here for a Zephyr, I would get rid of the Jackal.
Yeah.
Because I think that you can do the vertical breaching better with Zephyr, and I don't think the Jackal scanning has been super prevalent.
No, I feel like I've only seen it once, maybe twice, and one of them was on site.
Well, if you recall in the first round, the Jackal scanned the pulse of Jack Dad, and then like 40 seconds later, Jack Dad kills the Jackal.
It's just a beautiful story, really, of man and beast. Beast and man. Prey versus predator. Now, it is a matter of Kanga just getting back on top of this. Again, we were stressing about their attacking rounds on Clubhouse. It looks like they're a lot more comfortable on Villa, or to the fact that TBD might not be as well structured on their defense side, but 2 rounds isn't much to go off.
With Kanga not performing that well on their attack on Clubhouse and already coming out winning 1 here on Villa, it's looking really good. Jack, that's so aggressive. Unit takes him down. Jack, I think he thought he was on the unit was on the drone, because he would have pulsed him through the wall and thought, there's a guy prone in this corner, he's probably droning, I'm going to run out and kill him. And it looks like Unit was aware of that, so he got off the drone and finished him. Spots another player downstairs, it's the Mozzie. Kanga look like they have a much clearer idea of what they'd like to do on this, and it's not just about baiting defenders into pushing and then taking them out. The Nomad who was playing Master before, I think she may have set Nomad charges in Master, which you can actually cut off anyone from rotating into Master. If you put one on the Master door to Statuary and one on the door between Astronomy and Bathroom, you can prevent any defender from rotating into Statuary or into Master unless they destroy those. He's got, only one edge left, so I assume that's where he put those 2.
Now knowing that they've still got one on the flank, or Joker just trying to be a nuisance, this is where things started to get a little bit hairy for TBD in that first round. So whether they double down on this, Ippy Style will be able to open up on a Wayne man. Very important jewel to be able to win. The second he falls down there, Astronomy might be more open to an attack, but you can see Kanga now coming from that southern side of the building, just slowly chipping away at Kanga's, at TBD's defense.
Long angle also just generated from Leb. In Master, looking all the way into that trophy doorway. Bosa's going to try this plant, and in fact, Leb can cover that as well as Worthy. Both of them get some bullets off, and Cutie goes down, a great opportunity for the Maestro, but Worthy finds his second. Mango's down on the floor. Just 2 players left in Joker and Ippy Style. Both of them have to flank it. Oh no, Joker could have denied the plant, but it was far too late. He'll find 1 on the retake. 3 more to go.
Ippy Style needs to find something here. They've got that long line they need to be careful of. Ippy Style pulls off at the wrong time. Worthy's going to be able to take down Joker as well. It's crumbled for TBD, and Kanga successfully take another attack on that second floor. Statuary not being held to the fullest, or although it would seem.
That's a really nice attacking strategy. I really like it. Albeit, there was a certain potential there that it could have been heavily disrupted if TBD, if the Aussie player downstairs of Joker had actually pulled that C4 off a little bit earlier, Diffuser would have been denied. There would have been less players on bomb site, and TBD's anchors who were getting aggressive, like Mango's on the Maestro, could have pushed up into more aggressive positions and retaken that bomb site, gotten Diffuser safe, and really prevented Kanga from getting back into the round. And it all would have hinged on that 1 C4 denying that plant and delaying Kanga getting the bomb down. So while that was very dominant and very well played from Kanga, there was a missed opportunity from TBD that I don't think Kanga were prepared for had TBD executed it properly.
We are going to be reattempting it for a 3rd time here, Dev.
And we've seen some slight rule changes too. Jack Daddy is on the Mozzie instead of the Pulse. Joker's on the Pulse, sorry, on the Legion instead of the Mozzie.
Interesting.
Yeah, funny because I thought the Pulse was really good at information gathering.
Yeah.
But the problem is when Jack Dad died, they lost that information gathering. So if Jack Dad wants to play more aggressive, then put him on a role that doesn't need to be alive for as long. But if Joker was on Pulse last round, he probably would have denied that plant.
Yeah. Would have, well, at the very least, would have had so much more information as to where they were coming from. I don't know. Obviously, at that point, TBD knew where they were coming from. They were approaching from the southern side, but you know, it just felt like they were lost when it came to action. When it came to actually taking a chunk out of that round, it just kind of fell apart. And now maybe this is the change they need. It doesn't look like it's. Well, it's not. There's no roam down on that first floor whatsoever. Instead, they've got a little bit more attention across toward Aviator, which might cut off some of that attention that Kanga were putting on.
Yeah, Kanga kept trying to push up red stairs, and now if they try to do that without clearing Aviator, then TBD will have a crossfire on them. So it does force Kanga to do, it just increases the number of steps that Kanga have to go through before they can execute, at least in the way that they've been executing so far. Oh, nice!
That's a great way to start for Jack Daddy on the 90 corner. Manages to find that, and Joker, I don't know whether he's going to be contested here in Aviator. He might just have free roam there.
Leb just trying to break the house down with his hammer. Big bad wolf comp.
That's it, huffed and
take down
puffed.
bricks. It's actually a really aggressive position from multiple attackers. You can see boats, and oh my god, they're almost all here. They can't gather much info because of the mute jammers though. If they double peek this, that might not matter. There's a lot of players stacked on site, so this is very, very dangerous.
Oh, this is going to be so dry. It looks like TBD. It is just going to be an absolute bloodbath into Toward Astronomy right now, trying to find the engagement. Boats manages to get away with his life. However, it is just by the skin of it. Ippy Style will be able to find one. The trades are coming through. Ippy Style goes massive with 3. And not only that, he dismantles unit down to nothing. TBD. Wow.
That was all on Ippy Style. Credit to TBD for setting up those angles to prevent Kanga from pushing, but it was all on Ippy Style to land the right shots, really put a stop to this attack, and that's exactly what's happened. The unit has decided, okay, put my mouse down. It's time to just take a 1-minute tactical timeout mid-game. No, is he going to attempt the clutch? You'd think he wouldn't attempt the clutch. Surely not.
Well, he had 3 opportunities to track and didn't do.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you don't have to, I guess, at a certain point.
Well, if he thinks he's had the discussion he needs to with his team and he's ready to play the next round, then there's no point in drawing this out any longer.
Oh, that's so enjoyable. Out of every way he could have gone.
I was just like, waiting to think, okay, good night.
Worthy. Savage.
Oh, man.
I did
That's
not
so
expect
good.
that. I did not expect that at all.
I actually jumped in my chair.
It was like this nice soft moment where we're like, oh yeah, someone's just gonna shoot him. No. It's just like as well when you have like the sound up really loud in your headphones.
Yes.
And something like that happens when it's just dead silent. Yeah. It'll have that effect. All right, back to AVG. Aviator Games Room now, which saw to be very successful for TBD in the second round.
Look what they're doing, Manic. They switched the Jackal out for Zafir. That's what I said.
Are you a wizard?
Yes, Harry.
No, we're not going back down that road.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not trying to say I'm a prophet or whatever. Maybe they're thinking about something completely different, but I do think that they could have identified last round that they had insufficient soft reach to deal with these Goyo shields, and they were also had insufficient soft reach to open up the floor from below. Both of those things they really needed to do. One, because if you don't destroy those Goyo shields, it's very difficult to deny plant and move in aggressively. And two, if you don't have soft reach from below, then that's just banned. You can't get rid of any utility that's on the wall. So you need to go below. Now Zafir and Ash both can go below and open up holes underneath where the bandit batteries are. And both of them can also destroy Goyo shields. So Kanga are much better equipped in terms of utility to enable that hard breach to go down on the worm walls. You do have to be careful of these vertical holes from TBD though, because last round Mangoes did land a few bullets through one, and we had quite a few players actually with holes from above, which put some pressure onto the Kanga attack.
Well, we saw them trade it out in that second round, right? It was a shot for a shot, I actually think, in the end. So it is, oh, well, that's going to be an early spot to come through. Not really going to have any problems whatsoever. However, I believe the drone was not taken out, so just additional drone economy to keep on hand, keep steady.
It was tough for Kanga to get control of the north side of the map control, because of those Mozzie pests, but it looks like they've done so. So not too bad, and made good time out of it too.
Oh God, here's Ippy style again. This man. All right, what were we saying right before this game about how aggressive he is?
We were talking about how he's just so aggressive. He has this hunger to take fights, especially early in the round. We saw it on Clubhouse. He had 4 opening deaths and 1 opening kill. But that said, when he plays patiently, when he bides his time, and he goes for those aggressive plays somewhat later in the round, that's when we see him racking up 2Ks, 3Ks, executing massive flanks that make the difference for his team.
It is one of those things, damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know. 1 to 4, you said? 1 to 3?
1 to 4.
1 to 4, Kate. Opening versus death.
Yeah, 1 to 4, -3.
Yeah, that's not the cleanest, especially when you consider he finished the last map with 11 kills. Like, that is a huge amount to come out the end with. Top fragging for TBD, alongside obviously. Who was it? Cutie it was. Oh, yeah. No, never mind. That is, wow, I just totally had a miss sight there. I can't believe Joker has just been able to take down Unit. How many times are we going to see these flanks?
Flank game is very strong for TBD.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, Doggy. And look at this. Wayneman's still so worried about these flanks. They're clearly on enough drones set up. Isn't enough new utility. Oh no, an angle from below from Ippy style. That's just perfect. And it was the angle that the Ash opened herself to destroy the Goyo shields that ends up in her demise. Too little too late now for Leb, opening up this main wall. But there's still 3 players for Kanga to make an execute.
Boats coming around 90 now. They're going to have to explode here. Wayneman's been able to get on site, but now he needs to deal with the player underneath. He can't get it done, and now who's up? Who's next to the plate? Because they're hitting them home every single time. Leb has nothing to show for it. TBD just on another level right now. That is clean.
Too good at the moment for Kanga. TBD really stepped it up there. And it showed that patience pays off for TBD, especially if he styled downstairs. He waited, he bided his time, he didn't give them early engagements. He waited for Kanga to put themselves in unfavorable positions, and he figured out ways that he can be a hindrance. And opening up that, it was an off-the-cuff decision to, hey, there's an angle through the floor opened up by that Ash charge, I'm going to hold this angle, and that was perfect. Similar to Joker, Joker had information, there was one top red stairs, and he had no hesitation. He went for that gunfight. TBD allowed to really run amok, and surely not. Surely, Jack, you're not going to do it to him with the Cav. 6 picked onto, so Kanga won't be aware of the Kavira. See whether Jack can hide it in the prep phase. He'll chuck his 2 reinforcements down and then probably go hide in a corner somewhere. Kanga not likely to chuck their drones straight into the bomb site. It's suicide for one of the most powerful tools you have at your arsenal as an attacker. You can see Kanga have already lost 2 drones, you can tell, because at the top left, Boats and Wayne, the little blue square is slightly faded around the operator icon. That means they lost their drone. So only 3 drones left in the prep phase. They're definitely not going to be looking for this Cav. So that's going to give Jack the element of surprise here.
And they're going to know it as well. So where realistically is Jack Daddy going to play? That's so salty.
Another thing about this is that Unit Dog is going to be using that footsteps tracker, the Inox scanner, to see, has anyone walked here? And when Jack Daddy's using a silent step, he doesn't generate footprints for the Jackal. So Unit might think, okay, no one's walked through here, and then next minute the Cav makes a rotate and walks from a position near there. Could be deadly, but looks like Kanga have other ideas and are focusing on the bomb site.
Goes just overexposed in astronomy there. Being able to be taken down, and now Jack Daddy being allowed to roam freely. This could be a very interesting, and surely at this point Kanga are ready for anything that they have to throw at them. I mean, I just wouldn't put it past Jack Daddy. Look how far the flank is coming from. Second floor coming all the way from the southern side through study.
But Cutie's upstairs in a really aggressive spot. So's Itby Style. Itby Style gets out of dodge, but Cutie's still in this aggressive position. He manages to rotate down without a fuss by vaulting over. Great job. But Jack Dad, his rotate is barred. Now he'll take out that drone potentially. If Kanga are doing their homework, doing their due diligence, they'll realize that drone was taken out, and someone, whoever placed that drone there, will communicate that to the rest of the team, and they'll know someone was on the top floor at the south side.
The barricade was there as well, so, you know.
Yeah, and now a nomad
would have been
charge.
able to, yeah,
it's so difficult to make this flank work for Jack.
Depends on, I mean, realistically right now, if he can catch off Wayne Man, that would be absolutely huge. Wayne Man just pops in and out, says a quick hello, grabs some sugar, and off he goes. A friendly neighbor, this man.
That Jackal, of course, still won't be able to track the Cav. They're going to keep tracking other players that are on site. Potentially that'll lure them into a false sense of security. I think if Jack's going to make an impact on this round, it's going to be really, really late round. Because Boats is watching for this, and there's a nomad charge on this door. He's going to take the fight. Oh, he spotted him for a second, but he doesn't know whether he got spotted back. And I think it looks like he does. Boats was watching for that.
I was going to say, maybe the sound bait there with that impact going down onto the 90 hatch. However, he will just completely back away. Wayne Man taking down Joker on somewhat of a rotate back in. It is traded out by Jack Daddy.
Didn't go for the interrogation. He was worried that a player would flank him. Now it's a 4 versus 3 for Kanga. In hopes of tying up this half rest in the end of this round. Plays in aggressive positions. Just look at Cutie, hard left to the breach, but he gets spotted out. Manages to rotate safely and generate an angle to look into laundry. 15 seconds. Kanga, the onus is on you to push, and they do find that entrance onto the bomb site. 2 kills, all on Itby Style. He can't do anything about it, and Kanga tie up the half.
Nicely done. What a collapse in the end. It's exactly what we needed to see from Kanga in the previous rounds. I honestly think that this could have ended easily 5-1 at that point. Kanga were looking much, much stronger than what we'd seen them on Clubhouse. So will this convert to their defensive side? That's still yet to be seen. However, we will be headed to Dining and Kitchen first up.
I like it. They're not afraid to try us out on a unconventional bomb site. I mean, Kitchen is a typical bomb site for a tertiary attempt. But if you're locked out of your 2 main, you go to Kitchen. But very rarely do we see people go to Kitchen before that. Personally, I actually really like Kitchen as a bomb site. I think it has so much variety because you really get to use pretty much the whole map on this bomb site, whereas some of the others you don't have as much presence downstairs. Kitchen's much more, a lot of opportunity for vertical play. It's just good fun, Rob. Just good fun.
Just good fun. Good overall.
Yeah.
Nice, bit normal. Now, this is where TBD can make their money. The pressure, I must say that, like, I want to say that the pressure's on Kanga. However, I just feel like coming straight out of the Challenger League into Pro League, they've done so well already, and I feel like every game is just another notch to the belt. You know, even in the previous 7-4 is not a bad scoreline at all to be walking away with club. Obviously, you take into consideration no attacking round, sorry, and that changes a little bit, but I still think that every game that they play is just more experience that they're gaining. As long as they can stay above, you know, above water, keep their head, again, I'm going to say it again, keep their head above water and just continue to breathe in Pro League. Like we were saying earlier, 2 years down the line, even a year down the line, this could be completely different.
In Kanga, they last place in the Challenger League in Season 9 of Challenger League. Season 10 Challenger League, they came first place and earned their spot in the Pro League. Now, Season 11 of the Pro League, they've already had a good start, made huge progress in the last 6 to 12 months, and I expect we'll just see that continue across the next.
Before the storm for TBD, they now start to make an entrance, and well, that's the way to start it out. Joker just bursts onto the scene, pushes down in toward the stairs, ensuring that there's no one across on that flank. So they slowly start to make their way over. Here's the scanning coming in now. That'll force Jack Daddy. Rather, it's Wayne Man this time. They're going to force that back out of position. I believe there was still one more on the shoulder there. Boats will be able to take down Joker with a bit of a C4. Where was that? That was a 90 as well. Cutie will have to step with a bit of caution there.
It's been a cheeky C4 through the floor. I like that one. Boats must have had maybe a Valkyrie camera. Maybe that was just a default 90 camera for that kill. Aussie Pest gets taken out. Here's ground being taken by TBD. They spot out that player trying to flank up the Astro stairs, but now Wayman has to get out of dodge. His position revealed. Ooh, here's a nice angle. Didn't know about this one. This is news to me. Wayman doesn't have a C4 left, but no one repelling in from that window of Astro will be exposed to the angle. Of course, that does work both ways. Cutie opening up the floor perfectly, making it very uncomfortable for these players to sit on the bomb site. And a C4 with no information, just thrown in a desperate attempt to take him out. Won't get anything.
Jeez, he has just made Kanga so unsettled. Regardless of the man advantage, that is still an awkward position to be in. Here comes the flashes now. Mangos will start to make a bit more of a leeway for himself. In comes the opening. Waits perfectly, but the timing on that is just too good. Can they bait it out in time? Doesn't look like the charges are gonna go off just yet. The mute jam is there to support.
Also good information gathering potential. Oh, perfect for TBD. And everything is collapsing. I don't know where half these kills went down, but that vertical play certainly has allowed TBD to get the numbers advantage right back onto them. All on Wayne Man now, 1 on 4. What can he do? All he has to do is deny the plan as the timer hits 0, but he's not even going to find that. And TBD stamp out the fire that was Kanga.
Jeez Louise, that was... I really thought the C4... The start that Kanga had, they were burning so much time. I thought that Maestro was just going to burn through the clock. However, just nicely played from TBD. A nice little, I think, 3 kills within a second. And like you said, where did they come from? Where did they go? Where did they come from?
No, I'm not going to finish.
No, Dev, it was there. I set it up. All you had to do was punt. You just had to punt it. That was it.
No, not doing that.
Disappointed. Well, let's move on from that and on from my disappointing co-caster. That like
it's all right. We all have our crosses to bear. So, Kitchen was pretty close, but not close enough. They won't reattempt it again. They'll go upstairs now. Oh man, how many times have I called out the wrong bomb site? This is, yeah, good. This is, I feel like I've been calling out the wrong bomb site all night. So, Statuary, which for a lot of teams is the primary bomb site. Aviator and Statuary both very equivalent. They've got some really good camera placements.
Camera in position.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I like that. Lots of information to be gathered. He also had one in the landing hallway, which is excellent. Information denial downstairs for Kanga as well, but TVD, their ability to utilize that vertical play top-down last round just proved too strong for Kanga. And, well, we'll see. They can't do top-down vertical play onto this bomb site. It's on the top floor. Can use some bottom-up vertical play if they wish to, but the buck's not in the game.
Now, one thing TBD did quite well on Trophy, well, not even quite well, the fact that they persisted and just never really gave up on their system was that roam game. And even when they changed it, they didn't change it so heavily that it completely got taken away. They're going to see the castle barricade nice and early there. Epistar will be able to pop that open if need be. Don't know whether that will be the play immediately. They'll definitely start to open things up and start to look for different avenues.
Bomb located by attackers.
Kanga, or that could be a cheeky C4.
He's going to have to vault to get out of the bathroom over that deployable shield, but you can see Unit playing a very aggressive position inside of the closet. TBD have to flash this out. The first point of contention really is this closet. Unit Doggy with a shotgun is likely to win any close range gunfight that they give him. See if they give him any, whether they just throw enough utility at him or ignore him. It looks like TBD are just focusing on this other side.
Now, they know that there's at least one off-site. Mangos can start to move in free of charge, but there's an ADS, but it's not ADS that they need to worry about. It's a secondary player. Unfortunately, Cutie cannot save Mangos, but they still find the trade efficient enough. Cutie just walks directly into the line.
Yep, and the diffuser down as well. They droned out that position multiple times. Unfortunate. I think TBD got a bit carried away there. 2v4. Joker to make an entry here. But looks like Kanga are just playing this too well. Not likely to give him anything. And he'll get taken out. All on Jack. What can you do? Show us your best shot. He's on camera right now. Smile. Can find one. Ooh, nice shots there, but oh, no, not to beat. He's got enough time to head upstairs, go for a reattempt, but he's so frail, he'll fall with a single bullet. .25. What can you do, Jack? Show us what you got. Moving inside. Kanga playing so passively now, and smartly so. They have the diffuser. They know that Jack Dad needs to find his kills to win the round. They're not going to give him anything. The crossfire established will take him out, and it's a nice round for Kanga.
His best bet, rather, was probably just to try and take the fights while they were there.
Yeah.
While they were originally peaking, but what do you do? It is quite hard in a 1 versus 4 to bring that one back. I think that was just disappointing from TBD. It looked like they were setting themselves up nicely, but just, again, it just felt like they weren't doubling down on what they already knew.
Yeah, I feel like they could have flushed out the closet position without losing a player. They tried to grenade it, but it got chewed up by the ADS, so they decided, no, let's just move inside and refrag it. They were lucky to even get a 1-for-1 trade out of that, because the auto shotguns are really good at fighting multiple opponents. Maybe that auto shotgun less so, but typically we see Ella shotgun really good at taking multiple opponents. That said, I guess they didn't clear out the ADS. Maybe they cleared out one ADS, assumed there wouldn't be a second. So they didn't check thoroughly enough, didn't throw enough flashbangs in first, and clear the ADSs. Anyhow now, Kanga have used that strategy once. I'm sure that now that they've shown that castle in the closet strategy, it won't work so effectively next time. Perhaps next time they play this map in this season, teams will have avoided that and figured out effective counters to it. We'll have to have a look. It's Aviator Games next up on the chopping block.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Chopping block seems to be the way with this, that's for sure. Okay.
He's both trying to not get Jackal tracked. He's no. What? Oh, yeah. So he crawled across that doorway so that Jackal couldn't sit on the west window and see his footprints. I love it.
To us, it just looked very special.
He's just doing the worm. He's going to go pro in Just Dance.
Oh, God. Oh, wow. Okay, that was not wasting any time there from TBD. They've already made their way into Ward Master. They've got to be careful of boats right now. He's got the line held directly through. Now, if the Jackal had been repelling from that west side, like you'd said, or even just out on the porch, he probably would have been able to give the information to TBD that it was a little bit freer than what they'd hoped, but you would hope that their due diligence would be a lot more in depth than just a quick little Jackal track.
This is really good ground taken though now for TBD. Pushing up to 90 hallway now. Deaddy trying to take out that jammer. I don't think there's an angle, mate. Might have to go below to get rid of that. Oh, but he's trying so desperately. Beauty on the window as well. A frag grenade attempting to clear out that mute jammer, but I think the drone hole's blocked by a suitcase, so not likely to work. Got to be careful, don't waste too much of your soft breach, cutie. You've got Goyo shields to deal with. TBD going for this map control take, and now they'll rotate over to study side, likely to open up some Hibana pellets on the wall. It'd style trying to destroy. He's destroyed the Goyo shield, now he's all out of utility.
Good fun, right? Now It'd style decides to back away. They do have a little bit of information with that Jackal track. Cutie can start to make his way around 90 corner. Looks like they're starting to mount somewhat of an attack. Leb's just watching directly through toward Ave. This games is now locked down with 3 or 4 players there. Did Leb just deny a lot of that?
Somehow managed to shoot almost all of those pellets potentially. Cutie's in a real power play position, but I think that's a Goyo shield he has to contend with. Gonna prep a grenade, just throw it all the way down the hallway so he can peek freely. Mangos finds one through his holes. Cutie finds one. There's a good flank for Kanga, but it's just working out so well for TBD. All on boats. 4 players to find. This will need to be an ace to clutch it.
No pressure whatsoever. That's a nice C4 to begin with. That's going to be the kill as well. Had he been able to take down the second player peeking from the opposite door, you might have had hope, but he swung wide into 3 players. That's never going to favor you. However, there was a nice attempt. TBD explode onto that side.
We are on 4-5 at the moment. It's quite a close game. We've really been neck and neck. In fact, there hasn't been a single time during this match where one of these teams has been 2 points ahead of the other. I know, funny, think about it. It's just been one team wins, the other team wins. And then one team might win 2 in a row, but it only gets them 1 ahead. Only for the other team to then win 2 in a row, or 1 or 2 in a row.
I feel like that's, I mean, from the first half of last match, it kind of continues that trend.
Yes, it does. And this is really the opportunity here for TBD to break away, get themselves onto match point. I think that if they lock in the 6th point here, that definitely locks them in for a draw at least, but I think that really puts them in a great position to win this match outright. So far, we've seen a successful defensive statuary from Kanga, but that's the only bomb site they've managed to defend successfully so far. Now, they're going to go back to Kitchen. They failed at Kitchen. They went over to Statuary and won it, and they failed at Aviator. Going to retry Kitchen once more. They got really close on this. They just got decimated from that vertical play. Maybe they'll try and hold on to the top floor a little bit better. Maybe they'll try and C4 through the floor more. They've got Unit putting cameras upstairs to assist. But if TBD win this round, then Kanga are going to have to come back with 2 more rounds in order to tie us up. And well, we can assume they'll play Statuary. They might win that, but then they're going to have to win either this bomb site Kitchen or Aviator in order to draw it. And it's still possible for Kanga to win it. They just got to win all 3 bomb sites.
Yeah.
When they've only won one so far. It's
Why
cool.
are we worrying about all these details for? Come on. It's Jeff. Okay, Dev. As if you could do math.
Oh, don't worry, I get the computer to do it for me.
The computer's sitting there literally telling you play by play. Okay, let's have a look at how Kanga are going to approach this. As you said, the backs are up against the wall here. For all that they have done, it can completely fall apart right in this moment. They might have played half decently, and if we follow trends, they will be back into this round. Although I don't tend to prefer that as the method for Kanga.
It's hard to know. If they continue the trend of not being able to defend any bomb sites other than stat, they'll lose this round. If they continue the trend of managing to match TBD whenever they get ahead, then they'll win this round. This is such an essential round right here. TBD have taken a lot of that top floor control. It took a while. They lost a few drones. Good Mozzie, Pest, and Mute Jammers denied that quick droning. But now, with half the round gone, they've got that top floor control. They'll start opening up this floor. We saw how effective it was last round, and that's a C4 through the floor. Kanga trying to take out this sledge, but it doesn't work, despite them having that information from the Vault camp.
Wayneman's position was being watched up on that stairs. You can see Joker now just sitting patiently. Kanga, very nice opening. That's going to be the cutie falling. The cutie? Well, he is a bit of a cutie, isn't he? Sledge falling down. Nicely done. Angos as well. That's the approach here. Early Habana pallets. Need to be aware of any jammers or Maestro cams. Nope.
It's actually really good positioning for Mangoes. He's made a lot of progress here, opening that main wall, droned himself in, got lots of information onto the direct bomb site. He's also got an ACOG to contest against Worthy, who doesn't have an ACOG. Really, this may come down to how effective... Oh, but that's a blitz into the bomb site! Where did that come from? Mangoes does take that long-range fight, and now it's going to come up to these flankers, as well as Leb on the bomb site to hold firm. Boats here to support, but this plan's going to go down. Pressure from above as well will take down Boats, and this looks like it may be TBD's round. Leb needs to get aggressive. He will get it one shot, but it's not enough. 2 bullets, and still the Zofia survives. But Leb's the last one remaining, and after all that time, it's a 1 versus 3 retake.
That was merely a consolation frag. That is very disappointing for Leb. Now has to make his way down the hatch. It's already being watched, so the second he makes even the slightest movement, it's adios amigos.
It's a player within spitting distance of him too, and that'll catch him. Jack Daddy to finish him off, and wow, really great job from TBD, mainly surrounding that execute where they pushed in, killed those two of the 3 remaining site players all at once.
Well, they cannot buck the trend on their defensive side. First, the problems were arising on their attacking side in Clubhouse, and now it's almost a mirror image on Villa, but for their defense. This is...
Yeah, that's actually true. Their attack, previous map, they couldn't get a single round. The defense here, they've only won the 1. Now it's looking really grim. Best they can do is a draw here, and well, they're gonna have to win on this. Wait, they can go stat now, and they're not going stat. That is strange. Statry is the only bomb site they've won so far, and yet they're not returning to it. They're gonna go Aviator instead.
Attackers need to locate.
That's contrasting to what I had expected. Mind you, they would have to win both bomb sites anyway, or at least Statry and Kitchen, or Statry and Aviator, or Aviator and Kitchen. They have to win 2 more bomb sites in order to draw this up. I'm just surprised that they're going to go with this bomb site instead of stat. Maybe they're trying to be a bit more unexpected. Maybe they think that they identified what went wrong last time TBD won this attack. They think they can plug those holes and fix it in this round.
You would hope so. Stick the fingers in the sinking ship, right?
Yeah, well,
try and patchwork it up.
If you don't have anything left to patch it up, then use whatever you've got.
Hose fingers, you're just sitting there like trying to cover the boat.
Yeah.
We're not sinking, this is fine. It's the equivalent of the dog in the firehouse, right?
It's fine.
It's as simple as that. Well, let's hope for the love of God that Kanga have figured it out what went so wrong on this site, because it was a 1v4.
Yeah.
for whoever it was on Kanga to bring it back.
And that's been a trend here. Kanga's defenses, they seem to make decent progress mid-round, and then TBD explodes, and things get very difficult for them. Wow!
Oh, hello? What?
Was there any info for you there?
Huh?
Worthy? And then Boats just goes and finishes him off. Really excellent job. And my question now, Kanga, is it better to stay hyper-aggressive like this? You've put them on the back foot. Is it better to keep that pressure up, don't let them rest, or is it better to get back to the bomb site, don't give them an opportunity to refrag, to play off the information you've given them?
I would love to know where that was from. That was crazy. What intel they had, why they executed like that. Regardless, they've just backed away. They've gone directly to site. Wayne Man unit still just being a nuisance on their roam. Regardless, though, man advantage. They now have slowed down the progression that TBD was starting to make.
They've also taken out one of the main soft breaches, and soft breach is super essential on this bomb site. In fact, there's no utility to get rid of those Goyo shields anymore. TBD decided to bring the Capitao instead of the Ash that we saw previously. Good star for soft breach, but it will drone out the bomb site. A lot of presence from these defenders still. You can see they're holding on to Study, but Mangos finds one.
Attackers recovered the bomb
Perhaps
diffuser.
a bit too overzealous as Kanga trying to hold on to too much ground at once.
Unit who was still on that roam game, still trying to be a nuisance. Now they still have Study control. TBD have not been able to take too much off them. And the problem is, I don't think they know that... Oh, actually, Mango surely has to understand right now that they have the complete control of Study. Whether there's still a player in there or not, I don't know whether they backed away.
Oh, Boats just ran out downstairs. Mostly going to be a bait. He was likely detected. Cutie finds a kill. Kanga, you can't let TBD get back into this game like this. Stop giving him 1v1s. Never is there an opportunity to trade, and now suddenly TBD seem like this could be the match point they're looking for.
Wayne Man, could he be instrumental in this? He's only got one more smoke left. Cutie as well. One more asphyxiation bolt. Here comes in the smoke. 20 seconds left. That's only going to buy them, realistically, for another 5 seconds. They're going to be able to make their way around the backside of it. They might be able to stick this. They've already pushed in. Cutie's been able to eliminate one, Magnus on the other.
What?
TBD, my word, it's nearly flawless round in the end. TBD close it out 7-4, identical to Clubhouse, but that, statement being made.
No successful defenses on any bomb site other than Statuary, and, well, on the flip side of that, TBD undefeated here tonight. 7-4, 7-4. Too good for Kanga.
So, we now know where we sit with Kanga. We now know where we sit with TBD.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think coming into this season, there was a question with TBD. Are they still that top 4 team? And I don't think a lot of people were thinking about Kanga at the start of the season, to be frank. And then they played against Fnatic, drew. They played against Wildcard, won. And everyone started thinking about Kanga.
Yeah.
And with good reason, too. But it looks like TBD, there's two sides to this coin. On one half, they're proving to us this is actually that they maybe still got some of the life that old TBD team had.
Yeah.
They still got a shot at top 4. And Kanga, maybe the honeymoon phase is over.
That's always the problem, isn't it? They come in, they're really amped up. To be honest, I think the honeymoon phase for Kanga finished last week when they versed Nixian and realized, hang on a second, this isn't just run-of-the-mill, this isn't just Fnatic and Wildcard. We now have to back it up against the other teams. Yeah. I think that's translated. I don't think that TBD necessarily were that much all over Kanga. However, it just shows it's the small executions, right? It's the 1%ers that have changed it.
And the attacks from TBD, man, so many of those attacks, Kanga just were not able to put up enough of a fight. They had some nice ideas, might have found a pick here or there, but TBD always managed to claw back those advantages.
Yeah.
And how many times do we see a 4-on-0 or a 5-on-0 or a 3-on-0 dominant victories on the attacking side from TBD?
Well, that's the thing. When you go back and you actually count how many rounds they were able to successfully convert like that, it is a concern, and I think it's something that Kanga now need to go back and look at, because Kanga decided to head to Villa instead of Cafe. So where's the discretion? Where is the line in the sand for them?
Even just taking a quick look at some of the opening kills and opening deaths that I was tracking. Now, I didn't get every single round, missed 3, but taking a look at just that map, almost all of the opening kills were from Kanga killing TBD players.
Yeah.
And yet a lot of these rounds then went against them. They got that early pick, that early advantage, and yet TBD always seemed to push it back. And that's what we saw as a class example in that final round where they got success, really, really well played, found that early pick onto itB style with 2 players on the roam, and then suddenly TBD just 1 pick here on Aroma, 1 pick here on a player playing aggressive.
Yeah.
Suddenly, oh, we actually have numbers advantage now. Formulate a strategy on the fly, overwhelm Kanga.
Yeah, there were points in time where I think we can ask questions, and you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do exactly that. I'm not even gonna let you keep going. I like setting it up and then hitting it home. We're gonna listen to what Yoshi has to say from Kanga.
Hey boys, how we doing?
Hey mate, how you doing? Good to see you again. I hope all is well. Very quickly, 7-4-7-4. Did you come into tonight expecting such a close game?
Yeah, I suppose we knew it was always going to be a close game. It wasn't ever going to be easy. We didn't have Thumb with us today, so we were missing our IGL on attacks, which kind of you could really see on club. But yeah, it was definitely a difficult game, and TBD played really well.
You just alluded to something that I was actually going to ask, which was about your clubhouse attacks. You guys didn't manage to get any of your clubhouse attacks. I think you lost 5 in a row. I don't mean to hit a sore spot or anything. You mentioned Thumbnail not being present. There's a lot of information denial operators that have come into meta on Clubhouse. Mozzie, Vigil, and Mute you had to deal with a lot, especially with a castle. What was the real problem on those attacks, and what do you think is going to help with that moving forward?
I think the main problem was Thumb not being there, the communication. Kind of Thumb in the team is used as kind of like a beacon in terms of like if a call is made, if Thumb makes it, everyone agrees. If at the moment there's some people making some calls and other calls and they're getting jumbled, and you know we think we're doing one thing but everyone's doing another, so it's just about being on the same page. That's what Thumb gives us.
Yeah, well, hopefully he'll be back soon and you guys can play with your full roster. Of course, there's going to be a break after this week of Pro League. Speaking of, we've got 6 Invitational coming up, and then we've got the second split of the Pro League. How do you guys feel like you're tracking moving into the rest of the season? Because you had a really bang-on start against Wildcard and Fnatic. Do you feel like you're going to be able to keep up that success, and where do you think you're going to end up at the end of Season 11?
Look, I think at this point in time, we've kind of fallen into a slump. I think we started off, really well, as you said. But these last couple of games, took our foot off the gas. So hopefully over the next, month or so, we can kind of get our foot back on the gas. Go back into maps, kind of figure out what we want to do, how we want to play, and just make sure everyone's, sharing the same kind of vision moving forward.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for sharing that insight. Do you have any final words for the viewers at home?
I'm sorry we couldn't convert the win, to be honest. Well done to TBD, and thanks.
All right, mate. Thank you very much. Enjoy the break, and we'll see you in the next half of the season.
Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
I find that really interesting to come from such a team that's come from Challenger, that it's a lot of this is relying on one person for the cohesion to come together.
And it shows how much of Rainbow Six can really be not on the screen.
Yeah.
As viewers, we couldn't perceive, we can see that, they're not committing to one thing, there's not a lot of coherence on the push. We don't know that it comes because they're used to one player in particular making calls and that player isn't present. When Thumbnail is there and they're playing really well and units fragging out, maybe Thumb's getting picked off early every round, but he's IGLing them to perfection, we don't see that. That doesn't get translated into the stats, and that's why it's always important to have a qualitative approach as well as a quantitative approach when you're analyzing gameplay and having a look at how people are performing.
And that's something that we touched on earlier tonight, which is that it's not just as simple as aim and shoot. This is a game that's very complicated. And for a team that is so young, excuse my quotations there, per se with experience inside of Pro League, it is upsetting to hear that, like the honeymoon phase, as we were talking about, is over in Pro League. They had incredible results against Fnatic and Wildcard. Not incredible results. They had results against Fnatic and Wildcard, and I think that
they had results, which was incredible.
Yeah, that is the best way to put it, right? I think that's that kind of summed it up perfectly. Yeah. Well done. I think that genuinely, Kanga have come around full circle, and now it's about it's not about how well you've played in one game or against one team. This is a season-long game that you are playing, and it has to be a marathon. It can't be a sprint.
The really telling games are going to be when Kanga comes up against Homeless, because they have a lot of experience against Homeless, who also came from Challenge League. When they play against Sinister, currently sitting at the bottom of the standings, Fury as well. And we'll start to measure up which will be the bottom 4 teams and where they're going to sit as they get dangerously close to that territory near the bottom. Kanga, we've seen a lot of good stuff, and TBD are a good team. They put up results consistently season after season, even when they have significant roster changes. So I don't want to put too much pressure onto Kanga for losing today.
No, and that's also another point I was just about to bring up. The fact that Thumbnail wasn't in and Boats was in. I don't think I made a big enough point of that. I think I just kind of fluffed over the fact that Boats was playing and we hadn't really talked about Thumbnail. And now hearing from Yoshi about the fact that Thumbnail is so instrumental does lead me to think that, not having him in the roster would have completely changed the results. However, we would have seen a completely different team today. And this is something that it's almost like growing pains, right? Kanga are going through that growing phase where they're in front of a lot of different people. Like, I don't think people realize the pressure at home, right? You go from playing Challenger League that might have 20 people watching to thousands of people globally, seeing your name every week. And that adds a lot of pressure to players. So I can see how this kind of thing can start to, how one player can have that much of an impact. Just a level head in there.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess we'll have to see how their season develops. On the flip side of TBD, what? What? He just gave me a look. It was a dirty look. I feel like I need to have a shower. I don't know what that was. I want to talk about TBD. Is that okay? Do I have permission?
Yeah, please talk about TBD now.
Thanks. TBD, like we've been saying, they've had good results season after season, right? But they've been on a gradual decline. My question is, when is that decline going to pop them down into the bottom 4? What's wrong?
We're about to hear from Jack Daddy, this time with a shirt on.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Jack. How's it going?
Everybody. They made me put a shirt on.
Yeah, well, good. Now I know what the in-joke was.
All I heard in my headset, Dev's talking, and all I hear is, we've got Jack Daddy ready, and he's got a t-shirt on this time.
Unlike in the rehearsals. All right, Jack, since Manic's still trying to contain himself, congrats on the victory there. I think that was really, really well played, man.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, good fun playing those guys, actually.
Yeah,
oh yeah. Just quickly, I want to say how good they've been doing recently, and they went toe-to-toe with the top teams, even drawing with some. So yeah, it was fun playing.
Yeah, great. Oh, it's lovely to hear, Jack. I wanted to pick your brains about something a little bit more gameplay related. I've been talking a lot about opening kills, opening deaths, and how entering and taking ground kind of works in Siege across different maps. And a lot about your entry fraggers. Now, on that last map, taking a look at the stats, it was actually most of the time you guys were losing the opening engagements on Villa, especially in the attacks, and then you would claw back and be really successful. What does it take from a team perspective or from an individual's perspective, maybe even specifically in your role, to come back even when you lose the first player?
It's mostly headspace because, yeah, as you can see from various stats across all games, I'm guessing the opening death would usually mean that that team would lose a round. So it already is really difficult coming back from a 4v5, but yeah, basically not getting tilted from that, playing the same game or trying to bring it back evenly, trading, stuff like that.
I do want to ask one more thing.
Yeah.
The castle shotgun, is this how the world is now? Everyone's using castle shotgun? Like, tell me about that.
Kitty, I think he started that. He loves it. He loves a bit of the castle shotgun. I've seen him go crazy with it and then go crazy with the pistol afterwards as well. Yeah, he just loves it.
Yeah,
You need-
I can't be critical if it's successful.
right, like you can't knock it until you try it. Jack Daddy, congratulations on your performance tonight, mate. You guys had, I want to say you guys had a phenomenal night, regardless of how close the scoreline may have been. You guys played really well. Would you like to say any final words to anyone at home?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the cast. Thanks to all the fans. Shout out to Krabby Thugs, Mordhouse. We're going to keep at #1 on that and in Siege as well.
Well, thank you very much, Jack Daddy. Don't forget, TBD, they are looking for an org, so feel free to reach out to the boys. That's
Love
it.
you guys.
Peace out, mate. Take care.
Peace out.
Jack Daddy's interviews just get better and better every time.
Man, all right, so reference, we kind of, prepare for the interviews before. Like,
We did a rehearsal to check that
just to
everything was
make
working
sure
before
that
the
Jack
broadcast
Daddy
started.
can actually be seen on camera, and it came to Jack Daddy just
He was naked.
Yep. And
It was great. It was a good rehearsal.
It was great. I was having such a good time talking to Jack.
Yeah, no,
he is
rehearsal's always
very.
good.
I think Jack Daddy was one of the first people I met from the Rainbow Six scene, and that was back at Six Masters. And man, he's just wholesome.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I feel like everyone's just wholesome in
And
Rainbow Six.
The first thing that Jack does when we give him an interview, we give him the spotlight, and the first thing he does is credit Kanga and how good they've been playing. So
Yeah. Speaks volumes about the character, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Dev, do you have any final words for tonight?
I think it's been a great series of matches. We've answered a lot of questions, I think.
Yep.
And it's very exciting for teams like Nixian, I think, going into the rest of the season. We're looking really pumped. And they've also got a match tomorrow, so I think that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, that's it from us here at the ESL Studios. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank you very much for joining us. Just to reiterate, if you want to donate to the Australian Fires, please feel free to !donate in chat. It'll bring up some lists and options. So make sure if you do have a little bit, you give what you can. But for now, thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not right and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness, black as the soul in me and the heart I am. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to
Drop the bomb. 10 seconds to go. Attackers are active. Bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Summer sauce, dripping. Woo. Got it. Yeah, 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 yeah. Got it. You know, yeah, you know, I'm only making moves. There ain't no other option. So if you're talking juice, well, damn, you know I got it. Yeah, you know I got it. Nobody got it like nobody got it like. Yeah. I got the juice. I got it. From a droppy in the scene, I feel lucky, yeah. Got them watching.